ఆన్ చేయలేదు అనుకుంటా స్క్రీన్. సరిపోద్ది కదా. అది కట్ చేసేయండి, అసలు 2 ఓదలవి అయిపోదు బాగా. నాన్న ఓకేదా? Nani, yes. All okay? Good morning, my dear intelligent boys and the genius girls. Okay, Nana. So, super. Kindly maintain some discipline, silence and all the things so that everyone can feel very interesting to listen and follow the classes, Nana. As we have to continue for long hours in the same room, kindly maintain some distance also. Don't lean on other persons. Kindly sit straight. Make your backbone to be straight so that we can continue for the classes for the long life. Long life, right? So here today we discuss our BCK chapters, Nana. So what is meant by BCK? Business and commercial knowledge. Super. So this is a part of our 4th paper in our CA Foundation examinations, which covers approximately about 40 marks. In main examinations, they may be like here of greater than 40 equals to or less than 40 also. It may happens. Don't think that there will be only the 40 marks. In some examination, it is like this. Economics is of 72 marks. And the remaining marks, Nana, it is went about 28 marks per. So, clear? So, this might also happen. But thing is, in our BCK, there are only how many chapters? Tellispoyinda? So, 6 chapters. Among the 6 chapters, every chapter is equally important as per the examination point of view. Because every chapter contains nearly 6 to 7 or 6 to 8 marks. Because we have only the 6 chapters for about 40 marks. So every chapter is equally important for our understanding and from the exam point of view also. So please be concentrate and don't think that only this chapter is important from the exam point of view, because equally every chapter is important for us. Clear, Nana? So as there are 6 chapters, so can you name out the chapters, Nana? One is Introduction to BCK, right? So this chapter, now it was renamed as Business and Commercial Knowledge and Introduction. Clear, Nana? So introduction to BCK, B, business and commercial knowledge and introduction. Active voice, passive voice, direct speech, indirect speeches. Right. Next one, business environment. Even the chapters, there is no change except for the first chapter. And the third one, so business organizations, common business terminologies, organizations for facilitating business, and then the government policies for the business growth. So these are the 6 important chapters. Every chapter is equally important in our BCK subject. So let us start with our introduction to BCK chapter. So what this chapter is for, what we are going to see in this, why the business is important for every human life, why it is important, why it is important. Even if I have to deliver the subject to you people, even if it have to reach you people, kindly imagine how many things we are using now. Mics, wiring systems, the table, and this touchpad, screens, the screens available there, whiteboards, and all these things. Compare everything in our in our classroom. AC also is one of the instrument here. Every item was prepared by ourselves or we have purchased from the outsiders. Which means that every item what we are dealing up from morning day to like day ending, day starting to day ending, whatever the commodity we are utilizing, we are using, we are purchasing from the business persons. Can you imagine the world without any business organizations? It's not possible. So that is why knowing about the business is such an important thing for every person, and for the persons who are belongs to our commerce field is very much important for us. Is that clear, Nanna? So in this chapter we are going to see the business and everything about the business and all. So when we are discussing about these things, we'll just go to the main topics, main points as per the exam point of view and as per the conceptual point of view. And once the time permits, we'll go for some important MCQs in every chapter that is important to discuss in the exam point of view as per the conceptual point of view. Clear, Nanna? So let us start with this, Nanna. What is the domain means? Domain means, any idea? It is a different discipline of a subject. What is meant by discipline here? Don't think that sitting silent in the class without making any noise or without making any mischievous things and all. So here the discipline in the sense, it is a different branch of subject. It is also a part of subject which will help us to know what is happening in the subject. So ఈ చాప్టర్ మొత్తం మీద బిజినెస్ కాబట్టి బిజినెస్ కి సంబంధించిన సబ్జెక్ట్స్ లో ఎటువంటి డిఫరెంట్ వెరైటీస్ నేర్చుకుంటామో చెప్పేదే ఈ డొమైన్స్. లెట్ us see about it. So in our economical world, every person is busy as everyone in spending, in earning income, in doing all economical activities. What is meant by economical activity? Human being will be involved with mainly 2 types of activities. One is economic, other one is non-economic. What is economic, Nana? Which is happening with your self-interest. Non-economic means selfless concerns, altruism. పక్కన వాడికి ఏదో చేద్దామని మనం చేసే ఒక పని, అది నాన్ ఎకనామికల్. ఎకనామికల్ అంటే మన కోసం మనకి కావాల్సినదిగా రేషనాలిటీ ప్రకారంగా, ఎకనామికల్ ప్రకారంగా, ఇఫ్ యూ హ్యావ్ డన్ ఎనీ ఎకనామికల్ యాక్టివిటీ దట్ విల్ మేక్ యూ టు ఎర్న్ సంథింగ్, ఇట్ విల్ మేక్ యూ టు స్పెండ్ సంథింగ్. నాన్ ఎకనామికల్, ఇట్ విల్ నాట్ రిజల్టెడ్ ఇన్ ఎర్నింగ్ అండ్ ఇట్ మే రిజల్ట్ ఇన్ స్పెండింగ్ ఫర్ అదర్స్. నువ్వు నీ కోసం ఏమి సంపాదించుకోవు కానీ పక్కన వాడి కోసం ఏదో చెయ్యాలి అని చెప్పి ట్రై చేసి చేయటమే నాన్ ఎకనామికల్ యాక్టివిటీస్. ఎనీవే విల్ సీ ఆల్ దోస్ థింగ్స్ ఆల్సో. నెక్స్ట్, so what different types of domains that we can see in relation to the business? One is activities which are related to, it might be the manufacturing activity, trading activities, distribution activities. So all these are related to the different types of activities in a business. Next, scale. What type of scale means? Don't go for the 15 centimeter scale and 30 centimeters long scale, okay? Here the scale means it is about the capital that we are investing in each and every business organizations. If you are investing in more than 10,000 crores and all, that is considered as a large corpus fund for a company. Clear? And if it is for the normal lakhs and crores, like it is up to 6 crores might be, then it might be the MSME, micro, small, medium enterprises. So it depends upon the scale of amount that you are investing into the business. So micro, small, medium, large. Geographical scope. So if your company is dealing with the commodities that can be able to distribute till your locality, that we can call it as a local market. If the company is able to distribute the commodity till entire the district or entire the nation, it is called as national market. If it is able to go for abroad or out of the countries, international. Ownership. So what type of ownership that we can see here? Some companies may be owned by the government. Some companies may be owned by the state, central, public or private persons also. If entire capital was invested by the private people, that also be as our sole proprietorship can be, or HUF or partnership. So we have different types of entrepreneurial classes also. Okay, next one, markets. So we have the different type of markets. One is like, so land, resources or financial inputs, capital markets, all these, like we have different type of markets which will make us to go to the market to provide or to purchase. For example, if it is a labor market, what we can do here? We can have different varieties of persons. The persons working for the watchman services, the persons working for the security services, the person working for the faculty services, the persons working for the administrative services, the persons working for the management services. So we can have be provided with many different varieties of persons within the organization, out of the organization. It might be internal, it might be external. Markets low, we have different types of things also. So capital, resources, men, material, machinery, methods, everything we can provide it from the markets only. Stakeholder and any person who have influence on the company, who can be influenced from the company. So it might be a supplier, customer, retailer, wholesaler, trader, distributor, owner, director, manager, shareholders, any person who have some information, influence about the company, for the company, from the company. సో వాడు చేసే యాక్టివిటీస్ వల్ల కానీ ఏదైనా కానీ కంపెనీకి ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ కావాలి అన్నా, కంపెనీ యొక్క అవుట్పుట్ వీడికి కావాలి అన్నా సరే, దాని మొత్తాన్ని ఏమంటారన్నా స్టేక్ హోల్డర్స్. ఫంక్షన్స్, ఇట్ కెన్ బి ఎనీథింగ్, ప్రొడక్షన్, మార్కెటింగ్, ఆపరేషన్స్, రీసెర్చ్, డెవలప్మెంటల్, ఎనీథింగ్ ఫంక్షన్. ఫోకస్. సో వాట్ దే ఆర్ ఫోకసింగ్ ఆన్, whether they are focusing on company wide or enterprise wide, whether they are focusing on only on Guntur or focusing only on the Vijayawada, whether they are focusing only on one commodity or more than one commodity, it depends upon these things. Concerns, what you require, ఏం కావాలనుకుంటున్నావు, objectives లాగా. So what is your main survival objectives then? So survival, growth, enterprise expansions, profitability, sustainability and expansion to the other businesses, diversification, increasing your capabilities, all relates to the concerns. Next, mode, how you are trading with, whether you are trading with the physical mode or online mode, whether you have an office or you are just established an organization within the online system, whether you are operating through the website or an Android application or an iOS application or through the online or offline. So it all depends upon this mode. Underlying disciplines, see, when we are doing the business, you need not only to concentrate on the commerce activities. We have to concentrate not only on the commerce, we also have to concentrate on different economical theory part, laws, philosophy or other guidelines or any assurance that can help us to improve our business coordinating activities. అంటే ఓన్లీ బిజినెస్ పైన కాన్సన్ట్రేషనే కాకుండా వాటితో పాటు మనకి చాలా లాస్, ఫిలాసఫీ, సైకాలజీ, సోషియాలజీ ఇలాంటివి కూడా కావాలట. That's about the domains that we will use in BCK. That is, BCK is not only concentrate on commerce, it is concentrates on different varieties. Now, do you think that only commerce people can successfully do in the business? Do you think so? No. Even the persons coming from science background also can increase the BCK quotient. What is meant by BCK quotient? Have you heard about it in IQ, which is meant by intelligent quotient? IQ అంటే ఏంటన్నా? మెంటల్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటాం. ఏ మెంటల్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటాం? incremental, thinking capacity ఎక్కువ ఉంటాం, and the spontaneity to answer any difficulty question that can be like considered as intelligent quotient, right? In the same way, there is something called BCK quotient. What it means that having awareness, knowledge, consciousness of about the business, so that not only can be available for the commerce student, it can also be for the science student. How they can increase their knowledge about the business? By reading business financial newspapers, business magazines, or the business news channels. From all these perspectives, they can increase their BCK domain and knowledge also. Let us see about what is meant by domains. Domains in the sense different subjects. So I mean different disciplines or specified subject or specified knowledge. Let us see about it. BCK is vast. What is meant by this vast and all? Large. Because if you concentrate on retail business, there is something called retail, wholesale and all those things. If you concentrate on retail business, there are domestic retail business as well as the international retail business. Among the domestic, again we have different types of activities like door-to-door delivery services, providing online services, selling the commodity through the online portals, 24/7 services. We can see so many of the medical shops, still it will run at any time, at any holiday also, because those are very essential necessary commodity for all the persons in order to lead their basic life. అవి లేకపోతే చాలా వరకు ఏమైపోతుందో అర్థం కాదు. Is it clear అన్న? So this vast means it is universe is vast. That is, the business universe is like a ocean. You cannot count the droplets of the ocean. In the same way, you cannot count or you cannot measure how far the business can grow, because sky is not also the limit for the business. Sky is also not the limit for the business. Several types of activities is there, like manufacturing, trading, services. So these are again will have numerous sub activities. That is, even in manufacturing we have different types of manufacturings. Either you can go for manufacturing your commodity on your own methodology, or you can go outsourcing the same manufacturing to the outsiders. నీకు నువ్వుగా అయినా చేయొచ్చు, లేదా అదే మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ పక్కన వాడికి ఇచ్చి అయినా పని చేయించుకోవచ్చు. ఇట్ మైట్ బి బై ఆర్ మేకింగ్ ఆన్ యువర్ ఓన్. You can buy the commodities or you can make on your own. It depends upon the cost structure that you are following. So for example, take domestic trade. It is having so much of things like door-to-door services and the street vendors, weekly hats or bazaars, and the santali unte kada nana weekly bazaars ivanni kuda. So these are the like different retail business. And now we have something called e-tail business. అంటే ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ లో తాక్ ఉంటుందని కాదు నన్ను, అది రీటైల్ లో నుంచి వచ్చినటువంటి టైల్ అది. So thus, to know about the retail, one need to know about various forms that retail trade can be done. So retail trade అనేది చాలా, అందుకే రీటైల్ ట్రేడ్ అంటే అమ్మా ఓరే, wholesale trade means the trading with the bulky quantities. Retail trade in the sense trading in the small quantities. So retailer to the consumer, ultimate consumer, right? Next, eclectic. What is meant by this? Business not only concentrate on the commerce and all, it also concentrate with the other subjects which are relevant for our understanding purpose. So eclectic means it is a multidisciplinary. So it derives from various disciplines, that is various subjects or various branches such as marketing, accounting, finance, operations, human behavior, etc. and all those things. So how they are related to business, that also we will see with the following table. Nana. It is not just selling a commodity. It also includes various fields of study within the understanding of human behavior and animal psychology, psychology of the human beings and everything. So each have its own methodology and own wording system. But our BCK will adopt each and every subject's vocabulary for us to understand greater things with lesser difficulties and all. For example, the term strategy, logistics were taken from the military subject. Bulls, bears were taken from the biology subject. So what it mean by this strategy and all? Normally in military, the word they use is strategy for how they can combat the risk with the competitors, how they can defeat the other persons who came near to them for rising the wars and all. So this all happens in the military. In the same way, our business persons also will have some strategy how to overcome the competitors with our business organization. how to increase our customer base, how we can attract more customers than now, how we can develop our commodities. All these things are strategies to make our expansion for the business growth. So next one, logistics, which means that transporting the goods, right? In reality, in military case, what is meant by logistics means they will transport the troops from one place to the another. They will transport the cooking items from one place to the other places. So in the same way, the logistics word is also used in the business to transport the passengers, to transport the goods from one place to the other places. Then what is meant by the bulls? Now what the bulls will do actually? So in order to attack the others, what bulls will do is they will raise their head to keep harmful with the others by hitting with their horns. వాడి కొమ్ముల ద్వారా పక్కన వాడిని అటాక్ చేద్దామని ఫిక్స్ అవుతూనే ఉంటాయి. సో టు కిల్ దట్ బుల్స్ విల్ రైజ్ their heads. Is it clear, Nana? In order, as they are raising their heads to kill others, in the same way, to showcase the share value is going to increase, we use the word called bull for that share market. So they will make the bulls imply a stock market player who rise the stock prices, building a buy pressure. Bears will create the selling pressure, thinking that bears, like Elgubant tells kadana, what they will do? They will hit the other persons from on top to bottom. They will hit on their heads. Because of that, the nervous system will get affected. Because of that, nervous system is affected. No one can find the pass of waves to their legs to escape, hand to hide their faces. They can't do anything as the nerving system was affected. దాంతో వాడు ఏమీ చేయలేడు కాబట్టి ఇంకా వాడు దానికి ఇరుక్కుపోయినట్లే. ఇన్ ద సేమ్ వే, ఇఫ్ ద షేర్ మార్కెట్స్ ఆర్ ఫాలింగ్ డౌన్, then to showcase or to display this fall in share market, they will represent with the market word called bears. Now it is ever evolving. What is this ever evolving, Nana? It keeps dynamic, it keeps changes, it keeps updates and all. So if you know that, for example, when you are visiting a hotel, there might be some person, waiter, who will hotly welcomes the other persons, the customers, the consumers, the visitors to the hotel. Is it clear, Nana? Heartily they will welcome, they will wish to us by saying good morning, they will open the door and they will welcome us. But now do you think that the same proportion is going on in the reality? No, because we have some automatic sensor. Because of that sensor, automatically it will open the door whenever the human being comes near to that sensors and all. So because of this, the watchman services or the persons who are welcoming us had lost their jobs. Is it clear, Nana? So as the technologies keeps changing up, automatically our business also, doing way of business is also changing. Nowadays all are lazy. They can't go out to find the commodity that they wish to buy. What they are doing now? They will open an online application stores. They will select two commodities. They will compare the commodities also. By comparing, again they will go for the Google. They will search for, is there any other app provider that can provide us with lesser, cheaper prices, with higher discounts, with the fastest delivery? Is it right? So nowadays no one ready to go out even for food also. Ain't the apps avi? Swiggy, Zomato, Domino's Pizza. So whatever you want, you can go for. So now that way of doing business is also changing, right? That is what the ever expanding and changing. So now we have the information, communications, technology, and there's something called 24/7. That is, every time whatever you want, you can open the application store of Flipkart. Is it right? Can you go to the offline store at 12 midnight? No. At 12 midnight, you can open the online platforms to book something. Is it clear? That is the 24/7. B2B, business to business. B2C, business to customer. BPO, business process outsourcing. So IPO is different, Nana. Initial public offer. KPO, knowledge process outsourcing. BPO, business process outsourcing. What these people will do? For example, there is something called LG. Have you heard about this company, Nana? Now, these people are providing with many washing machines, refrigerators, as well as AC providers and so many other. If you have any mistake or if you don't know how to operate it, so what you will do now? You will make a call to the customer care. Do you think that LG will employ their own employees for making these calls to get answered? There will be some organization who are having with some human power. These people are ready to share the information about the LG company to us. So that company, people are having many human resources who are able to provide the service to LG company, Prestige company, or some other Samsung company, for any companies. వీడు కాల్ సెంటర్లో పనిచేస్తూ ఎల్జీ కంపెనీ నుంచి వస్తే వాడికి ఇంకొక ఫోన్ నెంబర్ నుంచి కాల్ వస్తుంది, ఆన్సర్ చేసి ఏమి ప్రాబ్లమో చెప్పేస్తాడు. రైట్ నన్నా? సో డిఫరెంట్ పర్సన్స్ ఆర్ హ్యావింగ్ డిఫరెంట్ బిజినెస్ ప్రాసెస్ అవుట్సోర్సింగ్. Innovations are changing the way of doing the business. So in past previous days, what the people used to do, for communicating to others, they used to go for fax missions and all. Have you heard about this, Nana? Fax missions. And now the communication is through the WhatsApp. Is it clear, Nana? So the communication way, how we are communicating, the way of communication is also getting changed from day to day. In a fast expanding and evolving, the rate of knowledge obsolescence is higher. అంటే నాకు తెలుసు అనుకున్నావు అనుకో, మొత్తం బాయే. ఎప్పటికప్పుడు నువ్వు ఎప్పటికప్పుడు ఏం చేయాలన్నా అప్డేట్ అవుతూ ఉండాలి. If you are not updated with the present environment, dynamic world, you are outdated. If you are not dynamic, you are outdated. The rate of obsolescence is very high because the technologies keep on changing. If you are using the Android KitKat version, now the Android we are having what version, Nana? You might like the KitKat chocolate, that is okay. But having KitKat version in your smartphone is not updated version, right? అవును కదా నాన్న? KitKat ని నచ్చినంత మాత్రం అదే ఫాలో అవుతావా? లేదు. So we need to be stay very updated and develop the capabilities and all. Is it clear? Next, Nana, importance of BCK for CS. Who are these people, Nana? What do you do? We are the people of chartered accountants, right? Now, what is the requirement of CS in this business? Do you think that they have the requirement in this business, Nana? Is it so? Oh, is it? Why and how? Like that only? Good? Amma? Good? Inga? They will make the business to know what they are lacking up, how they can grow, in which area they are lacking some deficiency, in which they are not efficient, in which they are efficient. So CS will help us to know, like they will make the business to grow with faster, and as well as the expansion also can be happen. But this CS, they are responsible for providing as well as preserving the resources. If the business people are investing the amount everywhere at any times without having proper calculations, those business investments may be turned to losses. But if you take the help of a CA, he will analyze entire from top to bottom, zero to infinity, and then he will advise us whether to invest in this business or not. Do you think that nowadays, are you ready to invest in electronical vehicle companies and all? Yes, of course we are ready. Of course, Nana, at initial stages, it is having some deficiencies. Some of the bikes are catching the fire when they are using. That's okay. But there are some research development team who will concentratedly focus on the issues. They may rectify it. And once they have rectified, automatically what happens? Problem will get solved, no? అవును కదా నాన్న? సో మరి అప్పుడు మన కంపెనీ గ్రోత్ ఉంటుందా ఉండదా? It's a better time to invest in those electronical batteries, vehicles, EV systems and everything. But now, do you think that will you invest in the ambassador car company now? Why? You know that the potential of the business now. In the same way, we may not know in all the criteria, in all the angles, but our CA will help us to know what it is. So they are custodian of nation resources, responsible having credible system of truthful and everything, and their BCK will make them more aware and responsive. సిఏ అంటే ఏంటో వాటి తెలుసు, కానీ బీసీకే సిఏ వల్ల ఏమవుతుందో ఏమి అవ్వాలో ఇంకా ఎక్కువ రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీని పెంచుతూ ఉంటుందట బీసీకే. సో ఎవ్రీ బిజినెస్ విల్ హ్యావ్ దేర్ ఓన్ క్యారెక్టరిస్టిక్స్ అండ్ దేర్ వేరియస్ నోషన్స్ ఆఫ్ ద కమోడిటీ. సో ఇన్వెంటరీ, రెవెన్యూ, ప్రాఫిట్, ఎక్సెట్రా. బట్ అవర్ సిఏ షుడ్ అండర్స్టాండ్ every business and its complexities of utmost importance, valuable contributor in order to make a good amount of service to the chartered accountant, to India, to the business, to the nation, to the consumers, to the customers. So the CS shall also be able to conduct the audit diligently. And in chala careful ga తీసుకోవాలి. So for example, there is a company who are maintaining some expenses voucher, cash voucher, paid to the manager for his office, for his medical office purpose. మెడికల్ ఫెసిలిటీస్ ఎవరికి ఇస్తున్నాము? మేనేజర్కి లేదా డైరెక్టర్కి ఇచ్చిన మెడికల్ ఫెసిలిటీస్కి కానీ లేదంటే మెడికల్ ట్రీట్మెంట్కి కానీ అలాంటివన్నీ కూడా మన కంపెనీ ఎక్స్పెన్స్గా ట్రీట్ చేయొచ్చా నాన్న ఉదయ్? కెన్ వి ట్రీట్ ద డైరెక్టర్స్ హాస్పిటల్ ఎక్స్పెన్సెస్ యాజ్ అన్ ఎక్స్పెన్స్ టు కంపెనీ? ట్రీట్ చేయకూడదు కదా. అలా చేయకూడదని ఎవరికి తెలిసింది? మనకి సిఎస్ తెలుస్తుంటుంది కదండి, అకౌంట్ తెలుస్తుందా? మరి ఇప్పుడు సిఎస్కి తెలియాలి అంటే కేవలం అకౌంటెంట్ నాలెడ్జ్ ఉంటే సరిపోతుందా? లేదు, కంపెనీ నాలెడ్జ్ కూడా తెలియాలి, లా నాలెడ్జ్ కూడా తెలియాలి. వై? Because in law we came to know that as per the Companies Act 2013 or 1956 Act, they said that company is a separate legal entity. It is separate from the owner. It is having different legal entity status, right? So coming to the point, human activities, economical and non-economical activities. So every person will run over the different types of activities. ఏంటిది? Economic, non-economic. Economic అంటే ఏంటంటే we purposefully engage in these activities in order to earn something or to spend something for my self-interest. If I have the interest to do that, it is economical activity. So if I am doing that, it might be for consumption, it might be for income generating. So we purposefully engage and we will engage to earn the living. To earn for living in the sense we are earning some amount of money for living in the society. So remaining activities are called as non-economical. What is the motive behind of economical activity? It is about the livelihood. They are driven by rationality, which means that if I do this, what I will get in opposite. If I do this activity, what I will get. So what is my monetary benefit or personal benefit or any other economical kind benefit? It might be anything, Nana. Maybe you might receive some kind, you might receive some money, you might receive some words, some name, some fame, some goodwill, whatever it might be. If you are receiving something in opposite, it is economical activity. If you are not receiving anything, it is just because of your selfless concern. పక్కన వాడికి ఏదో హెల్ప్ చేద్దామని అనుకుంటే అదేంటన్నా non-economical. So you can see other examples here. Manufacturing, a professor teaching in university, doctor treating the patients, farming, fishing, mining, quarrying, salespeople, drivers, etc. Non-economical means they are done emotionally, sentimental or altruism. Altruism in the sense helping others. Altruism is nothing but paropakaram, like pakkana vaadiki edo help cheddamo anukotam. Selfless concern. All human activities involved in social, religious, cultural, personal, recreational, charity, patriotic. Patriotic means devotee, like having devotion on the India or the nation. So what it might be, it is something called as patriotic activities. If you are doing these things like flag hoisting, so are you getting anything in return from the flag? Nothing. It is just your interest to do something to satisfy your own mentality and all. That is selfless concern. Love and affection, personal satisfaction, physical needs, everything are related to the non-economical activity. For example, hobbies. What type of activity it was? Non-economical, because that is doing for your purpose, which will not result in earning something. But do you think that money involvement will be there or not in non-economical? Money involvement untunda undada? In economical, there will be involvement of money pakka. In non-economical, you may not get any monetary gain in opposite. డబ్బులేం సంపాదించలేకపోవచ్చు, కానీ you have to spend something to do that activity. For example, you are donating some 10,000 rupees to a temple. We call it as a donation. What type of activity it is? Economic, non-economic? Non-economical activity. Donation to religious things and all. Non-economical. Are you getting anything? But to that activity you are spending some 10,000 rupees, right? Spending that 10,000 is making you to spend your earned income. by spending that, it is not related to economical activity. డబ్బులు ఖర్చు పెడుతున్నావు కదా అని చెప్పేది ఎకనామికల్ అవుతుందా అంటే అవ్వదు. ఇస్ ఇట్ క్లియర్ అన్న? నెక్స్ట్ వన్. సో it is interesting to know that even non-economical have an economical dimension. Next one, characteristics of economical activities. What activity, what type of things we can call it as economical? So these are income generating. What does it mean by income generating and all? Economical activities will result in earning something in opposite. Is it right? If you are doing this activity, automatically you will end up with earning something, and it will fill your pocket, it will fill your bank account also. So one may earn livelihood in several ways. It might be rendering some professional services. It might be rendering physical work. It might be rendering mental work. It might be rendering your owned resources. I may have my own bike, so I may lend my bike to another person to others. Is it clear, Nana? So I can some rental income. I can give my professional service to the others. I can get some professional fee as an income. So in these ways we can generate income by doing economical activities. It is generated in the process of production. So it is not only that we can earn only in money, we can also earn in kind too. Ante dabbule kaadu, vastuvaina sampadinchukogalamu. Next nana. So economical activities are the productive. What is the meaning of this productive, nana? Whatever is there you are doing, it is useful for the making finished commodity, final commodity, and making the service. So they will transform the raw materials to the useful form to sell them for income. Earning livelihood, it is implying that participating in the process of production. It is a process of creation of need satisfying commodity. Why you are creating this bench and tables and all, podiums and all? Why can't you keep the wood as it is? Why can't you keep the sand as it is? Why you are creating all these bricks and buildings and all? Why can't you keep the iron as it is? Because of making the some beautiful items with the iron, our eye is running with that items and all. Right? So why we are making all these things, Nana? What is the purpose behind it? Why can't you leave the water as it is? Why you are generating electricity from that? So we are creating all those commodities in order to satisfy my basic essential wants. Is it clear, Nana? That is what is activities of production. If you are leaving the water as it is, not using that for producing electricity, it is not creating any meaning for us. If you are using that water for producing something, it is creating some economical activity by production activities. So production may be done either for subsistence, that is for self-consumption, and not only for self-consumption, you can also prepare that and you can go for outsiders to produce and to sell them in the market to get some income. Production represents the supply side. So consumption is also an economical activity. Very important point. Shopping is an economical activity because we are spending the income for ourselves. Is it clear, Nana? So spending is also, consumption is also an economical activity. Consumption, spending, shopping is also an economical activity. Clear? It represents demand side of the economics. Production is organized based on demand. Different commodities compete for buyers' attention and spending. So if the consumption is not there, do you think that producer will keep on produce the commodities? For example, if no one is there to accept the there is a company called Honor, which is providing the smartphones. If no one is purchasing, demanding Honor smartphones, do you think that Honor people will keep producing the commodities? Never. They will stop it. They will check it for the other commodities in which they can have the place to supply. Is it clear, Nana? Adi kaapothe ingokati. Like next, savings, investments and wealth is also a part of economical activity. So whatever the income that we have earned will be used for either for consumption as well for the savings. Whatever the portion left over after consumption will be used for savings, and this savings will be done in the banks, financial institutions, or you can come and save in my pocket also. It's no issues, none. I will protect it for the future and will do the parties in the later years also. So unspent income can be used for the savings. The financial sector, banks, non-banking financial companies, mutual funds, everyone are used as a channels through which savings are converted into the investments and wealth. The corporate sector is also doing some savings. Even the human beings, as we also do the savings, because the pandemic situation, which was long lasted for more than a year, made us to create a habit of savings. Because if you are not having any savings in the previous years, what would happen in the future? What would happen in the lockdown time? Just imagine, many of the employees are not having sufficient work to get salary. If they don't maintain the savings, what might happen for their life? Is it clear, Nana? So savings also will create one of the important characteristic of the economical activity. Now we have seen the economical and non-economical. Now we are checking how the business is becoming an economical activity. So business includes an industry of creating many activities. Not only that, it also creates some auxiliaries to trade, that is a trade and commerce. అంటే నా బిజినెస్ లో వచ్చేవి ఒకటి ఇండస్ట్రీ అండ్ యాజ్ వెల్ యాజ్ ద సర్వీసెస్. ప్రొడక్షన్ యాజ్ వెల్ as సర్వీసెస్. ప్రొడక్షన్ ఈజ్ రిలేటెడ్ టు ద ఇండస్ట్రీ. Services is related to as well as the trade, that is buying and selling of the commodities, and as well as related activities to do the trading. For example, you have produced in this building, Nana. To reach the market, what you require now? Labor people to make loading into the transportation vehicle. Transportation vehicles to loading here and to unload in the market. You require some labor power, manpower, driving force, drivers and some other persons to help in transportation. So without these activities, can you complete the trading, like selling and buying commodities? Not happens. These are called as auxiliaries to trade, or we can also call it as aids to trade. Is it clear, Nana? All together it is called as commerce. Now let us see the points in relation to business. What is meant by business can be seen in three broad perspectives definitions. One is broader perspective. What it is? It is an activity of what? Activity of anything. Activity of many activities. Might be production, manufacturing, servicing, distributing, industry, specification, researching, technology based. It might be any activities. So that is a broader perspective definition about the business. So it comprising the entire spectrum of activities relating to production, distribution, trading and entire thing. Next, from medium perspective, it is specifically explaining about a particular type of an activity. It might be a particular type of activity or the particular type of an industry. So it might be the business in retail business, real estate business, etc. So for a narrow perspective, Nana, it is defined as one's occupation, one's doing job or one's doing the business. So business is nothing but a state of being busy in their own activity. State of being busy in their own activity. For example, I have sold my old bike for the profit of say about 6,000 rupees. Example. Now can I call it as a business of my doing and all? No, it is not my being busy. I am not being busy in selling the activity of my bikes. I am being busy in profession of teaching. I am not being busy in that activity. So that we cannot call it as a business. Then what activity I can call it as a business? For example, if all 24/7 if you are involving in selling the bikes and purchasing the bikes, then I can call it as a business. I may be a person who is having information about the persons who are ready to purchase the bike, and I am also having the information on the other hand who are ready to sell the bike in the market. If I have this much of information to do the business and all, then I can call it as my occupation. But selling for one time to profit, it is not a business. It should be your being busy nature. So for another perspective, business is defined as one's usual occupation of creating, owning, actively operating an economical organization. That is a one-time profit earning cannot be termed as business. So do you think that agriculture is a business or industry or what? Sorry? It depends. It depends అంటే నువ్వు ఎలా అర్థం చేసుకుంటావనా, ఎలా చేస్తావనా, ఎలా చేస్తావని. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, ఇఫ్ యు ఆర్ డూయింగ్ అగ్రికల్చర్ ప్రొడక్షన్ యాక్టివిటీ ఫర్ యువర్ సెల్ఫ్ కన్సంప్షన్ కొడకాయ స్వాహ, దెన్ ఇట్ ఈస్ not an economical activity. If you are doing agricultural activity for producing, manufacturing, some processing and then the finished commodities to sell in the market, then it is and comes under industry, because it is an economical activity. Your intention is to sell in the market for business, for profit. Is it clear, Nana? Let us see the points here. It depends, because we cannot say as it is. We should know the nature, how the business is processing. How the agriculture is processing. So, for example, if it is only for self-consumption, it is not a business. But under Income Tax Act, agricultural income is having some separate existence. It is exempt from tax. So, it is not an industry, hence it is not a business. For example, if it is a business, the income, whatever you are earned from this activity will be taxed. But it is not taxable here. Why? Because it is not regarded as a separate business as per the Income Tax Act. But in the same Income Tax Act, there is one more provision saying that, for example, if there is a tea business, so tea plants is there. Do you know about the tea plants and all? So if you are just making the tea plants, it is not a business. But if you are making the tea plants, providing those plants for manufacturing, producing tea beans and all, and if you are selling these tea beans to the market, then it is a business. Okay, Nana? ఒకవేళ నువ్వు ప్రొడక్షన్ చేస్తున్న యాక్టివిటీ ఒక రా మెటీరియల్ అగ్రికల్చర్ అనుకో, అది మొత్తం బిజినెస్ కింద వస్తుంది. If it is for self consumption, it is not a business. If the agriculture produce is processed and the key material is agricultural produce, then it can be treated as an industry and hence it is a business. Is it clear, Nana? Now, do you think that we have only the business as an economical activity? No. If it is as per the economics, we can say that production, distribution, exchange, consumption as economical activities. But as per the commerce things and all, if we have to define economical activity, we will define as business, employment, profession. These all three are considered as economical activity as per this. Let us see what it is and all. Employment means a person doing some contract of work under one person. Is it clear, Nana? So, it is a contract of service between the employee and the employer. Who is this employee means? Person who is doing the work. Employer is person who is providing the work to us. Clear, Nana? Next. Coming to the other one. So, this contract will give a brief explanation about what is the compensation that we are providing to the employee. If a X is a person working under one organization, then when they have contract between this organization itself, they will provide what role that X have to do, what responsibilities that X have to take care, and how much of work they have to do, what is the timing of work, what is the report that they have to submit, to whom they have to submit, who are the superior persons, who are the inferior person. So all these we need to give contract elaborate on when we are selecting one person as an employee. ఒక పర్సన్ ని అపాయింట్ చేస్తున్నప్పుడే వాడు ఏం చేయాలో, ఏం చేస్తాడో, దేనికోసం తీసుకుంటున్నామో, వాడు చేయాల్సిన యాక్టివిటీస్ ఏంటో ఇవన్నీ వాడికి ముందే చెప్పి తీసుకుంటాము. So, and they require some minimum qualifications related to educational, technical or professional and prior work experience when we are taking one person as an employee. So, it is performed as per terms of employment. We should not go beyond it. We should not go beyond the employment terms and regulations. That is, employee is not having any freedom in his activity. ఎందుకన్నా ఎంప్లాయర్ ఏం చెప్తే అదే చెయ్యాలి. ప్రెసెంట్ ఎంప్లాయీకి ఫ్రీడమ్ ఆఫ్ థింకింగ్ కానీ ఫ్రీడమ్ ఆఫ్ డూయింగ్ కానీ లేవు. నెక్స్ట్, దేర్ ఇస్ ఎ మినిమం అష్యూర్డ్ ఇన్కమ్. అంటే ఏంటన్నా, ఫర్ ఎవ్రీ మంత్ వాట్ ఎవర్ ఇట్ మైట్ బి, ఈవెన్ ఎంప్లాయర్ ఈజ్ హ్యావింగ్ ప్రాఫిట్ ఆర్ లాసెస్, ఎంప్లాయీ విల్ గెట్ fixed amount of remuneration. Even employer is enjoying with the profits, still employee will get same amount of salary. Even employer is having losses, still employee will get same amount of salary. Next, profession meaning na it is rendering of services. What is meant by profession na? So profession, we will get the profession not that easily. To become a CA, to become a doctor, to become a police. So, in order to get a license to kill somebody, we require doctor certificate. Specialized qualifications. You should do some conduct examinations, and as well as you have to overcome all the examination perspectives. You have to undergo some training. If you qualify each and every round, then only you will get a certificate of doing practice. So, it is rendering of services of specialized nature. It requires prescribed qualifications for a fee under a certificate of practice. from an established certification, accreditation, examination, assessment with impose of a code of conduct. And how you can do, how you should not do, how you can do the audit, how you should not do the audit, how you can do the operation, how you should not do. When cooking, you can make the YouTube live video to telecast, or you can view the YouTube video how to cook omelette. So when you are cooking also you can see the video, but when we are doing the operation you should not see the video. How to stitch, how to cut, how to do the operation, then those purpose you should not view the YouTube videos and all while doing it. So our professional services will tell us code of conduct, how to do, how not to do. So they can not only be the employee, they can also do their own practice, independent practice. Is associated with the perfectionism, that is every person need to undergo many circumstances, and each circumstances, even though it is hard, even though it is difficult, even though it is very very hard to succeed it, still we need to complete it with perfectionism. We should not do any, we should not commit any mistake in that. So CAs are also example for this profession, and they require a noble profession salute to the services that they are doing for the economy. And the economy can be stand because of CA, and economy also can be fell down on the road because of the CS performance also. ఒక CA పని చేస్తే ఎకనామీని స్ట్రాంగ్ గా నుంచో పెట్టగలడు, అదే CA పని చేయలేకపోతే అదే ఎకనామీని ఈజీగా పడుకోబెట్టేయగలడు కూడా. The logo of ICAI is suggested as the vigilance expected from its members and the chartered accountants. That is how you keen about every observations, every activity, how you are observing it, how you are analyzing it, how you are concentrating on it. So you might have seen the logo of ICAI. It is meant for the vigilance. Like there is something called eagle. See, you know, at whatever the height that eagle is flying out, even it may fly over the clouds, but still it can concentrately see a snake that is going on the road. It will straight away come pick the snake from the earth. That is like even it is in the forest area also. In such a way that I have the power to see that. In the same way, you should concentrate and focus on the areas where the business people can commit the mistakes, where they can hide the accounts, where they can mistakenly show the accounts in order to make some fraud, in order to commit the frauds. అవన్నీ కూడా మనం జాగ్రత్త చూసుకోలేడా. సో డిస్టింగ్విషన్ బిట్వీన్ దీస్ త్రీ యాక్టివిటీస్. మీనింగ్ తెలుసు కదా, ఇంకా బిజినెస్ అంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ అబౌట్ మెనీ యాక్టివిటీస్, ప్రొడక్షన్, మార్కెటింగ్, రిటైలింగ్, ఎవ్రీథింగ్. సో ప్రొఫెషన్ మీన్స్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ప్రొవైడింగ్ ద సర్వీస్ టు ద అదర్స్ యాజ్ పర్ ద క్వాలిఫికేషన్ కంట్రోల్ వీ హ్యావ్ ఫ్రమ్ ద కోడ్ ఆఫ్ కండక్ట్. Employment, it is rendering of services to the employee, like for the employer agreement and terms and agreements. Mode of establishment, they can do with all the legal formalities to get fulfilled. And here then we can concentratedly do our things only after obtaining membership practice certificate, that is called as a COP, certificate of practice. So here then if you have the appointment letter, that is enough for the employee to do the activity. Livelihood, for the business perspective it is a profit, and for the professional it is the amount of fee that we are charging from the clients, and for the employee salary that he is getting. Prescribed qualifications for the business, even uneducated person also can do any type of business that he require. So if you might have seen many street vendors, many people are concentratingly selling their activities, their like what in whichever the commodity they have awareness they are dealing with. Do you think that only educated persons can become the entrepreneurs? No, they can be the uneducated persons also. But to do this professional service, there is a strict strict educational requirements. But for the normal employment, even a fourth class failed person also can become an employee. So for example, if you want to become as a manager, there might be some special requirement for the MBA purpose, MBA qualification. Or if you wanted to be a finance manager, there might be requirement for the CA and all those things. So for getting employment, there might be a minimum qualification. Ethical guidance. So business can be done based upon the founder value. The business may be situated, established based upon the founder's perspective, their eagle point of view, their point of view, how we want to be. మన బిజినెస్ ఎలా ఉండాలనుకుంటున్నాము. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ రిలయన్స్ ఇస్ దర్, టాటా ఇస్ దర్, బోత్ ఆర్ వెల్ ఎస్టాబ్లిష్డ్ బిజినెస్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్స్ ఇన్ ఇండియా, బట్ రిలయన్స్ is having more portfolio of profit than the Tata business. Why so? Do you think that business is only established for earning profit? For earning maximization of profit? It is one of the objective, but it is not only the objective. If you see the Tata, every 40 paisa of 1 rupee profit will be spent on some heritage activities, will be spent on some charity activities. So there are some companies in Kerala who provided some residential activities, residential places to the flooded affected area. So floods వచ్చినప్పుడు ఇల్లులన్నీ కొట్టుకుపోతున్నప్పుడు some of the companies had provided some residential facilities to some persons who are affected, who are having homeless people, who are having homeless. For all these persons, companies also provided some services. So founder values, professional codes, employers code, investments for business we require a great amount of investments. So for this professional, of course we require some offices, some computers, some laptops and all. So we require some requirement of the investments. For employee, nothing. In book, okay? In reality, ఎక్కడికలో జాబ్ హెచ్సిఎల్ ఇన్ఫోసిస్ టీసీఎస్ పెట్రోల్ బావులా ఏం కావాలి నీకు పే చేయను అన్న 2 lakhs ఇస్తాం. Is it clear? So nowadays these may also have some initial investments. Coming to the other one, personal freedom in business. You can open your office whenever you want, but the professionalism, you have the opportunity of freedom, but not a greater extent, because our client may ask us to complete the work within this time. You have to complete that time within the provided by the employer, by the client. If not, the client will lose value. I mean, we may lose our credit worthiness, goodwill, name, fame and all. For employee, it is not like that. Whatever the employee states to do, we should do, right? Popular psychological motive, what it is then? So economical achievement. For this person's professional service to the clients, and for the employees, it is livelihood. Certainty of income. For business, can you say that every times we will end up with profits? Never. It might have possible to profit or losses, but for this person, yes, there will be some amount of profits and all after after facing all expenses. Next, for income for this employee, it will be there, right? Stability of tenure. For business, we may not know. Even for the next second, may close the business. Even for the next year, we may close the business. Even for 30 years, we can continue our business organizations. It is uncertain. It is quite certain we can do. And here, yes, we know, because our letter of appointment says how far you can continue as an employee for our organization. Transfer of interest. For business, you can transfer of interest of doing business to others. And for the normal people, it is not at all possible. Distinguishing characteristics of business. So why the business is separate from employment and profession? It is a job creator, not job seeker. If you create an employment, if you are starting a business, you are the employer. You are providing at least employment to at least 2 persons. So our organization is providing nearly about 3,000 employees in AP itself. Of course, in Telangana also we have some branches, and almost it is creating nearly 5,200 employees in India. So if you are becoming an organizer, an entrepreneur, establishment owner, you can provide some employment opportunities to others. Of course, if you are becoming an CA, chartered accountant, you can also open your office. You can also give some employment opportunities to the persons, but not as much as you can do in the business. Business లో వేల మందికి ఇవ్వచ్చు, కానీ నీ ప్రొఫెషన్ ఆఫ్ సిఏలో అంతమందికి ఇవ్వగలవా? లేదు. Provides momentum to economical growth and development. If you do the business by producing economical goods, and those economical goods will add value to the GDP, and it will increase our economical value. So it will contribute to GDP and economical growth. So because every person, entrepreneur is a innovator. You might heard about the examples, water bottle, broomstick, pen, umbrella, all these things. These are the entrepreneur coming from his innovation. There might be a pen which will help us to read when we are reading. And if you keep the pen on the examination question paper, it will read all the questions. If you just touch on the answer sheet, it will write all the answers on its own. Entrepreneur had made a pen because of their innovative abilities and all. Entrepreneurs are the persons who are there to solve our problem. right? When you are sleeping, you are keep touching your body, you are hitting your body, you are slapping on the body, your body. Why? Mosquitoes nana. You are slapping on your body to kill the mosquitoes. So this is a problem. Find out by the entrepreneur. As innovationally he made one mosquito coils, agarbatti, sambran pogala vettidu and all out missions, good night missions. All these are the innovative ideas came from the entrepreneur's mind to bring out the solutions from the problems. Investment intensive. Do you think that starting a business is that easy? No, it requires a good amount of investment. Okay, after investing, do you think that is easy, possible for each and every person? Here all are innovators. Every person have their innovating ability. Is it right? Yes, we have nana. We may not know our innovating ability, but we have the innovation ability also. But thing is, we may not concentrate on it because we require some amount of investment to start a business based upon our innovation ability to do business. ఆ బిజినెస్ చేసే హక్కు కానీ చేసే అమౌంట్ లేదు కాబట్టే మనం దాని గురించి ఆలోచించట్లా. Is it clear, Nana? That is why it is a strong barrier for us to enter into the business persons. Gestation and uncertainties. By making 1 lakh investment as a business, do you think that within 1 day it will make 2 lakhs? Within 1 year can it make 2 lakhs? Within 3 years? That is also question mark. Because it will require some period to continue, to get success, to get survive, to get growth in the business, in the society. So it requires some gestation and uncertainties also. Investments will take time to get some fruits, and it is so uncertain whether it will yield expected returns or not. So, for example, there is something example like hotel nana. You have constructed a 5-star building hotel with 125 rooms. Do you think that every day that 125 all the rooms will get occupied by the persons and all? It's not possible and all, because it's a 5-star hotel. You are charging at least 1,500 rupees per day, or at least 3,000 rupees per day based upon the facilities that you are providing to the persons who are occupying it. So do you think that everything can be successfully done? No. Systematic, organized, efficiency. See, our business is made up of with many series of actions, many activities. In order to become successful, you should make a correlation about all these activities. If you are not having a correlation, if you are not organizing these activities systematically, then our business will be in fail. నువ్వు కనుక ఉన్న యాక్టివిటీస్ని సరిగ్గా కనుక దాన్ని ఒకదానికొకటి రిలేట్ చేయలేకపోతే సస్టైనబుల్ అవ్వదు, సిస్టమ్ ఉండదు, ఆర్గనైజ్ చేయలేము. So it is not a random stray, unorganized and occasional activity. It is a consciously created system of production. These materials need to be processed, transformed, need to be marketed and sold, payments need to be collected, we need to produce, we need to sell, we need to marketing, packaging, collection of the payments, everything we need to done in a systematic manner. If you have missed any of one of the activity, it will collapse the entire system of doing the business. Objects oriented or purposeful. What it is, Nana? Profit is said to be defining motive behind the business, but it is not only the one of the objective. So it is one of the objective, it is not only the objective. What profits for Nana? This for the production, undertaking risk and bearing uncertainty. Because if an entrepreneur is doing the business, if he is not concentrating on his self work, as he had sacrificed his personal self and all to do the business, actually without doing the business or before doing the business, he is doing an employment activity in Infosys company for getting a salary of about 1,50,000 per month. But to do the business, he sacrificed entire 1,50,000 and started a business activity. Do you think that he have to get only 1 lakh now in the business? No, it is more than 1,50,000. Is it clear, Nana? That is what we have seen in the implicit cost, self-owned cost and all those things. So next one, Nana. Considerations of objectives. What we need to consider when we are making our objectives of business. So we need to say that interdependence. What it is, Nana? We are depending upon the society and the society is depending upon us. How? See, as a company, I have to depend upon the society to get raw materials, men, machinery, methods, procedures, demand, activities, all these things. And as a producer, I have to produce the commodity and sell the goods and services to the persons in the market. Is it clear, Nana? So I have to do to and fro positions for every economical. So we have to depend upon it depends upon the society, multiple stakeholders. If it is a business, there are many different institutions depend upon us. The persons who are providing credit to us and the persons who have taken credit from us. The persons who provided loan to us, the persons who had given loan to them from our business, stakeholders, shareholders, business managers, owner, entrepreneur, employee, employers, all persons will have some concerns, and as because of this society, we have to make a part of it to get some objectives. Amount of profit, what it is, Nana? It is important for living for the business. So tell me one thing, do we eat to live or live to eat? బ్రతకటానికి తింటున్నావా, తినటానికి బ్రతుకుతున్నావా? తినటానికి బ్రతుకుతున్నాం, రైట్? బ్రతకటానికి తింటున్నాం, తినటానికి బ్రతుకుతున్నాం. In the same way, whether are we doing business only for the profit or the profit for the business? Profit is just one of the elements for the business. So we are just making the profit as one of the objective, but it is not only the sole objective. Importance of customer. Without the customer, we can't do the business. So customer is regarded as a king, god of the business. So we have to maintain the customers. Performance is very much important to lead to the profits. For example, you might have invested so much of crores in establishing an organization, but if you didn't perform, if your sales representative is not able to answer the questions being asked to the customer, do you get the customers now? ఒక పెద్ద లక్షలు ఖర్చు పెట్టారా, ఒక 5 floors బిల్డింగ్ పెట్టావు, ఒక షాపింగ్ మాల్ ఓపెన్ చేసావు, అందులో సేల్స్ పర్సన్స్ నువ్వు వాడిని అడుగుతున్నావు, సార్ బట్టలు ఎక్కడ ఉన్నాయి సార్, సార్ నైట్ ఫ్యాన్స్ ఎక్కడ ఉన్నాయి సార్, సార్ ఫార్మల్ షర్ట్స్ ఎక్కడ ఉన్నాయి సార్, అడనే పో చూసుకోపోయా ఏంది గోలా అన్నాడు అనుకో, మళ్ళీ వస్తావు అడిగి అంటే the persons need to give the full highly performance to the customers, then only you can create the profits, then only you can survive for the long life. So to be able to earn a profit, the firm has to excel in all functionalities. It might be the production, selling, marketing, distributing, functioning, everything. Various objectives, very important in economical objectives. So you have to think about the profits, return on investments, efficiency, economical value added. So efficiency means it is not only about the product efficiency, it is also about the production efficiency, cost efficiency, efficiency of production and everything. So next, Nana, there should be a sales, as well as you have to maintain your market share and all. Then only you can have the economical objectives, means sales, profits, return on investments, efficiency, economical value added and the market share. Coming to the organic objectives, what is the meaning of this? So organic ante mundu బ్రతకడానికి కావాల్సింది, that is like for survival, you need to go for the things. Health in the sense, age of assets and dinner, from since how long you are maintaining this asset. For example, if you are selling the assets, it means that company is not performing well. We have to sell our commodities, not our assets, to sustain. We have to make a creation of selling our goods to get the revenue, not to get the amount by selling our assets. So how long you are maintaining those assets, how human resources, growth, diversification of capabilities and all. Community services, how we are providing education, health, this comes under social responsibilities. How as a company you are safeguarding, you are helping your hand, how you are forwarding your hand to help others, it all depends upon your social responsibilities. Heritage conservation అంటే ఏంటన్నా, మన సాంప్రదాయ కట్టుబాటులు కాపాడుకోవటం. సో యూ మైట్ హ్యావ్ అబౌట్ దిస్ విజయ్ మాల్యా, రైట్? తెలుసునా మీకు? ఎవరి నాన్న అయినా? సో కింగ్ ఫిషర్ ఎయిర్లైన్స్ ఇవన్నీ ఉన్నాయి కదా నాన్న. సో ఆ పర్సన్ Vijay Mallya, in the year of 2003-4, he had spent some lakhs and crores of amount to bring our Gandhiji's personal properties to India. Gandhiji walking stick, Gandhiji's one bowl where he will keep on eating the things and all, and Gandhiji's dress, the way of dress, so the Gandhiji's dress, the Gandhiji's wall clock, so clock nana. He used to have a hand chain of clock. Have you heard about this? Like, so he brought all these items from the England Museum to India. Why? In order to protect the heritage. Even he also purchased one sultan. Sultan belongs to all India, and he had purchased the Shivaji's sword, which was made with diamonds. He purchased for like 1.2 crores from the England, so Egypt. He brought to India. For what purpose? To protect our heritage conservation. All these things. Next, supporting community during calamities and specific responsibilities towards employees, investors, customers, suppliers. How you are treating them. Legal, respect for law in letter and spirit. So how ethical you are, how transparent you are, how truthfulness, honesty, integrity. How environmental objectives like green technology, products usage and disposable. Because you might have seen the same like movies. There might be some electronical e-wastages disposable. So the person importing so much of electronical wastage from Australia to India. Is it clear, Nana? So I don't see the movies, Nana, so I can't say. Lower emissions when you are going on bike. So you can't see anything what is going on front, because such a way the bike is emitting the smoke to the outsiders, to the back persons. So lower emissions, effective waste handling, preservation of air, this all comes under economical objectives. Clear, Nana? Next, features of ownership. It might be a bundle of rights. You might have right to open the business, close the business, run the business, start the business, initiate the business, pass the business. It's your wish. You have the right because you are the owner of the business. నీ డబ్బులు కదనా నీ ఇష్టం, కావాలంటే ఉంచొచ్చు లేదంటే క్లోజ్ చేసి లోపలికి వెళ్ళి పడుకోవచ్చు, నీ ఇష్టం. These rights accrue because a person invests money in it. So it may be owned singly or jointly. If it is owned by singly, it is called as sole proprietor. If it is owned by a family, it is called as HEF. If it is owned by many investors as a shareholders, a company. If it is owned by some persons with limited capital liabilities, LLP. So ownership can be owned by singly or it can be by the jointly also. So if it is a singly, it is called as single sole proprietorship. If it is also organized as a partnership or large group of people, that is companies. So business may be organized as a proprietary concern or corporate concern. What is the meaning of this? Proprietary concern in the sense sole proprietor. If he is a sole proprietor, the same person need to concentratedly look over the business organization activities, day-to-day activities. Each and every activity he have to take care. Even he is a person who is responsible for making the cleaning the floor. So he is also the person who will collect the money. He is also the person who will enjoy the profit. So every activity will be done by the sole proprietor. But if it is a company, it is not like that. There will be so many persons to do each and every activity. So in proprietary concern business, owners actually participate in the day-to-day working of the enterprise. In case of company form of organization, company exists as a separate person distinct from its owners. If it is a company, the company is different, owner is different, shareholders is different. So forms of business organization. So here we are going to see about the sole proprietorship. What is this, Nana? He is a person who owned and run by only one single person, sole proprietor. So there is no difference between the owner and the entity because he himself the business entity, also known as sole trader, proprietorship. He is a sole owner, risk taker, risk bearer, profits enjoyer, loss bearer, everything. This is the entrepreneurship in purest sense, also known as self-employment. So it is the easiest way because there is no restrictions to get followed. There is no rules, prescribed sections, prescribed acts to get followed. The sole proprietor is not mandatorily to get registered on under any act. So that is why it is called as unorganized sector. So the sole entrepreneur is regarded as an economical hero. For example, a person is there, a sole proprietor. He is doing business of selling potato. If he sells potatoes of 1 kg for 25 rupees, you will start bargaining for that. Is it right? In the same way, if the same potatoes were crushed, made into the potato chips and packed into a lace or bingo and they are selling that for 10 rupees, you won't open your mouth to bargain it. You will silently purchase that. How much of potatoes will be there in that packet? Kg potato 25 rupees and the grams of potato chips that you will pack it in the bingo packet will get for 10 rupees without questioning anything. Can you give it for 9 rupees 50 paise? Oh, pakabo. Can you give it for 9 rupees discount? Mala ramma. Is it clear, Nana? You are purchasing the potato chips along with the different flavors of air. అవును కదా నాన్న, ఓపెన్ చేయగల స్మెల్ వస్తుంది కదా, దానికోసం డబ్బులు కడుతున్నావు, పొటాటో చిప్స్ కోసం కాదు కదా. సో ఇఫ్ యు ఆర్ ద సోల్ ప్రొప్రైటర్, ఇఫ్ యు ఆర్ డూయింగ్ విత్ దిస్ బిజినెస్, యూ విల్ బీ క్వశ్చన్డ్ విత్ సో మెనీ థింగ్స్. You will be questioned with the bargaining also, but still it is considered as a local. But if it is a company made, it is a branded images and all. Is it clear? Let us see here. So he is considered as economical hero in that locality because he is having so much of innovation and bear the risk and uncertainty also. The owner is in direct control of all the elements and is responsible for finance, debts, loans, everything. If any unlimited liability also comes, he is a person to bear all the liabilities that he is facing. Next, it is an unorganized sector because there is no registration for this firm. Next, individually these might appear not much impact, but if you see, every street is having many sole proprietors. Every small street is having many sole proprietors. You might not see the gundu boss of jewelry shops in all the streets, but you can see the gundu boss of tea shops in every street wherever you see, wherever you go. Is it clear, Nana? It is not easy to get money. It is also not easy to start a business also. But there are many sole proprietor concerns who have started the business. Singly, solely, they can't make impact, but all together they will impact us. Kindly imagine one day, for example, if all the sole proprietors have taken a day as a holiday, imagine what can happen. సోల్ ప్రొప్రైటర్స్ అంతా కూడా ఒక రోజు హాలిడే పెట్టేశారు నన్ను, అప్పుడు ఏమవుద్ది? మీకు హాలిడే తీసుకోవాల్సిందిగా, అంతేగానన్నా. సో యూ కాంట్ డూ ఎనీ యాక్టివిటీస్. సో యూ కాంట్ ఫైండ్ ద ఆటో రిక్షా పర్సన్స్ బికాస్ హీ ఈస్ ఆల్సో ఏ సోల్ ప్రొప్రైటర్. You can't find any water packet or water selling persons because those are also the entrepreneurship. You can't find a place to have the tiffins because that is also an entrepreneurship. So in impact, it is not impact solely, but if you collectively see, that will impact entire nation. No more considerable when we take account the indirect contribution. Small is very beautiful. What are the merit plus points? They are integrated with the communities they serve. అంటే ఒక సోల్ ప్రొప్రైటర్ ఏ ఏరియాలో ఉన్నాడో అక్కడ ఉన్న వాళ్ళతో కలిసిపోతాడు, సో దట్ హీ కెన్ సెల్ బెటర్ కమోడిటీస్ టు ద ఫ్యామిలీస్. ఎంజాయ్స్ ద పీపుల్స్ ట్రస్ట్ బికాస్ ఫ్రమ్ మార్నింగ్ టు ఈవినింగ్, from days to days, season to season, years to year, you are seeing this person as he is having some mutual interest and you can have some interactions. There is a people's trust over him, simple to operate. There is a freedom of being owned by boss. You can open whenever you want, you can close whenever you don't want to continue the business. Visibility of owner, you can see the owner daily. If it is something called Reliance Digital, can you see all the topmost persons daily whenever you visit the shops and all? Can you see those persons, Nana? Can you see the Ratan Tata when you go to the Tanishq Jewelry and all these persons? I mean, sorry, Tata Enterprise and all. Can you see them? It's not possible. But in a sole proprietor, you can see, you can watch the owner. There's a personal interest of sole proprietor because it is his business. If he have taken any wrong decision, it will make the business to close down. It may not even register as a micro small business. But demerits, as he is only the one person, he can also provide a limited amount of capital, so he cannot grow the business more than locality. He can do the business only up to his locality very well. So it will limit the size of business. It is a sole bearer of the risk due to unlimited liability. In case of insolvency, the owner's personal assets are also required to meet the debt. There is uncertainty regarding entity's going concern status. If he is injured, he is sentenced to death, that's all. The business can be closed down. Sole trading concern need not register with any regulatory authorities. So products are considered as a local. These are believed to follow hire and fire policy. Whenever they require employees, they will hire. Whenever they don't want, they will fire the employees. Limitations, unlimited liability. Going concern is very big question mark because it depends upon the personal health and all. So other points you can see here. As it is not able to going concern, it cannot continue for further. That is why MNC companies could not able to have a contract with these individual concerns because they don't know when these persons will close down their business organizations. HCF Hindu Undivided family. It is a family consists of the 3 generations coming from the same paternal, that is one father will be there, who will give birth to his son and again his grandson. So what happens here is all these 3 generations will come under collectively called as a HE of business. So the head of the family is called as a Karta. If that head of the family was expired due to any reason, then the next elder men will be the Karta. The men will be the next elder person. Next elder person will be considered as a Karta, and that should be a men person. Family head will be the men. Even might be the age wise women might be there, but still we have to consider the next elder person men as a Karta. So it is a family consists of all persons from common ancestor. So there will be 3 successive generations. The definition of includes Jain, Sikh, Buddhist families also. Even if the word is used in Hindu in HF. HF లో హిందూ అని మాత్రమే ఉన్నా దాంట్లో జైన్, సిక్, బుద్ధిస్ట్ ఫ్యామిలీస్ కూడా ఉంటాయి. అంటే ముస్లిం ఫ్యామిలీ ఉండొచ్చా? ఉండకూడదు. So HF cannot be formed by a group of people who do not constitute a family. Even though you are belongs to Hindu religion, still if you are not belong to that family, you should not become a member of that family. You should not become a member of the HF. But if you want to continue, you can become an employee of the HF business. నువ్వు కంటిన్యూ అవ్వాలంటే ఎంప్లాయీ అవ్వచ్చు, కానీ మెంబర్గా అయితే అవ్వలేవు. మెంబర్షిప్ ఎలా వస్తుంది నాన్న? డబ్బులు ఇస్తేనా? ఆ వంశంలో పుట్టుకతో వచ్చిందట, బై టేకింగ్ బర్త్ ఇన్ దట్ ఫ్యామిలీ. సో దే ఆర్ ఆటోమేటిక్ co-owners. They don't need to like successfully complete any criteria conditions. They enjoy separate entity under only the Income Tax Act. So it cannot earn income from salary as per the Income Tax Act. In income tax there are 5 heads of incomes. One is salary, business income, capital gains income, house property income, other sources. But HCF can get business income, capital gains, house property, other source, but not the salary income. That is HCF cannot be an employee to any employer. Day-to-day affairs will be constantly taken over by the Karta. Succession by will or application of law of inheritance. Merits. Only family members will can join. Therefore, there is no contract or no agreement. Family involvement will make the trust among the family members because all are having blood relationship. There is instant trust among the family members. Even they don't have to conduct any formal meetings. For example, if they want to take any decision, if it is a company, they have to conduct formal meeting. But if it is a HCF, they don't require any formal meetings to be held on. అవును కదా నాన్న, మీటింగ్ పెడతాను ఈ టైంకి వచ్చి అటెండ్ అవ్వండి, ప్రెసెంట్ అవ్వండి అని చెప్పక్కల్లా వాళ్ళ ఇంట్లో కూర్చొని చక్కగా అందరూ కలిసి అన్నం తింటున్నప్పుడు కూడా బిజినెస్ గురించి మాట్లాడచ్చు కదా. సో దేర్ ఇస్ నో క్రియేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఫార్మల్ మీటింగ్స్ అండ్ ఆల్. సో prevalence of mutual trust and informality communication makes decision making quick. Business expansion is so easier because everyone will concentrate on particular activities. But demerits also is there. What is that? Ownership is as by mere birth. There might be a employee who is working from grandfather time, but still he is an employee. Even grandson is becoming owner. Grandson owner అయ్యాడు. ఇప్పుడు ఎంప్లాయీ ఏమని చెప్పాలరా? సార్ అనే పిలవాలి వాడి వయసులో చిన్న అయినప్పటికీ కూడా. సో దట్ ఈస్ వాట్ సమ్ వాట్ ఇట్ ఈస్ సమ్ డిస్గస్టింగ్ ఫీచర్ టు ద అవుట్ సైడర్స్. డ్యూ టు అన్లిమిటెడ్ లయబిలిటీ ఇన్ కేస్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్సాల్వెన్సీ, కర్తాస్ పర్సనల్ అసెట్స్ ఆర్ ఆల్సో బీయింగ్ లయబుల్. But for the members, Nana, there will be liability only to the share in the common property. There is uncertainty as to fate of the HCF concern because the HCF might be divided into the micro families. When you are uniquely doing the business, it comes under HCF, undivided family. If the family was divided into parts, there will be no HCF. Partnership. These persons will start business on contract called as partnership deed. It might be oral or written. It might be registered under register of firms or not. It is not that of mandatorily to get registered. But if it get registered, it is having some benefits. So the persons, parties, contractual co-ownership are called as partners. Partnership Act 1932 provides legal framework and features contractual co-ownership of business. Hence, a valid agreement is must for partnership. It might be oral or written. the deed may be registered in India under the Partnership Act 1932. Now this is the important point, Nana. As per Companies Act 1956 Act, that is old one. So what is the maximum partners can be present in a bank is only 10. Only 10. For any other firm, it is like 20 members. But now that was changed. As per the Companies Act 2013, one second, Nana. 2013, the maximum persons can be in a partners is 100%. But there are some rules for Companies Act, amended rules of 2014 said that the maximum persons in partnership cannot beyond the 50. Now what is the latest one? 50. What is the amended rules? 50. Is it clear, Nana? So Act may say something, but Act have to complied as per the rules prescribed. So rules అని చెప్పింది ఎందుకు? Is it clear, Nana? వాడు బ్యాంకింగ్ ఫర్మ్స్ అని స్పెసిఫిక్ గా అడిగితే 10 మెంబర్స్ చెప్పండి నాన్న అంటే వాడు 56 యాక్ట్ ప్రకారంగా చెప్తున్నాడు అని అర్థం. అలా కాకుండా మాక్సిమం నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ పార్ట్నర్స్ అని సింపుల్ గా అడిగేస్తే 50 అని చెప్పేసాను. అలా కాకుండా స్పెసిఫిక్ గా బ్యాంకింగ్ అని అడిగితేనన్నా 10. లాస్ట్ అటెంప్ట్ లో అడిగిన క్వశ్చన్ ఇది, వాట్ ఇస్ ద మాక్సిమం పార్ట్నర్స్ కెన్ బి ఇన్ ద బ్యాంకింగ్ ఫర్మ్స్. As per which act? Doesn't mention anything. So we need to take it as per the previous act, that is 10 members. So that is 2 points. It cannot be formed for non-business purposes. అంటే ఏంట్రా, ఎవరినో చంపడానికి మన నలుగురం కలిసి వెళ్ళకూడదు, పార్ట్నర్షిప్ అవ్వదు. ఓకేనా, బిజినెస్ చేయడానికి పార్ట్నర్షిప్ గా ఫామ్ అవ్వాలి. అంటే ఇఫ్ యూఆర్ ప్రొవైడింగ్ ఎన్ సోషల్ ఎంటర్ప్రైజ్ ఫర్ నాట్ ఫర్ ప్రాఫిట్, ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ ఏ బిజినెస్, ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ ఏ పార్ట్నర్షిప్. మెరిట్స్, even artificial person, that is a company can become a partner in my business. It also arrays of funds beyond the resource of one person. There is a pooling of risk, and of course one partner will work for the others and others also will work for entire partnership. So mutual trust is there, mutual agency is there, because one person work for the others, others will work for one person. Next, demerits. Unlimited liability. If any insolvency comes into the picture, even the partner's assets also comes under the liability picture. So due to mutual agency, if one person committed any fraud or mistake, that will have impact on the others also. Is it clear, Nana? Next, it is not easily transferable. Can you transfer the entire partnership to the others? No. You can admit any partner by the agreement only. It is called as partnership deed and all. There we will provide all partnership profit sharing ratios also. Registration of firms will the authority of the register of firms provide certain advantages. Since it is out of contract, it also sees in the same way. అంటే కాంట్రాక్ట్ ద్వారానే క్లోజ్ చేసేసుకోవచ్చు. ఒక పర్సన్ డెత్ అయిపోయింది నాన్న, ఆటోమేటిక్ ఏమవుతుంది, మొత్తం కూడా క్లోజ్ అవుతుంది. మళ్ళా మనం దాన్ని రీస్టార్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు కావాలంటే, లేదంటే అక్కడతో ఆపేయచ్చు కూడా. So there is a difference between these things, nana. Creation, agreement, కానీ ఇక్కడ nana by birth. Number of members 50, ఇక్కడ unlimited. ఆ ఫ్యామిలీ ఉన్న వాళ్ళు. రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ నాట్ కంపల్సరీ, ఇక్కడ కూడా అసలు అవసరమే లేదు. ఇన్కమ్ ట్యాక్స్ యాక్ట్ ప్రకారంగా స్పెషల్ స్టేటస్ కూడా వచ్చేస్తుంది. మేనేజ్మెంట్, ఇక్కడ ప్రతి ఒక్కడు కూడా మేనేజ్ చేయొచ్చు, కానీ ఇక్కడ నైనా కర్త ఒక్కడే మేనేజ్ చేస్తాడు. అథారిటీ టు బైండ్ అదర్స్, వన్ పార్ట్నర్ కెన్ మేక్ ఎంటైర్ పార్ట్నర్షిప్ ఫర్మ్ టు బైండ్. ఇక్కడనైనా కర్త మెయిన్ గా ఫ్యామిలీ బిజినెస్ లోకి ఎంటర్ అవుతూ ఉంటాడు. లైబిలిటీస్, హియర్ ఇట్ ఈస్ అన్లిమిటెడ్, బట్ కర్తాస్ లైబిలిటీ is unlimited, other persons have limited liability. Right to verify accounts, every partner can have the right to verify all the things. Here on separation, a member is not entitled to get further records. Governed by Partnership Act, here Hindu law. Position of minor, yes, here minor can be a partner only for enjoyment profit purpose, not for the laws bearing on all these things, so any other activities and all. But here minor can become a member of, by birth itself he can become, the time of crying itself he can become the member of the HCF. Is it clear, Nana? Continuity, so partnership can continue, so but it will dissolve by maybe insolvency or because of closure or death. But here, Nana, it will be separated when the HCF was divided into the different families. Death of a partner leads to dissolution, but here it will keep continuing with the other family members. LLP, partnership is unlimited liability, but LLP is a limited liability. So it is a partner's liability is very limited. This combines the advantage of partnership and as well as the company corporate entities. LLP Act 2008 provides a legal framework it has to be mandatorily incorporated. That is, it has to be get registered under the Act, LLP Act 2008, Partnership Act 1932. Ministry of Corporate Affairs will take the apex body regulations on these bodies. Upon incorporation, as you are registered under this organization, you will be with the student registration number, right? The same way, as you have registered mandatorily under this LLP Act, you also get something called LLP identification number. The features of mandatory incorporation tells us that there is a separate legal status about the LLP and all. It has a life of its own as a perpetual succession of ownership. If any of the partner got death, then can you dissolve the company? No, it can continue because as it got registered, it got separate legal entity status. Even company can become a partner as a LLP and it is pooling of risk. No uncertainty as going concern, because if one of the partner got expired, remaining partners can continue the partnership of LLP. But in the partnership case, it is not like that. If one partner got sentenced to death, the partnership got dissolved and again we have to restart it with the new one. There is no limit on maximum number of partners. You can create the LLP with the entire Indian population. LLP for all designated partners. So the mandatory brings the firm under the regulatory purview. When you have the registration done, automatically you are the person to submit many reports to the organizer, MCA, controller and all those things, demerits. So there are more regulatory compliances because you have to comply everything and the cost also is there to provide these activities. What is the difference between the partnership and LLP? Unlimited liability here, limited liability. Not mandatory for registration, but here it is a mandatory. Not a legal entity, but here it is separate status. Minimum, maximum is there, but there is no maximum limit. And here the registration is by the firms, but here it is a Ministry of Corporate Affairs. There is no compliances to follow, but here the compliances is there to follow. Every partner will work as an agent. Here there is no mutual agency. So that is about the LLP. Now the company, super. Company means there are many owners who will provide some type of investment in their business. Clear, Nana? Called as owners, shareholders. It is a flag bearer of the corporate business. It is a body corporate having an existence independent of all its members. It is having separate name, separate address, separate stamp, separate legal entity status, separate life, separate death. Everything is separate from the members. The word company is nothing but a association of two or more persons, but now the Companies Act 2013 Act also given some specific provision to form a one-person company. That is, one person can be a leader to do all the activities. It is also provided for the small company, dormant company. What it is, Nana? This is the company formed not to do more activities. It is a silent company. It is a sleeping company. It is a dormant company. It is created to do significant transactions in the future. తర్వాత చేద్దాంలే అనుకుని ఇవాళ స్టార్ట్ చేసుకున్నాము. So two major corporate or private and public. But whatever the company might be, the common points are memorandum of association, incorporation certificate, commencement of business certificate is required for the public company, articles of association, that is rules, regulations, objectives, that what we need to follow. Everything is need to be filed for the company. MOU will tell us about the objectives. Articles of association will tell about the internal regulations. So they will issue the prospectus, that is like called as invitation to offer for the public. So they elaborate provisions in Companies Act and SEBI Act will make entire public company to run as per the needed provisions. The Companies Act focus on elaborate system of corporate functioning and SEBI focus on regulations of share market, capital market. So it should be compulsorily go for the auditing its accounts. Subsequent trading of shares is seen in the SEBI stock market, secondary market and all. The Indian sector is numerically dominated by private companies. Why? Because private companies is having some such privileges not to comply all the regulation activities. If it is a public company, there are many compliances to get followed. So privatization equivalent. Private company minimum number 2 persons. Public company 7. Maximum numbers 200. And here a person cannot sell the shares to the outsiders. Within the 200 only they have to deal the shares. But in the public company, it is not like that. You can sell to any other unrelated person. Restrictions on transfer is there. Here there is no restrictions. Directors minimum number 2 and for the public it is 3. there are so many of committees to be evolved in public company, but in private company it is not required, like audit committee, CSR committee, board of directors committee, so many commitment. Commencement of business certificate is required for the public. It is not required for the business. Just incorporation certificate is necessary for the business to start in the private limited company. Compliances, there are lesser compliances. For the public company, there are many compliances to be followed through the Companies Act and as well as the SEBI. So that's all about our first chapter of Introduction to BC Canada. I hope I covered many of the topics and all. So if you have any doubts, you can ask. 2 minutes, Nana. If you have any doubts, you can ask now. So all are MCQs. Normal. Repetitive. Where is the first year? How many chapters are being covered in this lecture? Except this organization. Time charge. Atapa meet avani. Then all okay? Any doubts? So, can we? Next chapter, Lena. Business environment. So, what it is? What it is? Any idea? Make it is this is our business. Our business is having some relationship with entire world as well as some internal world also. So, the things which are within the organization is called as internal environments. The things which are outside the organizations is called as, among this external, that again divided into two parts. One is micro environment part of external environment, macro environment part of external environment. What are these two? This micro consists of the persons to whom I have deal daily, to the persons from whom I will get some commodities that I require, like banking and all, to the places where I will keep on monitoring the demand and supply nature. Right, Nana? So, there are also the other things, that is organization, that is within inside. So, how these are making some changes, like intermediaries. These are all are parts of micro environment part of external. Why we need to concentrate on these micro? See, when we are one business organization, our level of success depends upon making satisfaction of customers, providing services to the suppliers, having a legitimacy contract with the market, having a contractual relationship with the employees, managing directors, board of directors, owners, stakeholders, shareholders. If you could not have the connection with these people, if you don't know what they are expecting, if you don't know what they want to get from us, you cannot survive in the environment for the long life. So, and as well as our business is also being affected by the competitions that we have outside. If without competition, you can't imagine the business world to sustain for the life. So, if without having competition with a strong level, you can't imagine the success of any business organization. So these are the persons who are having daily contact with us. So studying about this micro environment is also called as a task environment. This is particularly belongs to my company. For example, if I am the Samsung company anukundam, అప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందన్నా హువాయ్ కంపెనీ, హానర్ కంపెనీ, ఒప్పో కంపెనీ, ఇంకా వివో కంపెనీ. సో LTE phones is there of the Jio, right? So those phones and then OnePlus phones all are competitor to my business. అర్థమైందా? I have to keep track on the competitors, how they are doing the business. If I don't have track on them, then I may lose my customers, some of them. అర్థమైందన్న? This is called as a task environment. There might be some other business also, like Cipla. Do you think it is a competitor for me? It is one of the organization in the society. It is not having any contact with me. Is it clear, Nana? Right. But some of the scientists, example I am saying, some of the scientists said that if you keep on using the Samsung smartphone or any smartphone continuously by keeping your phone on a shut pocket, it will may impact on your heart beating system. If you take one medicine from Cipla company, your heartbeat will be normal. అంటే ఇండైరెక్ట్ గా నా బిజినెస్ దీనిపైన డిపెండ్ అయిందా లేదా? అర్థమైందన్న? డైరెక్ట్ గా ఇంపాక్ట్ అవ్వట్లేదు అనుకుందాం, కానీ ఇండైరెక్ట్ గా నాకు ఇంపాక్ట్ ఉందా లేదా? ఇప్పుడు ఆ సిప్లా కంపెనీ లేదనుకో, టాబ్లెట్ కొండెవడో, సామ్సంగ్ కంపెనీ ఆటోమేటిక్ పడిపోద్ది కదా నాన్న. అంటే somehow the external macro environmental factors also will have impact on my organization. Is it clear, Nanna? Bharat Petroleum, it is one of the company in the entire world, but it is not having any contact with my Samsung company. అర్థమైందా? Is it clear, Nanna? So there might be some other companies like Indian Oil Company or some other companies like Reliance, Infosys, Wipro, Flipkart, Amazon, all these things. Clear, Nanna? These are all the external forces which might have indirect impact on my organization. Banks, SBI Bank. If a SBI Bank is not providing an EMI credit facility through the credit card, Flipkart is not allowing Samsung phones to get sold in the market. ఎక్కడ SBI, ఎక్కడ ఫ్లిప్కార్ట్, ఎక్కడ సామ్సంగ్. అంటే ఇవి వాటిల్లో బ్యాంకింగ్ టర్మినాలజీస్లో ఒకవేళ క్రెడిట్ పాలసీలో చేంజెస్ వలన నా బిజినెస్కి ఇంపాక్ట్ ఉంటుంది కదా నాన్న. దిస్ ఆల్ అబౌట్ అవర్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్. సో in order to make your business so successful, you should study what environment will affect you, how it is impact on you, and how you as organization can impact the entire environment. So what is the business environment? It consists of many factors. It consists of many external factors, forces, conditions that will have some impact on the business decisions, strategies, action taken by the firm. Is it clear, Nanna? Now, Samsung could not able to get support from the SBI credit card section. So what Samsung had done? Samsung had created its own strategy by providing, hello my Samsung customers, kindly come to visit directly the Samsung website. I will provide the EMI facility directly. SBI వాడి పట్ల వాడించాడు, అవునా నీకు అట్లా ఉందా అంటే నువ్వు లేకపోతే నేను చేసుకోలేను బిజినెస్, చేసుకుంటా చూసుకో కావాలంటే దమ్ముంది నా దగ్గర అని సామ్సంగ్ వెబ్సైట్ లో వాడే ఇచ్చాడు, తీసుకోండి అప్పుడు నేనే ఇస్తున్నా, వాడిచ్చేదంటే నాకు అని సామ్సంగ్ వాడి ఇస్తున్నాడు. అంటే ఇప్పుడు ఎక్స్టర్నల్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ వల్ల మన స్ట్రాటజీ మార్చేసుకున్నాం కదా నన్ను. దిస్ ఆల్ అబౌట్ అవర్ మేకింగ్ అవర్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ విల్ మేక్ అవర్ థింగ్స్ టు గెట్ చేంజెస్. వీ విల్ అడాప్ట్ ద చేంజెస్, అంటే కొత్తగా ఆలోచిస్తాం. According to Glick and George, environment includes factors outside the firm which can lead to opportunities or threats to the firm. Because now, if SBI is providing credit facility, that is an opportunity for my Samsung company. It will make my company to increase my sales. If SBI is not providing opportunity of a credit facility, what happens? If banking is not accepting to provide a credit, then what happens? SBI sales తగ్గే అవకాశం ఉంది కదా నాన్న. అప్పిస్తే అవసరానికి మించి కొనేస్తాం, అప్పు లేకపోతే ఎంత డబ్బు ఉందో అక్కడ దాకా కొనుక్కుని అట్టు పెట్టేసుకుంటాం. ఇప్పుడు దానివల్ల సామ్సంగ్ సేల్స్ ఫోన్స్ పోయిందా లేదా అంటే దానివల్ల నాకు థ్రెట్ కూడా క్రియేట్ అవుతుంది, అదే బ్యాంకింగ్ వల్ల ఆపర్చునిటీ కూడా క్రియేట్ అవుతుంది. సో నౌ వాట్ ఐ కెన్ డూ నౌ, యాజ్ మై సామ్సంగ్ ఈజ్ హ్యావింగ్ సపరేట్ డొమైన్ వెబ్సైట్, I can make my strength to mitigate the loss of threat. థ్రెట్ వల్ల వచ్చిన లాసెస్ని నేను ఇప్పుడు నా స్ట్రెంగ్త్ వల్ల లైక్ ఓవర్కమ్ చేస్తున్నాను. నెక్స్ట్ ఇంపార్టెన్సా కాదా చెప్పినాను. ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ చదువుకోవడం ఇంపార్టెంటే కాదా? చాలా ఇంపార్టెంటే కదా నాన్న. So let us see here. The success depends upon the environment. Business not only recognize the different elements of environment but also respect the changes, adopt the changes and manage. Adopt అంటే ఏంటన్నా? మనం దానిని స్వీకరించి కొత్తగా ఆలోచిస్తున్నాం. ఓకేనా? సో ఇది వేర్రా. అడాప్ట్ అంటే జస్ట్ తీసేసుకోవడం అంతే. ఇదేంటి తెలుసా? అడాప్ట్ అంటే నువ్వు రిసీవ్ చేసుకుంటున్నావు, దానికి తగ్గట్టుగా రియాక్ట్ కూడా అయిపోతున్నావు. అంటే స్ట్రాటజీ దానికి తగ్గట్టుగా మార్చుకోగలుగుతున్నావు. ద బిజినెస్ షుడ్ నాట్ ఓన్లీ అడాప్ట్ ద చేంజెస్, ఇట్ షుడ్ బి అడాప్ట్ ద చేంజెస్. It have to change, it have to receive the changes, it should revive the changes, it have to react to the changes happening in the environment. అవన్నీ తెలియాలంటే ముందు అసలు చుట్టుపక్కల ఏం జరుగుతుందో నాకు తెలియాలి కదా నాన్న. It must continuously monitor. That is why we have to keep eye on the competitor. We have to keep eye on the customers. We have to keep eye on the other persons. If you have started the business of selling earphones, do you think that you can get the customers now? ఇయర్ ఫోన్స్ అని ఉంటాయన్నా, సెల్ ఫోన్ నుంచి పాటలు వినడానికి కానీ లేదంటే మాట్లాడుకోవడానికి కానీ ఆ ఫోన్కి కనెక్ట్ చేసి 2 చెవులకి ఇక్కడ ఉంటుంది అనమాట. దాని ద్వారా మనకు ఫోన్లో వచ్చేవన్నీ వినొచ్చు. దాన్ని ఇయర్ ఫోన్స్ అంటూ ఉంటాం నాన్న. ఇఫ్ యూ స్టార్ట్ దిస్ బిజినెస్ కెన్ యూ గెట్ ద కస్టమర్స్ నా? ఎందుకని? ఏ టూత్? ఆహా, ఇయర్ పాడ్స్, ఇయర్ డివైజెస్, ఆన్ ఇయర్ డివైజెస్, Bluetooth devices, Bluetooth earphones, Bluetooth headphones. Is it clear, Nana? The head may not be the smart, but the head should be connected with the smart devices. Right? So we require the smart Bluetooth devices to get operated, right, Nana? So మనం మానిటర్ చేస్తేనే అప్పుడు మనం ఇయర్ ఫోన్స్ బిజినెస్ పెట్టాలా లేదా ఇయర్ ఫోన్స్ విత్ కంబైన్డ్ విత్ బ్లూటూత్ కనెక్షన్ అవి తీసుకోవాలని అర్థమవుతుందన్న. ఇవన్నీ ఎప్పుడు తెలుస్తుంది మనకి? కంటిన్యూస్గా మనము ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ని స్టడీ చేస్తూ ఉన్నప్పుడే తెలుస్తుంది. ఎందుకోసం ఇదంతా కూడా? టు సర్వైవ్ అండ్ టు ప్రాస్పర్ ద చేంజెస్. ఇస్ ఇట్ క్లియర్ నాన్న? సో అబౌట్ దీస్ థింగ్స్ ఇస్ ఇంపార్టెంట్. నౌ వాట్ ఎల్స్ వీ విల్ స్టడీ ఇన్ దిస్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ చాప్టర్? Internal environment, external. It is all about within the organization. Within the organization, what is our mission, objectives, structure, corporate culture, who is a superior person, who is a subordinate, who is the employee, how the marketing system is going on. Entirely is called as internal environment. But this chapter we will concentrate on external environment. Next, micro, macro. So micro is about all the cosmic. Cosmic and customers, organization, suppliers, market, intermediary, competitors. Is it clear, Nana? So this is called as cosmic. COSMIC. In short, we can call it as a cosmic. And here this is called as something called pestle. So that is also we will see. Next, internal environment. What it is, Nana? It is within the organization. If you want to change entire mission, vision, objective, you can change. Because it is within the control. All internal environment will be under my control and I can change anything whatever I want. If it is external, it is beyond my control. It is out of my control. I cannot change entire thing as per my wish. So it consists of multiple elements including management, employee, leadership styles. Also include the factors like organization's mission statement, leadership styles and everything. In external environment, can you operate your business within these 4 walls? Can you operate in a vacuum, in a air, in a zero environment? No, we have to always contact with the strangers, customers, suppliers, competitors, intermediary, suppliers, in all these persons. So it should not be done in a vacuum. It have to react to what happens outside the factory and within the office walls. So the factors that exist outside the business are known as external factors. These will affect the internal functions, objectives and strategies of business enterprises. Is it clear, Nana? So it is of 2 types. One is micro as well as the macro environment. What is called as micro environment? Micro and Nana? It is for the small area. It is a specific industry. See, just now we have seen that all these customers, suppliers are specific to my Samsung company. There might be a customer who is purchasing a banana. Is a customer for the banana market. But I am concentrating on the customer who is a customer for the Samsung market. అంటే ఈ మైక్రోలో ఉన్నవన్నీ కూడా నా ఇండస్ట్రీ స్పెసిఫిక్. మ్యాక్రోలో కస్టమర్స్ ఉంటారు నాన్న. ఎవరు వీళ్ళు? ద పర్సన్స్ హూ ఆర్ నాట్ ఓన్లీ ద సామ్సంగ్ కస్టమర్స్, మేబీ ద కస్టమర్స్ ఫర్ ద అదర్ కమోడిటీ సర్వీస్ ఆల్సో. They may be a customer for the safety pin. They may be a customer for the purchasing of a helicopter. Might happen. ఇక్కడ ఉన్న వాళ్ళంతా ఎవరినన్నా నా ఇండస్ట్రీ కస్టమర్స్. Is it clear? Next, it is related to small area or immediate periphery of an organization. So it influences on organization's regularity and directly. Under this, we need to analyze the factors like customers, supplier, cosmic. It is also called as a task environment. So it is a specific environment. The customers what I am analyzing now, when the private tools operators are analyzing their customers, those customers are different from the Samsung customers. అర్థమైందనన్నా? ఒక పిజ్జా, డామినోస్ పిజ్జా వాడు ఉన్నాడు. వాడి యొక్క కస్టమర్ అనాలిసిస్ చేస్తున్నప్పుడు సామ్సంగ్ కస్టమర్ గురించి ఆలోచించాడు, వాడి కస్టమర్ గురించి ఆలోచిస్తూ ఉంటాడు. దీస్ ఆర్ ద స్పెసిఫిక్ కస్టమర్స్. We need to address the following. So how many employees we have, what are their characteristics, how much customer base is there, in how many ways we are doing its finances, how many suppliers is there, and what is the local community, what is the direct competition we have. Then macro environment nana, it is consist of like demography, economical, socio-cultural, political, legal systems, technological developments. This has broader dimensions than the internal things. So this constitutes affects the working of all the firms, not only the Samsung. It is also affecting the Flipkart, also affecting the Cipla, also affecting the like some other companies. అంటే ఇవన్నీ కూడా మన కంపెనీ గురించి కాదు, అందరికీ వర్తిస్తుంది. It is largely external to the firm, beyond the direct influences, not affect the business decisions regularly, but they occur over the longer time period. This is about the macro environment. We'll see the differences and we'll close the session for this time nana. Micro అంటే ఏంటన్నా? These factors which is operate with immediate layer. Macro అంటే these are largely external to the firm. On macro I cannot influence directly. Even macro cannot influence on organization directly. It affects the functioning, operating level. It affects the survival and existence of the firm. This influence the business firm directly. This influence indirectly. These are controllable. These are beyond the control. Changes noticed immediately. This will take some time to notice the changes that are happening in the macro environment. So from this topic number 5, we will see in the next session, that is after 11:30. So have a break of 30 minutes, Nana. We'll meet again here. Thank you. Okay. Then yes, you can sit down now. Thank you. Okay. So, what topic we have seen in the last class, Nana? So, we seen what is environment first of all, why it is required to analyze. Why it is required to analyze, is it right? And we also seen what is meant by the micro and macro. In short, micro environment is also called as task environment or specific environment. We can call in any manner. Micro environment is always related to a specific industry things. That is our customers, our competitors, our intermediaries, our suppliers, and all these things. Is it right, Nana? So, coming to the macro environment, these are the factors common for every organization in the society. Clear, Nana? So, for every human being, for every organization, it is very much essential to know what is the environment surrounded for it. దాని చుట్టుపక్కల ఏముందో తెలుసుకుంటేనే అప్పుడు ఎలా రియాక్ట్ అవ్వాలో మనకు అర్థమవుతుంది కాబట్టి ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ స్టడీ అంత ఇంపార్టెంట్. So let us start with this topic number 5, elements of micro environment. So what is this micro environment? This consists of the factors which can affect the business firms in the daily things and all. అంటే ఏంటన్నా బిజినెస్ ఫర్మ్స్ ఏవైతే ఉన్నాయో వాటికి ఇంటర్నల్గా కానీ లేదంటే మన మైక్రో ఎన్విరాన్మెంటల్గా ఉన్న ఫ్యాక్టర్స్, హౌ ఇట్ ఈస్ గెటింగ్ ఇంపాక్ట్ ఆన్ అస్, హౌ ఇట్ ఈస్ రిలేటెడ్ టు అస్, వీ షుడ్ నో అబౌట్ దిస్. So in the daily operating level, these are specific to individual firm. That is what we have seen Samsung. Competitors only for Samsung company, suppliers only for Samsung company, intermediaries, suppliers, distribution channel only for Samsung company. That's all related for the Samsung. It's okay. Don't eat all chocolates now. I know the sounds and all. It's okay. Please be quiet. We will continue this class as it is. Okay na? The chocolate la apandra inka. అసలు ఎక్కడ మరి ఓకేనా? కుదిరే అయిపోయింది, చాక్లెట్ అయిపోయింది, మొత్తం పోయింది లోపలికి, రేపు పొద్దున బయటకు వచ్చింది, వెయిట్ చేయి. మైక్రో ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ అన్న, ఇట్ కన్సిస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ ద ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ విచ్ ఆర్ వెరీ స్పెసిఫిక్ టు అవర్ ఇండివిజువల్ ఫర్మ్. సో దీస్ ఆర్ controllable at certain extent. Now what are those elements? One is competitors. So first of all we should know what are the competitors to us. Competitors refers to those entities that compete for resources as well as markets. If I am Samsung, Vivo, Oppo, Huawei, Honor, OnePlus, all these will fight for my customers also. As well as I will fight for the things what I will use as my resources. In the same way, they also fighting for the resources to get for them. It is also said that competition will shape the business. If there is no competition, do you think that Samsung company will provide all updates to us frequently? Never. So Apple will come with only one commodity per 2 years or 1 year. But Samsung will come up with 2 to 3 different variants of smartphones. Why? Because if it is not proactively reacting, automatically its a competitor will take the position of Samsung. Is it clear, Nana? So we should know what is competition, what are my competitors, what are their strength. If you want to be so successful, you know what to do? For example, you are the car manufacturing people. Before you were entering into the industry of car manufacturing, there are many organizations already settled in the society to providing for car manufacturing and all. Then what position you can take? The last position. How can you overcome all the competitors to reach the first position? Ela ravachu munduki. You should do the things what have not done by them. వాడేం చేయలేదో అవి నువ్వు చేయాలి. అప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది ఆటోమేటిక్గా? యూ కెన్ బీ దెన్ ద బెస్ట్ అండ్ మోస్ట్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఫస్ట్ పొజిషన్ దాన్ ద ఎనీ అదర్ పర్సన్, నో మ్యాటర్ హౌ, since how long they are in the business. If you have done the job which was not done by others, you are be highlighted by any other people. అంతే కదా నాన్న? Then others will try to compete with you with that. అప్పుడు నువ్వేం చేయాలి? ముందు నీ కాంపిటీషన్ ఏంటో తెలుసుకుంటే, ఎవడున్నాడో తెలిస్తే, ఎంతమంది ఉన్నాడో తెలిస్తే అప్పుడు నువ్వు ముందుకు వస్తావు. Tata Docomo was successfully made by this activity because before Docomo there are many providers for cellular networks, but Tata Docomo had occupied a best position. How come? Why? Ela? Because it is used to charge per second. All the providers are charging for minute. Tata Docomo started to charge per second, paisa per second, 2 paisa per second. Automatically it is done what is not done by the previous persons. అర్థమైందన్నా? అంటే ముందు మన కాంపిటీటర్స్ గురించి తెలుసుకోవాలి. ఇట్ మైట్ బి ద డైరెక్ట్ కాంపిటీషన్ ఆర్ ఇండైరెక్ట్ కాంపిటీషన్. లిసన్ కేర్ఫుల్లీ. వాట్ ఈస్ డైరెక్ట్ కాంపిటీషన్? వాట్ ఈస్ డైరెక్ట్ కాంపిటీషన్? ఏ పర్సన్ ఈజ్ is feeling so hungry. He went to a street, a market where one side is Domino's Pizza, other side is Pizza Hut. Is it clear? Now these two are having direct competition because both are providing similar, substitutable, same commodities. Is it clear, Nana? So that is called direct competition. It is between the organizations which are in the same business activity, selling same kind of commodity related to each other. Example, shampoo market. Next, indirect competition. Now what it is? Now there is a competition for Pizza Hut provider, Domino's Pizza Hut provider. Is it clear, Nana? Domino's Pizza shop ఓనర్ కి, పిజ్జా హట్ ఓనర్ కి కూడా ఇప్పుడు ఏమైంది? బిజినెస్ కి కాంపిటీషన్ ఉంది అని అర్థమైందా? Now what is indirect competition? Can anyone? Product different. Okay. Product different అయినప్పుడు కాంపిటీషన్ ఎలా వచ్చింది మనకి? సాటిస్ఫై సేమ్. ఓకే. ఇంకా a simple example, Nana. A simple example. Now there is something called X industry, Y industry. Okay, na? X is an industry which is providing high luxury car, and Y is an industry which is providing higher cost of traveling. What we can say, there will be some plans, right? Tourist plans, 3 days 4 nights in China. So there will be some tourist plan also. Some persons will go and visit there. Is it clear, Nana? ఇప్పుడు ఇద్దరికి వచ్చే కస్టమర్లు ఎవడై ఉంటాడు? మాక్సిమం రిచ్ పీపుల్ అవుతారు కదా. ఆటోమేటిక్గా ఇప్పుడు ఏమవుద్ది? రిచ్ పీపుల్ అనే కస్టమర్లకి వీళ్ళిద్దరు కాంపిటీషన్లో ఉంటారా? దీస్ కాల్డ్ ఇండైరెక్ట్ కాంపిటీషన్. ఇస్ ఇట్ క్లియర్, Nana? 2 different industries serving the same customers will have indirect competition. 2 companies providing same commodity to satisfy same want to the customers, they will have direct competition. Providing different commodities but to the same level, same people, same status, these will have indirect competition. I hope it is clear. Okay, now next, the major questions to be addressed are: who are our competitors? What are their present strategy? What are the most aggressive and powerful competitors? అంటే మనకి కాంపిటీటర్స్ దగ్గరగా ఉన్నది ఎవడు, వాడి స్ట్రాటజీ ఏంటి, మనల్ని మించి కస్టమర్లు ఎందుకు అక్కడ వెళ్తున్నారు, we should know what they are doing. Next, organization and is self analysis. అంటే నేను organization to be successful, first we should know what is our self interest or self analysis, or we can say the strength and weaknesses. For example, if you don't know how you are, what you are, do you have the capability to catch the train which is going on 120 kilometers per hour? It may not be possible, but you may able to catch the train when it is initiating its speed in the platform. Is it right? When it is starting from the one station to the other, you might be able to catch that train, that moving train. But the same moving train, when it is going with 120 kilometers per hour, can you catch that train? Not possible. Is it clear? Or can you jump out of the train? You can jump, but don't know whether we can be watching our Facebook, or we don't know whether somebody will message us, oh sorry, deep condolences. We don't know, right? మన ఫేస్బుక్ మనం చూస్తాం అర్థం కాదు, లేదంటే మన మొహ పుస్తకం, మన ఫేస్బుక్ మొహ పుస్తకం ఇంకోటి చూస్తారు అర్థం కాదు. We can't say anything that, right? So in the same way, first we should know what is our internal analysis and self analysis. So that comes under very most important part of micro environment analysis. This understanding makes your own strength and weaknesses. So what will be there in this? These consist of specific organizations, groups that are likely to influence an organization, which are made up with common goal. That is, first one, owners. Who are these? The persons who have invested money of their own resources into the business organization. Now first, when they are investing, they may have some points. I want to make my company to reach that position. So what is the common goal they want to achieve by the company organizations? Owners. It might be individual, shareholder, groups, organizations, some leading banks, some persons who are with having major financial support to the organizations, have major stake. They form a crucial part of organization because they will have the interest of well-being of the company. Board of directors. Who are these? These are the top managerial, key managerial persons elected by the owner of the business. That is shareholders. Now what they will do? Owner, hello owner, what you want my company to reach? Managing director will make the company to reach there. అంటే ఓనర్కి ఏం కావాలో అడిగి తెలుసుకుంటే మేనేజర్ మన కంపెనీని అక్కడికి ఎలా తీసుకువెళ్ళాలో ప్లాన్ చేసుకుంటాడు. Clear nana? So these are the top management group that is elected by the shareholder and charged with overseeing the general management to ensure that is being run in the best interest of shareholders. Shareholder ఏదైతే కావాలనుకున్నాడో అదే అచీవ్మెంట్ అయ్యేలాగా మేనేజ్మెంట్ ట్రై చేస్తూనే ఉండాలి. Now what employees? నువ్వు ఎంత కష్టపడినా కిందన్న ఎంప్లాయీస్ కనుక కోఆపరేషన్ లేకపోతే మొత్తం వేస్టే. ఎందుకు? మేనేజ్మెంట్ విల్ ట్రై టు మేక్ సో మచ్ ఆఫ్ సక్సెస్ఫుల్ గోల్స్. And those goals will be done only because of employees. If employees are not working properly as per the goals that they want to achieve, entrepreneur may think to achieve something, employees are doing something, entrepreneur saying something, and employees had understood it takenly in the wrong way, have doing some other things, automatically company will suffer. అందుకని ముందు మన సెల్ఫ్ అనాలిసిస్ లో ఓనర్ ఎవడు, వాడికి ఏం కావాలి, మేనేజ్మెంట్ ఎవడు, వాడు ఏం చేయాలి, ఎంప్లాయీ ఎవడు, వాడు ఏం చేస్తున్నాడు, ఏం చేయించుకోవాలి, ఇలాంటివన్నీ తెలుసుకోవాలి ముందుగా. సో దే పీపుల్ ఆర్ వాట్ యాక్చువల్లీ దే డూ అండ్ దీస్ పీపుల్ విల్ ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ వాట్ వీ హ్యావ్ ప్లాన్డ్ టు అచీవ్. And they, for example, if manager and employees have different goals, then automatically entire organization will be in suffers. Therefore, it is a crucial for business to understand what is the employer behavior and their needs. That is what the organization. This is one second point. Third point in this internal micro environment. Micro environmental. Next point. Suppliers. What are these? These are the persons who are supplying the things that we require for completing my production activity. I may take raw material, input, machinery, methods, persons, labor, techniques, materials, or any other consultant advices also. Even that is also input for me. For example, if I went near to a management consultant, budget analyst, I am taking his service for my organization. I am taking the input from them. Even though people also will help us to make our organization to be in successful position. Firms have to select an option between make or buy. మనమే చేద్దామా, పక్కన వాడి దగ్గర నుంచి కొనుక్కునే ట్రాన్స్పోర్టేషన్ లో సేల్స్ చేసుకోవచ్చా? This we have to make an analysis. This constitutes a major force and suppliers will have their own bargaining power. For example, if you are the producer of smartphones and you are taking some type of specific lens from a supplier, and as supplier came to know that the Samsung phone got clicked in the market only because of the lens that we are supplying, then supplier will get some bargaining power. He will charge, hello Samsung, because of me you are successful, so I want to charge more price than now. అంటే సప్లైర్ కనుక బార్గెనింగ్ పవర్ వచ్చేస్తే వాడు నా దగ్గర నుంచి ఎక్కువ ప్రైస్ తీసుకోగలిగితే నా కాస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ప్రొడక్షన్ లో పెద్ద ఇంపాక్ట్ వాడు చేయగలడు. సో మార్కెట్ ఆర్ ఇండస్ట్రీ enough. Next points. So market is larger than customers. Customer is only one person, but market is a group of customers for my commodity. So customer together is a market. People who buy is the customer, and the business believes that it can sell only to the customers. The market is to be studied in terms of its actual size and potential size. A manager should study latest trends. How the persons want to wear the dresses. Previously, they used to wear some lungis and all those things. After that, paisma. After that, kutta lalchi. And after that, they used to wear some cargo pants and then jeans. And now it is turn jeans, beggar jeans, all these type of jeans. Now, as a market producer, provider, I should know what is the trend is going on now. Maybe in coming up years, There might be a type of technology, type of preferences, type of taste that at one side it will be 3/4, at one side it is a full fant. For example, if any of the hero had tried this type of fashionable items in one cinema, one movie, automatically that will become as a trend in the market. We are not creating the trend, we are just following the trend created by the others. Is it clear, Nana? So yes, next one. So before that, we should know how the market is, cost structure, price sensitivity, what is the technology that we are using in the market. So what is the existing distribution system, how we are distributing, whether it is distributing to the online or the physical. It is a market is mature. What does mature means? See, for example, for every commodity, there will be something called peak stages. After it will becomes fall. For example, black and white. Once upon a time, those are only the TVs that we have. And afterwards, we have something called color TV, LED, LCD, plasma, HD, 1080 megapixel, 4K ultra HD cinema theater systems and all those things. Is it clear, Nana? For black and white, when it is having its hava, automatically it reaches the peak stage and then it starts falling. Now I have to see if it is reached here. It is called as market matured. Afterwards, if any new technology came into the picture, our commodity will last its demand. Is it clear, Nana? ఒకవేళ మనం ఇక్కడ ఈ స్టేజ్ లో ఉన్నామా, ఈ స్టేజ్ లో ఉన్నామా, పడిపోతున్నామా, ఏ స్టేజ్ లో ఉన్నామా కూడా చూసుకోవాలి. Intermediaries, who are these, Nana? These are the persons between the production place near to the market. Between these places, these are the marketing channel, wholesaler, retailer, dealers establish an important link. These exert a considerable influences. In many cases, customers are not aware of the manufacture of the products they buy. For example, when you went to a normal supermarket, if you are purchasing Taj Mahal tea powder packet, you are purchasing from DMart store. Do you know who have produced the commodity? We don't know anyone, and we don't know where it is produced. We don't know whether it is produced beside to my factory, beside to my office also, I don't know. We just know where we are purchasing it. We purchasing from DMart. Taj Mahal టీ ఎక్కడ కొన్నావు? తాజ్ మహల్ టీ పౌడర్ ఎక్కడ కొన్నావు? DMart లో కొన్నాము. ఎవడు చేశాడు? తెలియదు. ఎవడు అమ్మాడు? తెలియదు. ఎవడు అక్కడికి తీసుకొచ్చి పెట్టాడు? తెలియదు. Is it clear, Nana? So intermediaries will perform such great influential work on my business organization. Is it clear, Nana? No. So they buy products from local retailers, big departmental stores, for example, Big Bazaar, Pantaloons and all those things. Consumers are customers. According to Peter Drucker, we need to create the customer for my commodity, and the same customer we need to retain them for the long life. Is it clear, Nana? That is why I think, because of studying this statement by the doctors, I think still doctors are retaining their customers. Is it so? Maybe I ఉండొచ్చేమో కదా. They are creating the customers. That's okay. Okay, good. If they have found the solution, the customer-doctor relationship should be end quickly. But the doctor, after studying this sentence, he is retaining its customer, making the customer to come and visit monthly, daily, frequently, quarterly, and whenever he comes, have you paid the fees? Hello, sister, have you taken the fees? Have you given the token? Come in the line, call to the number. Is it clear, Nana? So customer need not to be a consumer. Customer is a person who purchases the commodity. Consumer is a person who buys the commodity. So customer is a person who purchases. Consumer is a person who ultimately consumes the commodity to get satisfaction from the want. So for example, a father, you can see the example, Nana. Now, while we are studying about the customers, who are the customers? Whether I am supplying to the rich persons or the poor people, whether I am supplying to the customers who are having so prestigious value in the society or the person who is not having any value in the society, whether I am supplying to the customer with frequent purchases or the customer with random purchases, I should know about my customer. Who is he and what type of commodity he can purchase from me, so that I can retain the customer for the long time. If I don't know who is he, I can't maintain the customer for the longer times and all. What benefits are they looking for? So what they want from me? What they want from me, that is like from organization. What are their buying patterns? What do they prefer? So some persons are making so much of time to unscrew the bottle cap and to have the water. Now the customers, what they want from me is within seconds they have to make the work of completing drinking the water. So what they're expecting, they want to complete the job within seconds. So what I can do now, I will make my fingerprint sensor. If the bottle owner had touched the bottle, automatically a straw will come out. You can swallow the water from the straw, complete the task and keep the bottle away. So you should know. You should know what customer is thinking. వాడికి ఏం కావాలో తెలుసుకోవాలట. సో ఇవన్నీ కూడా కస్టమర్స్తో మనం మాట్లాడతాం. ఇవన్నీ నిన్న మైక్రో ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్లో ఉన్న పాయింట్స్. ఏంటి అవి? కాస్మిక్. నెక్స్ట్ నిన్న we'll come to the elements of macro environment. So what it is? These are far away from the organization, but these will not affect on company directly. Will have impact indirectly. Not suddenly. Will have some long time impact. We can't control them, but it will have some impact on us. Now what we have to do? We should re-verify everything and we will make the strategies to that. So let us see here. Important elements. These are external to the business. So these are the normal points. In detail we will see in the next phases. So I am skipping this topic. Okay na? So ఇవన్నీ తర్వాత ఉండేనా, జస్ట్ ఊరికే హెడ్డింగ్ అంతే, ఏమున్నాయి చెప్తున్నాను అంతే. అది మనం మెయిన్గా చూద్దాం ఇక్కడ. ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ ఇన్ సోషో కల్చరల్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్. వాట్ ఇట్ ఈస్ సోషో కల్చరల్ అంటే ఏంటన్నా? వేర్ ఈజ్ మై బిజినెస్? What society, in which society I am dealing the commodities. So there might be many organizations. For example, if I situate near the temple, if I am the business owner, if I situate near the temple, what type of commodities I can sell near to the temple? Can I open a bar shop, belt shop? Not this belt shop, that belt shop. Can I open that? No. Why? Because daily I can't go to temple, sir. So whenever I go to the temple, I will purchase one bottle from there. Is it clear, Nana? So where I have to open my organization? It also depends upon the culture, socio-cultural, environmental factors. If it is near to school, we should not open it. If it is near to temple, we should not open it. Right? In the same way, there are some circumstances which will depend upon the socio-cultural environment. Let us see about what they have. It is a combination of factors like traditions, values, beliefs, level of standards of literacy and education, ethical standards, state of society, extent of social stratification, conflict and cohesiveness. So this will determine the functioning of an organization. So for example, if the bike is an electronical vehicle is being launched by us, everything will be operated through standing instructions. Like how? For example, whenever you catch that electronical vehicle, if you sit on it, it will see the weight of the person and it will call by name. For example, if a bike was purchased by a family of 4 members, first we need to drive by all the 4 members. When we are driving, the electrical vehicle will read at what time we are giving accelerator, at what time we are applying the brakes, what weight the person is and everything. For example, if second time, if you are using the same weight, it will tell, hello Akash, come on, sit on me, come on, where you want to take a ride. So by making the luggage weight of the body and all, it will tell who is that person. It will give some voice instructions. If I don't know the English, I can't make the use of the commodity, right? Is it clear, Nana? So I should know where we are and what level of literacy it is there in that particular society. If it is, for example, there might be some backward areas and all. Can you open a bench car show company within that area? It's not possible, right? So we should know where it is the culture and where you are opening all those things. So social concerns. Whether you are creating a environmental pollution or you are answering for the corruption or you are making the corruption, everything also depends upon the social culture. Attitudes, values, expectations of the society from business, customs, beliefs, rituals, practices. అంటే సాంప్రదాయబద్ధంగా ఉన్నావా లేదా ఇలాంటివన్నీ కూడా చెక్ చేసుకుంటూ ఉంటామట. నెక్స్ట్ ఫ్యామిలీ స్ట్రక్చర్, changes in it, attitude towards within the family and family values. So what type of families does this society have? Whether it is having HUF like undivided family nuclear family, small family, micro family, or big families, or independent family, individual family, how long this family size it is, and how we can operate here. Role of women in society, like position of the children, adherence in the family, society, how the children is occupying the place in the society, and how many children are there, how long we can take for the long business plans. Education levels, awareness and consciousness of the rights. So for example, I am the petrol bunk owner, for example. In my area, I am only the provider for the petrol to the two-wheelers and as well as the four-wheelers. Now what is happening here is, my petrol was contaminated, polluted, mixed with the H2O and all other articles. Is it clear, Nana? Now I am using petrol along with the kerosene also. I am the petrol bunk owner. Why I can barely doing this business is because people don't know actually what it is. Because of this unawareness, I am doing a business. Their unawareness is my investment. Is it clear, Nana? Now a person who is so educated like you, who is professional, who is expertise, who is able, efficient, quality person, very professional person, experts came into my area now. Now you know what they have did? When they are riding a bike, before to them, my customer is there. When he starts giving accelerator there, automatically the smoke is coming so much. Now the person who you are had given a complaint on us, customer rights, consumer rights. Automatically my petrol bunk got closed within 15 days. How come this possible? Because you know what is your rights to do. Consumer rights ante neeku telusu, education neeku undi, levels undi, awareness undi, you know what is actually. So because of that, I have to be so careful, right? If I am the organization, I should be so careful. There might be some person who can question me like this. And ivanni telusukoni nenu na strategy maintain cheyali. Ade ardhamainda? Right, next one, Nana. The social environment primarily affects the strategic management process. For example, if I am using my water bottle, Nana, so there will be something called recycling water bottles also will be there. Now what I have did is, I have collected all the used water bottle. Now I am recycling it. When I am doing recycling and selling the commodity to the next time, I should wipe off every other printed things which was done in the earlier. ప్యాకేజ్డ్ మెటీరియల్ పైన అంతకు ముందు ఏదైతే ప్రింటింగ్ అయ్యిందో, ప్యాకింగ్ డేట్ ఇవన్నీ ఉంటాయి కదా, అవన్నీ క్లీన్ చేసి మళ్ళీ నా ప్యాకింగ్ డేట్ వేయాలి. అలా వేయకపోతే, ఇఫ్ యూ నో దట్ ఈస్ ద ఫ్యాక్ట్, ఆటోమేటికలీ యూ కెన్ ఫైల్ ఎ కేస్ ఆన్ మీ. You can claim some expense from us. Is it clear? There might be some articles, some news, some advertisements saying that if you use this fair and lovely, you will become fairly and you become lovable by everyone. If you don't become fair, if you're being not being loved by others, automatically you can file a case on that fair and lovely advertisement and can claim the damages. If you do so for 2 to 3 times, the 4th time the company will be so afraid of giving those advertisements. అర్థమైంది కదా నాన్న? అంటే మనకి అవేర్నెస్ లేదు కాబట్టి వాడు విచ్చలుడిగా వెళ్తున్నాడు. ఇస్ ఇట్ క్లియర్? నెక్స్ట్, డెమోగ్రఫిక్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్. How the population is, what is the characteristics of the population? It's the characteristics like how the district, which area belongs to, which country belongs to, which world they belongs to. It includes the factors like race, age, income, educational attainment, asset ownership, home ownership, employment status, etc. These are like in which area, what type of people are concentrating, what is their age, what is their income, what their educational level. It all defines as the demographic environment. Based upon this, I can come to know what type of commodities I can serve in India, I can serve in China. India is a country with more of youth. China is a country with more of your age people, like, sorry, I mean old age people, right, old age people. Is it clear, Nana? In India, what type of commodities I can serve? Energetic people are more in India, so I can serve more strategically the games, like Android application games. So, or I can provide them more dynamic employment opportunities, challenging environment I can provide for them. Whereas in old age ante వాళ్ళకి కావాల్సిన commodities వాళ్ళకి ఇస్తూ ఉండాలి. So that you should know what area it was made up of with. It has to study different demographic factors. When demographic trends will affect the market size, how they represent the opportunities or threats. So if it is like whether it is a young versus aging population. So population size is all impact due to how is the birth rate and the death rate. It is important to firm that require a critical mass of potential customers, The most important changes are birth rate and the death rate. So increase in the total production, effects of population growth, changes in population growth rate and life expectancy, how long this person can survive in the earth. Geographical distribution of population. You might have seen in a movie, there might be some persons who are transporting, migrating from the village area to the town area. A movie nanadi. So this migration is there. For example, what can happen now we should know how many people are migrating newly from village area to the town people, so that I can increase my production activity or can decrease my production activity in the village area. So the issues should be considered include population will shift from one region to the another region, that is non-metro to metro. Attractiveness of company is influenced by governmental support. Companies have to consider relocation. If this Guntur area is not supporting for the customer, I have to relocate from Guntur area to the Bangalore area. So concepts of working at home, commuting electronically on the information highway. Ethnic mix, that is what type of design they want, what type of delivery they want. So cultural composition. Issues to be analyzed include are need for changes in service design and delivery, need for new commodity and service modification of existing commodities, preparedness to manage more culturally diverse workforce, because persons coming from AP, UP or MP or any other P will have different characteristics. So people will try to do on unitly or team wise in AP. Why? Because so many are lazy people. If one person is not doing the work properly, other persons in the team will do work the other persons. Is it clear, Nana? But UP, MP, other things and all, it is quite different and not natural. Those people will try to make others to sustain, or they will make others to damage their entire life cycles. So ethnic mix, there will be different types of working force people in the organization, taking advantage of increased heterogeneity in working force. So what I can do is, now I can take the advantage of this. Now how I can make out is, I will make entire team of employees from the AP as one team. I will take one team from entire employees from MP, UP and all those things. Among these levels, I will provide them competition. Income distribution, tracing, tracking, forecasting, assessing the changes in income patterns, how the income level is changing, how it can happen in my demand for the commodity. Economical environment. So economical environment means how the GDP is growing, how the employment is, how the unemployment is, how the interest rate, how is the nation is provided, how the economical system, capitalism, socialism, mixed economy, how it is affecting my economy, my organization, I should know about it. It refers to the nature and the direction of economy in which our company competes. It includes general economical situation in region, and we should know how my supply of inputs is influenced. For example, if it is a capitalism, the supply of inputs is from the private people. If it is socialism, the supply of inputs is from the government oriented industries. If it is from mixed economy, it might be from the both public as well as the private sector. I should know from where the inputs is being supplied to where I have to sell the consumers commodity needs as per their wants. So it determines the strength and size of the market. Purchasing power also will test income level, prices, savings and everything. Is it clear, Nana? Next, economical system. Capitalism ante indra. All ownership of factors of production will be depends upon the private people. All people will concentrate only on wealth creation but not the welfare creation. So these people, how they will treat, they will carry out the decision based upon the market mechanism, and they will facilitate the flow of goods and services. Socialism means it will be owned, controlled entirely by the state, and the allocation, investment pattern, everything will be regulated by the state itself. Mixed economy means their private, public and joint sectors will have entire role in major decisions. And these people, government will also play some important roles like regulation, promotional, entrepreneurial, planning role. You might have seen something called like a facilitative policy, protective policy, regulatory policies and all. So this is all done because of both existence of private and public entrepreneurs. Economical conditions, how our nation condition is there, how the GDP, inflation, interest rates, unemployment rate, employment rate, how it is affecting my organization. So their conditions have a great influence on organizations and operations like GDP, per capita income, markets, availability of capital, interest rates, disposable income. Everything will have some impact on my organization. For example, if I found the inflation rate is so high, what happens? What can happen if inflation rate బాగా ఎక్కువ ఉందనుకో అప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందా? Prices will be very higher, cost of living will be more, and many of the customers will try to stop their consumption of superior commodity. They will go for purchasing for inferior commodity. So automatically it will have negative impact on the superior goods industries. Economical policy, we should know what is industrial policy, how long you can expand your industries to the next level. It will cover the principles, policies, and how we can have the direct control on the industrial enterprises. Fiscal policy, it will tell about how the public expenditure like taxation, public revenue can be collected. Monetary policy means RBI will control entire monetary policy, and it will make the business to done very smoothly and without having any problems. Foreign investment policy, this policy aims at regulating the inflow of foreign investments. It can make our speed up growth in the business. Export import policy means how far you can go for the exports and imports from the other countries. So if you have any restrictions, what happens? You can't make out the picture. For example, if you are depending more on imports, you can't grow, develop endlessly, because you are having some limitations because of imports. There is something called Atmanirbhar Bharat, that is, we are depending upon on our own things, self-own hands. Legal political environment, these are like partly general to all similar enterprises. For example, if a political party is and this political party is supporting only one particular type of industry or group of industry, then what happens to other group of industries? They won't have the development. If political system is encouraging only telecom industry, then what about the automobile industry? What about the textile industry? What about the petroleum industry? They might be collapsed. So the political environment also will have influence on our business. What is the general state development, degree of politicalization, level of morality, like how far they are changing, law and order situation, how strict they are making the law and the system in maintenance, political stability, and ideology and practices. For example, in 1 year, they said that they will do this activity. In the next year, sorry, tuch, that is not our words, it is done by the some other political parties, it is not our words. So there is no stability in the words said by the political party. Can you see the development activities then? చెప్పినప్పుడు ఒకలాగా చెప్పాడు, చేస్తున్నప్పుడు ఒకలాగా చేస్తున్నది నన్ను. సో అలా చేస్తే మనకి డెవలప్మెంట్ కనిపిస్తుందా అంటే కనిపించదు. Public attitude towards the business, so legal enactments, degree of effectiveness, government policies, all will have the effect on business. So how the extent of government influence intervention in the economical decisions, purposefulness and efficiency of government agencies. So in order to know this, the government, how it is controlling the organization, it is guided and controlled by the government policies. If government has taken a decision not to export some commodities, we should not do. If the government has made some quota on imports, we should not import that commodities into our country. So the type of government in power can have powerful influences on the business. It has to consider changes in regulatory framework. Legal, business organizations prefer to operate in a country where there is sound legal system. If this country is not having legal system, then the business will not situated here. For example, a district is there. In that district, MLA is imposing some restrictions that whatever the profit you are getting, kindly share only 90% to MLA and 10% to business. If this system had implemented, will you open a new business in that area? Never. So there should be a legal system also. So business must understand the relevant laws and regulations. Political pressures, it will limit the organizations by movements against some commodities, services and organizations. Also, special interest groups, political action committees put pressure on business organizations to pay more attention to consumers' rights and minority rights. So technological environment, Nana. If the technologies keep changing, automatically the way of conducting business also keep changes. It is a most important factor which is controlling the people's life. It has changed the way of people communicate. So previously, whenever we used to have the banking system, for example, now we have technological advancements in banking. If this technology was not there, many people used to stand in a queue to make their banking operations to be completed. But nowadays, we are operating all the banking operations from the place where we are sitting itself. Is it clear, Nana? Why all this happened? Why the changes happen? It is all because of technology. If technology is not there, the way of communication is, it could have been different. Now, because of technology, we can able to deliver the classes to entire India or all over the world because of this live telecasting channels. Is it clear? The technology had changed the entire way of communicating systems. It acts as both opportunity and a threat to a business. For example, if I am the business operating through by printing postcards. Postcards. Have you heard about those things, Nana? Now, because of this WhatsApp and all, do you think that my postcard business can succeed in the life? No, no sales. Not even one card can be sold in entire year. Is it clear, Nana? But if I go with the greeting cards, yes, it may have demand on Jan 1st or December 31st, Feb 14 or some other Diwali occasions or some other occasions. Is it clear, Nana? So let us. The technology and business are highly interrelated and interdependent. The following factors are to be considered. What is that? What is the technological change? What is the plus points that we can take from the opportunities from technological inventions? Risk is the uncertainty. What type of risk that we can expect from this? Role of research and development in a country. Because the technology aspects are so important, some key questions are, what are technology we are using now? If I am using now something called typewriting, it is also one of the technology. But now this typewriting machines had gone. Entirely computer systems came. And after some days, you know what type of system will come? Even if you start dictating the things, it will type on its own, it will give you the printout also. That is audio, like receiving technique devices. Of course, now also we have, right, Google Assistant. If you start telling something, it will keep typing on the board. Is it clear, Nana? So the technologies keep changes. So what we are using now, what we can update, how critical is this technology for this commodity, which technology might become critical and why? Because, for example, if I am the faculty who cannot stand up and who cannot walk on the stage freely, I have to depend only on this technology, right? If this technology was not there, it is very difficult for me to teach the classes. Is it clear? But for me, I can stand, I can walk on the stage, I can write on the board, I can use the whiteboard with the markers, I can use this like screens also to deliver the lectures. I am not only dependent upon this technology, I can use the manual things also for delivering the lectures. Is it clear, Nana? Can't you know what technology but dependent automatically? You might lose your credibility and all. What investment in the production you have made and what extra you have to do. Technology changes and what additional things you have to require in order to achieve the objectives. What implications you can done in the portfolio. What are utilized in business products and their other parts. So that is a technological environment. Next, a global environment. What it is? Today's most of the companies will analyze the global environment because nowadays we are not the frogs in a well. We are the frogs in the ocean. Because there is no boundaries. Frog is frog anywhere, everywhere. But previously, before 1990s and all, we are the frog only in a well-established, well in the Indian well companies. But now we are the frog in the ocean-based companies. But still it is like enter over the global environment. If you are not having contact with the global villages, you can't enter there to make the trading of the goods and services. So the new concept of global village has changed how the individuals relate to each other. Further, new migratory habits of workers. For example, if you have a qualified BTech and MTech person, no one wanted to stay in the India to do the business and services in India. They wanted to go abroad to do some activities to earn the money back, and they may come back or they may settle there itself. So many persons are having this workforce changes. That is why we have to update ourselves and we want to retain our Indians in our Indian country so that we can make our India brave and we can make our independently dependent. Factors global environment is potential positive negative impact of significant international events. It also differs between the cultural and institutional attributes. Pestle analysis. Pestle means political, economical, social, technical, legal, environmental. Clear, Nana? Let us see here. It is a pestle word for all political, economical, social, cultural, technical, legal, environmental. Shortcut. It is simple to understand but quick to implement. Do you think that it is so simple to make out? Not that easy as it is in the books, because we have to consider all the factors which may not be known to us. This encourages management into proactive and structured thinking in decision making. So the key factors are, so all these factors were discussed in the previous points of macro environmental factors. Nana. So let us go for the other matrices, pestle matrix. Read all this is political. How far the stability is the political party? What is the principles and what is the ideologies? For example, if one party that is concentrates on technology development, information technology industry. If one party comes into the picture, it will concentrate on like Kisan or farmers developmental schemes, or some other schemes for the auto drivers, or some other schemes for the persons who are sending their children to the schools. Is it clear, Nana? So there will be different welfare activities. Current taxation and future policy, regulatory bodies, government policy, government term and changes, trust areas. Economical means pestle, economical situation, market trade cycles, specific industry factors, customer drivers and end user drivers, interest exchange rates, inflation. All these things will make an impact. Economically means like value added things we have to concentrate. Social and ఏంటన్నా ఎక్కడున్నాం చుట్టూతో ఏమవుతుంది వాల్యూస్ బిలీఫ్స్ డెమోగ్రఫిక్ ఎథనిక్ మిక్స్ బ్రాండ్ ఇమేజెస్ ఇలాంటివన్నీ సోషల్లో వస్తాయి లైఫ్ స్టైల్ ట్రెండ్ డెమోగ్రఫిక్ యాటిట్యూడ్స్ ఒపీనియన్స్ బ్రాండ్ కంపెనీ బయింగ్ ప్యాటర్న్స్ ఎథనిక్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ మీడియా వ్యూస్ టెక్నాలజికల్ అంటే ఏంటన్నా మనం ఎక్కడున్నాం టెక్నాలజీ ఎంత కావాలి పొటెన్షియల్ ఏంటి ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ ఎంత చేయాలి ఫ్యూచర్లో వచ్చే చేంజెస్ ఏంటి అవన్నీ టెక్నాలజికల్ చేంజెస్ రీప్లేస్మెంట్ మెచ్యూరిటీ మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ మెచ్యూరిటీ కెపాసిటీ ఇన్నోవేషన్ పొటెన్షియల్ టెక్నాలజీ ఇంటెలెక్చువల్ ప్రాపర్టీ రైట్స్ లీగల్లో మనం ఇప్పుడు ఏ లాతో డిపెండ్ అవుతున్నాం ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ లా కంపెనీ లా పార్ట్నర్షిప్ లా బిజినెస్ లా డిఫరెంట్ లాస్ సో ఆల్ దీస్ లాస్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంటల్ ఇష్యూస్ సో హౌ యు ఆర్ ప్రొటెక్టింగ్ ది ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ పొల్యూషన్స్ అండ్ ఆల్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంటల్ హజార్డ్స్ లెజిస్లేషన్ కన్సంప్షన్ డిస్పోజల్ ఎక్సెట్రా సో నెక్స్ట్ characteristics of business environment, very important topic here Nanna. Let us see this. It is very complex in the sense maybe individually you will consider the socio-cultural environmental factors, but collectively all together pestle analysis to concentrate, it is very difficult because business is not a single environmental factor. It is from the dynamic and complex factor. It cannot be understood in a single manner. So it consists of number of factors, events, conditions, influences. Difficult to understand in totality because of this mobile phones, what happens, previously there is an audio function releases. Persons used to buy the CDs to listen to the new songs, but nowadays by using internets and all, we are able to downloading the songs whenever it got released in the audio telecasting functions. Is it clear? Now because of this internet technology, we lost the systems of audio visual systems, CD system, compact disc readers, CD readers, DVD readers. So all these things got changed. Now we are using mobile phone, smartphones, smart TV, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi devices, internet devices. Though nowadays it is not also required to use pen drives. If you have the Wi-Fi connection to the TV and the phone, that's enough for us to play whatever we want into the TV. Is it clear, Nana? So all are making how we are utilizing the things. So environment is so dynamic, that is it is constantly changing in nature. You cannot see the environment what is there when you are studying in LKG, and you can't see the environment what your children studying in LKG. The type of technology is getting updated day to day, and the way of delivering is also getting updated. Dynamism, due to this, the shape of environmental factors is keep changes frequently. So you can see this film industry is making the ringtones to get sold. Why? Because previously they used to sell the CDs and get the revenue. Now because of their songs they are not getting any revenue. That is why they are charging some prices per month by providing as a caller tune to the SIM providers, SIM network providers. Robotics had changed the way of operations. It is multi-faced. What is this, Nana? It is depend upon the multi-faced means it is having multi-dimensional things and all. So a particular change, a new development can be viewed by different companies in a different ways. For example, if mobile phone had wiped out all the CD devices and DVD devices, now because of these mobile phones, other persons are treating this as a opportunity. Who are those? Cellular networks providers, SIM providers నాన్న. మొబైల్ ఫోన్స్ డిమాండ్ బాగా పెరిగిపోతుంది కాబట్టి సిమ్ అమ్మే వాళ్ళకి ఇప్పుడు వాళ్ళకి ఏమైపోతున్నది, ఆపర్చునిటీ అవుతుంది. A change in ruling government may be pursued as an opportunity by some business firms. The same change is welcomed as an opportunity by one company and other may see as a threat. Opportunity అంటే ప్లస్ పాయింట్, థ్రెట్ అంటే నెగటివ్ ఇంపాక్ట్ మనకి. It is having a far reaching impact. And it is not for the dynamic as of now. It will have impact on the future oriented activities also. It is far reaching impact. The growth and profitability critically depends upon the environment where we are. So, for example, when we are having this Tata Industries and all, when they have started manufacturing this, some Tata Steels and other automobile sector, they used to create a small portion of pollution. Now the persons who don't want Tata to grow endlessly, they wanted to make a speed breaker for that, and they had given a legal notice to stop the production activity as it is creating some disturbances in sound. So you know what they have created? They have purchased 250 acres surrounded to the manufacturing place. They started producing mango trees. Because of that, pollution is being controlled because of the greenery, because of the forest environment and all. And also that mango trees is giving fruits to the Tata people and they are selling those Tata mangoes to maintain the mango juice. అంటే వచ్చిన థ్రెట్ని వాళ్ళు దాన్ని ఆపర్చునిటీగా మార్చుకున్నారు. Is it clear అన్నా? That is how we have to be. We have to think more over the clouds. క్లౌడ్స్ మీన్స్ అంటే ఏంటంటే వచ్చిన ప్రాబ్లమ్ని అవుట్ ఆఫ్ బాక్స్గా వెళ్ళి థింక్ చేసుకోవాలి. ఇప్పుడు ఇది వచ్చింది, ఆపకూడదు, ఏం చేయొచ్చు? చుట్టుపక్కల ఉన్న వాళ్ళకి ఇబ్బంది, చుట్టుపక్కల ఉన్న వాళ్ళు డబ్బులు ఇచ్చి ఖాళీ చేసేసాయి, వాళ్ళకి ఇంకొక ప్లేస్లో టౌన్షిప్ పెట్టు, అదే డెవలప్మెంట్ అవుతుందా? ఎందుకంటే మనం డెవలప్మెంట్ చేస్తున్నాం కదా నిన్న. ఇక్కడ ఏరియా మన కిందకి మార్చుకుంటున్నా, ఓకే బిట్ లాంగ్ ఏరియా మన కిందకు వచ్చినట్టు దాన్ని ఎంతైనా యూస్ చేసుకోవచ్చు, మన ఇష్టం. సో వీఆర్ క్రియేటింగ్ ద థ్రెట్ టు ఏ అదర్ థింగ్స్. స్టార్టింగ్ ఏమో స్టీల్తో స్టార్ట్ అయ్యాము, ఇప్పుడు అగ్రికల్చర్లోకి యాక్టివిటీకి కూడా ఎంటర్ అయిపోయింది టాటా. అంటే ఇదంతా ఏంటంటే ఒక చేంజ్ వల్ల ఫార్ రీచింగ్ ఇంపాక్ట్ ఉండొచ్చు. సో యూ కెన్ సీ దిస్ ఆదిత్య బిర్లా గ్రూప్ హ్యాస్ మూవ్ ఫ్రమ్ టెక్స్టైల్ టు సిమెంట్. అంటే ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్లో వచ్చే చేంజెస్ వలన టెక్స్టైల్ నుంచి సిమెంట్లోకి వెళ్ళిపోయింది. ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ఆఫ్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్. It is determining the opportunities and threats. If you know the business and the environment, then you know what is plus point, what is minus to us. So you should have interaction between the business and the environment to know the opportunity and the threats. This will help the new needs and wants, change in laws, etc. Giving directions from the growth. So if you know what is happening in the reality, then you know in which area that we can expect the growth in the faster or future areas. The interactions enables the business to identify the areas for growth and expansions, because previously the Flipkart is having only 100 sales per day, but now it is receiving billions of orders per day. See how far it was grown within 15 years. A matter of 15 years made 100 orders per day to billion orders per day, million orders per day. అంటే చూడండి ఎంత గ్రోత్ వచ్చేస్తుందో. అంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ హ్యావింగ్ సంథింగ్ కాల్డ్ గ్రోత్ ఆపర్చునిటీస్ ఆల్సో. అంటే కస్టమర్ల బద్ధకమే వాడికి వాళ్ళ యొక్క లేజినెస్ వాడికి ప్లస్ పాయింట్ అయింది. బికాస్ యూ కాంట్ గో టు ఆల్ షాప్స్ టు సెలెక్ట్ వన్ కమోడిటీ, రైట్? ఇఫ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ఏ ఫ్లిప్కార్ట్, యూ కెన్ స్క్రోల్ ఆల్ ద కమోడిటీస్ విచ్ కెన్ బి పర్చేజబుల్ విత్ ద లెసర్ ప్రైజెస్ and you can select one among them. Continuous learning. If you stop your learning, that is the time you success had been lost. You should keep on learning the new activities because the technology is updating. So managers will get motivated to update their knowledge. Image building. If you are creating this, automatically you are having some goodwill, image, name, fame and all those things. How it can happen? It can happen only because of business environmental changes. For example, if you keep advertisement on newspapers, do you found many persons are reading newspapers daily? No, day to day the newspaper readers number is reduced. Why? Because of Android applications that we are having on Android phones and Apple iOS phones. Is it clear, Nana? So no one is ready to read entire news. The people will concentratedly look over the area which they have interest to read. Now what you have to do now, if you want to give advertisement, you keep on posting the ads on social media like Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and all these places. Then only your awareness can be grown for the future. Meeting competition. If you know the competitors' strategies and all, then you can formulate their own strategies. So how you can interact with the environment? So how we can interact? We can interact with the information. How? If you go out to study entire environment, you will collect many data, many information from the society. And from this data, whichever is required for my organization will be selected. ఇప్పుడు నా కస్టమర్ల గురించి నేను ఆలోచించుకుంటానే కానీ పక్కన వాడి గురించి ఇప్పుడు నాకు అవసరం లేదు. So what I will do is I will collect the information which is very suited for my analysis. So they will study entire environment and important information useful for planning, decision making, control purpose. Which is not required for me will be removed, which is required for me will be retained, and will plan accordingly for maintaining strategy. It is one way to get over the problems of uncertainty. This may relate to economical activity, market conditions, technological developments. So what is outflow? So we are taking the inflow of information from the organization, how you are giving back to the outsiders. You may give voluntarily, inadvertently, or legally. Voluntarily means you are saying that, hello, I am the most trusted brand owner of these bikes. I am the most respectful branded for these AC and refrigerators. I am giving my advertisement. It is like voluntarily I am providing the things. So for example, the TVS persons, when they have launched this something called Pepe Plus, have you heard about this? They had made some public domain. They had made some advertisement by considering 40 ladies with different ages, like young age, middle age, old age people to drive on the scooty Pepe Plus, in order to show that this bike can be suitable for any typical lady or any age factors lady. So this is giving an advertisement saying that this is my product. We are giving the information voluntarily to the others. Customer meet, annual general meetings, everything. Inadvertently means we are giving information to the employees, not to outsiders. Not to the outsiders. We are giving information to the employees. But employees are sharing to the outsiders. That is not big, like it is beyond the environment of the business organization. Employees చేసిన దానికి మనకు సంబంధం లేదు కదా నాన్న. అంటే అంటే మనకు తెలియకుండానే ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ బయటకు వెళ్ళిపోతుంది లీగల్లీ. సమ్ టైమ్స్ యాజ్ ఏ కంపెనీ ఐ హ్యావ్ టు ప్రొవైడ్ ద ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ టు అవుట్ సైడ్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్స్ యాజ్ ఏ ఫినాన్షియల్ రిపోర్టింగ్ సిస్టమ్ అండ్ ఆల్ దోస్ థింగ్స్. రిసోర్సెస్ ఇన్ఫ్లో ఏంటంటే అంటే నేను బయట నుంచి మెన్, మనీ, మెటీరియల్స్, మెథడ్స్, మిషనరీ తీసుకురావాలి. తీసుకొచ్చిన వాటిని ప్రాసెస్ చేసి గూడ్స్ని, సర్వీసెస్ని బయటకి నేను అమ్మాలి. డిస్పోజల్ ఆఫ్ అవుట్పుట్. ఎక్స్చేంజ్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ అండ్ పవర్. గవర్నమెంట్ వల్ల, పవర్ వల్ల నాకు ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ అవుతుంది, అండ్ అలాగే నా ఆర్గనైజేషన్ వల్ల కూడా బయట వాళ్ళకి ఇంపాక్ట్ కూడా కలుగుతుంది. For example, Jio. Now Jio had made so much of revolutionized changes in telecom industry. So previously there used to be like 1 month 1 GB, but nowadays 2 GB per day. So how much revolutionized it was brought by the Jio. So our Jio is having influence and power on the external. In the same way, external environment like government is also having considerable power over on organization. So considerable power on planning, decision making on organization, because it's command over the resources, information, and other inputs. Next, outflow. We, in some aspects, organizations also the position to wield the considerable power and influence over the some of the elements of external environment. They can influence the environment. It can dictate the terms. Next, environmental influences on business. How it will influence us. See, do you think that our business will concentratedly located on single environment? It is not. So we need to function in. We cannot function in an isolated ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్. అంటే సింగిల్గా ఉన్న దాంట్లో మనం పని చేయలేము, అన్ని వెరైటీస్ కలిపి ఉంటాయట. సో ఇట్ ఈస్ పాసివ్ టు చేంజెస్. It is business must continuously monitor and adapt to the environment. So it acts as a part of broader environment. It obtains inputs like human, physical, financial, and other resources from the environment. The exchange process brings in some surplus to the business. ఇలా చేయడం వలన మన బిజినెస్ ఇంకా డెవలప్మెంట్ అవుతూ ఉంటుంది. నెక్స్ట్ సో ద ఫ్రేమ్వర్క్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్. ఎందుకు మనకు తెలుసుకోవాలి? సో లెట్ us see here. ఇనీషియల్ వ్యూ అంటే ఏంటి? మనం ఏం చదువుకోవాలి? ఫస్ట్ మనము ఎక్కడ ఉన్నామో ఒక్కోసారి మనకు అర్థం కాదు కూడా. ఇట్ ఈస్ రిలేటివ్లీ స్టాటిక్. డస్ ఇట్ షో సైన్స్ ఆఫ్ చేంజెస్? అంటే చేంజెస్ ఏమైనా వచ్చే అవకాశం ఉందా? ఇట్ ఈస్ సింపుల్ ఆర్ కాంప్లెక్స్. ఇట్ హెల్ప్స్ ఇన్ డిసైడింగ్ వాట్ ఫోకస్ ద రెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ అనాలిసిస్ ఇస్ టు టేక్. మిగతా వాటిపైన ఎలా కాన్సన్ట్రేషన్ చేయాలో తెలుసుకుంటామట. ఆడిటింగ్ ఆఫ్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంటల్ ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్సెస్ అంటే ఏంట్రా? తెలుసుకున్న ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ లో మన డెవలప్మెంట్ కోసం వీ హ్యావ్ టు ఐడెంటిఫై వాట్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ కెన్ ఎఫెక్ట్ మై డెవలప్మెంటల్ యాక్టివిటీస్. This is done by considering the way in which political, economical, social, technological factors can influence the business. Considering the immediate environment అంటే ఏంటంటే మన ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ కి దగ్గరగా ఉన్నప్పుడు ఎవడు ఎంత బాగా ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ చేస్తున్నాడో కూడా తెలుసుకోవాలి. That is a competitive arena in which organization operates and competitive position in relation to the competitors. ఎందుకు చేయాలి? పర్పస్ దేనికోసం నానా? If you know the environmental changes, then you should know how to develop the strategies to overcome the problems. So, utility of analysis. From analysis, strategists and the persons who are making the plans will get time to anticipate opportunity and to plan optimal responses. స్ట్రాటజీస్ ని డెవలప్మెంట్ చేయడానికి బాగా హెల్ప్ చేస్తూ ఉంటుంది. దానివల్ల మనకు వచ్చే థ్రెట్ ని కాపాడుకునేలాగా చేస్తుంది. ప్రివెంట్స్ థ్రెట్స్. It is clear that the difficulty to assessing the future and not all future events can be anticipated. అన్నిటిని మనము ఈజీగా యాంటిసిపేట్ చేయలేము. To the extent that some or most of these outcomes are anticipated by this analysis, managerial decisions are likely to be better. అంటే ఈ అనాలిసిస్ తీసుకోవడం వలన నెక్స్ట్ వచ్చే మేనేజ్మెంట్ డెసిషన్స్ చాలా బెటర్ గా ఉండబోతున్నాయి. దే కెన్ కాన్సన్ట్రేట్ ఆన్ ఫ్యూ క్రూషియల్ ఈవెంట్స్ ఇన్స్టెడ్ ఆఫ్ డీలింగ్ విత్ ఆల్ ద ఈవెంట్స్. అన్ని ఈవెంట్స్ కన్నా ఏ ఈవెంట్ వల్ల అయితే నా ఆర్గనైజేషన్ కి దెబ్బ తినబోతుందని తెలుస్తుందో దానిపైన కాన్సన్ట్రేషన్ గా పవర్ చేసి స్ట్రాటజికల్ గా డెసిషన్ తీసుకుంటే సరిపోతుంది. ఇన్ జనరల్ ఇట్ ఈస్ హ్యాస్ 3 బేసిక్ గోల్స్. ఏంటిదన్నా? టు అండర్స్టాండ్ చేంజెస్, టు గెట్ ద ఇన్పుట్స్, టు మేక్ ద స్ట్రాటజిక్ థింకింగ్. అంటే ఫస్ట్ ముందు నేను అనాలిసిస్ ని ఎలా ఉందో అనాలిసిస్ చేయాలి. అంటే ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ లో ఏమేమి పాలసీ చేంజెస్ అవ్వచ్చు, కరెంట్ చేంజెస్, పొటెన్షియల్ చేంజెస్ ఇన్ ద ఫ్యూచర్. Every should business aware of existing environment, important for survival, so everyone must have a long term perspective. జనరల్గా ఇప్పుడు ఏం చేయాలి? మనము తీసుకున్న అనాలిసిస్ ప్రకారంగా ఇన్పుట్స్ కావాలి. ఏ ఇన్పుట్స్ అయితే నాకు ఎసెన్షియల్ అనిపిస్తున్నాయో అవి ఉంచుకుంటాం, మిగతావన్నీ మనకు అవసరం లేదు. మీరు కలెక్షన్ ఆఫ్ డేటా ఇస్ నాట్ ఎనఫ్. అంటే ప్రతి డేటా తీసుకోవడం నాకు అవసరం కాదు. నా డెవలప్మెంట్ కోసం ఏది కావాలో అది ఉంచుకుంటాము. ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ కలెక్టెడ్ షుడ్ బి రెలెవెంట్, టైమ్లీ, యూస్ఫుల్ ఫర్ డెసిషన్ మేకింగ్. To facilitate the strategic thinking, proper analysis should facilitate foster strategic thinking. It should challenge and current wisdom by injecting fresh ideas into it. అంటే స్ట్రాటజిక్ థింకింగ్ ఎలా ఉండాలి అంటే ఫ్యూచర్ ఓరియంటెడ్ గా ఉండాలట. ఎన్విరాన్మెంటల్ స్కానింగ్ లో ఏం చేస్తానన్నా? ముందు మనకి స్కానింగ్ చేయడంలో మనకి ఏం తెలుస్తుందంటే ఇట్ విల్ నో హౌ ఇట్ విల్ ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ ఇట్స్ సక్సెస్ and bring out some of the very interesting aspects. So it should identify the process of the relevant environment to identify opportunity and threats. But when we are doing this scanning, we will come across with four things. What are those events? Events ante entra? It might happen within the organization or outside the organization, internal or external, micro or macro, but it is an event happened with the some changes. So it is a specific occurrence taking place in different sectors. It might be internal or external. మరి ట్రెండ్స్ అంటే ఇలాంటి ఈవెంట్లు జరిగే కొద్దీ ఒక ట్రెండ్ గా ఫామ్ అయిపోతుందట. దట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ as trends. General tendencies are the courses of action along with events takes place. So these are a group of similar related events. Next, because of these trends, now issues are going to change. అంటే ఏంటన్నా? ప్రతిసారి అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్స్ లో చేంజెస్ తీసుకొస్తున్నాడు, టెక్నాలజీలో చేంజెస్ తీసుకొస్తున్నాడు, అది ఒక ఈవెంట్. కానీ ఇప్పుడు ప్రతి అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్ లో చేంజెస్ వస్తూనే ఉంది, అది ఇప్పుడు ట్రెండ్. ఈ ట్రెండ్ వల్ల ఇష్యూస్ ఏంట్రా అంటే పాత అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్ తో ఫాలో అవుతున్న వాళ్ళందరికీ కూడా ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ అయిపోతున్నాయి. దే కాంట్ ఏబుల్ టు రీచ్ ద కస్టమర్ ఇంటెన్షన్స్. So issues are current concerns coming out of these trends that arise in response of event and trends. Identifying issues is more difficult. So what we have to do now? So we need to think about how the expectations of people. Issues వస్తున్నాయి కాబట్టి expectations అసలు ఎలా ఉన్నా చూడాలి. అంటే ఏంటన్నా? From the above example of application developers, the expectations of consumers can only be understood when one scans the environment. సో వాట్ ఆర్ దర్ డిమాండ్స్, హౌ దే వాంట్ యాక్చువల్లీ, ఇలాంటివన్నీ ముందు మనం తెలుసుకుంటాం. అంటే ఏం జరుగుతుంది, అంతా ఏమి ట్రెండ్ అవుతుంది, ఇందులో ఇష్యూస్ ఏంటి, అండ్ దాటి వల్ల వచ్చే ఎక్స్పెక్టేషన్స్ ఏంటి డిమాండ్ ప్రకారంగా, ఈ 4 చూస్తాం. కాంపోనెంట్స్ ఆఫ్ స్వాట్ అనాలిసిస్. స్వాట్ అంటే ఏంటన్నా, స్ట్రెంగ్త్, వీక్నెస్, ఆపర్చునిటీ, థ్రెట్. స్ట్రెంగ్త్, వీక్నెస్ ఏమో ఇంటర్నల్ గా ఉంటే, ఆపర్చునిటీ, థ్రెట్ ఏమో ఎక్స్టర్నల్ గా ఉంటాయి. స్ట్రెంగ్త్ అంటే ఏంటన్నా, ఇట్ ఈస్ మై ఇన్హెరెంట్ కెపాసిటీ, మన లోపల ఉన్నటువంటి ఒక మంచి దూరంగా ఉన్నటువంటి ఒక స్ట్రెంగ్త్ అట. సో బికాస్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ ఐ కెన్ డూ ఎనీథింగ్ ఎట్ ఎనీ టైం. వీక్నెస్ అన్నా, ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ లిమిటేషన్ ఆర్ కన్స్ట్రెంట్. వీక్నెస్ అంటే ఏంటి, దట్ ఈస్ ఎ వన్ ఎక్స్పర్ట్ పర్సన్ ఇన్ మై ఆర్గనైజేషన్. వాట్ ఎవర్ ద ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ కమ్స్, దట్ ఎక్స్పర్ట్ విల్ రెడీ టు సాల్వ్ ద ప్రాబ్లమ్. నేను ఓవర్ డిపెండ్ అయిపోయా వాటిపైన, అప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందన్నా, I can't concentrate on any other work if my expert was dead. అంతే కదా, because it is a limitation. Over depending upon one factor leads to the limitation, that is weaknesses. Opportunity, it is a favorable condition that enables our company to increase their strength. Opportunity అంటే బయట నుంచి నాకు వచ్చే ప్లస్ పాయింట్. నెక్స్ట్ థ్రెట్ ఏంటిది, unfavorable condition, changes is happening. Is it clear? So I am the plastic chair provider. I can make innovative designs at any cost. It is my strength. But I am dependent only on one supplier for my plastic. It is a limitation. Now the consumers are demanding more varieties of plastic chairs. It is my opportunity. But the government had given one notice that from today onwards, don't use plastic chairs. It is a threat for me. Is it clear, Nanna? Next, SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis is a systematic approach to understanding the external and internal environment. So, an effective organizational strategy is the one that capitalizes the using strength with opportunities. అంటే ఏం చేయాలంటే, ఆపర్చునిటీస్ని మనకు అనుకూలంగా మార్చుకోవాలి. మరి థ్రెట్ ఏం చేయాలరా, మనకున్న వీక్నెసెస్ని పక్కన పెట్టి థ్రెట్ వల్ల వచ్చే డిసడ్వాంటేజెస్ని, నెగిటివ్స్ని తగ్గించుకుంటూ ఉండాలి. For every organization, the strategy should be like using the strengths, make the opportunity to get capitalized, minimizing the impact of weakness by neutralizing the threats. Clear, Nanna? So that's the strategical making. Very important topic is this holistic strategic responses. అంటే నువ్వు ఎలా రెస్పాన్స్ అవుతావు. ఒకడు చాలా లేట్గా రెస్పాండ్ అవుతాడు, ఒకడు జాగ్రత్తగా వెళ్తాడు, ఒకడు చూసుకుందాం లేదా అన్నట్టు వెళ్తాడు. అది కాన్ఫిడెంట్ అప్రోచ్. చేద్దాంలే తర్వాత అనుకున్నాడు కన్జర్వేటివ్ అప్రోచ్. ఇప్పుడే వెళ్దాము అనుకున్నాడు కాషియస్ అప్రోచ్. లెట్ us see here. సో లీస్ట్ రెసిస్టెన్స్ అంటే కన్జర్వేటివ్ అప్రోచ్. వీడు చాలా లేట్గా రియాక్ట్ అవుతూ ఉంటాడు, కానీ ఒకటినా రియాక్ట్ అవుతాడు కానీ కొంచెం లేట్గా అవుతాడు. చూద్దాం ఎలా. కంపెనీస్ విత్ దిస్ ఆర్ సింపుల్ గోల్ మెయింటైనింగ్. నా గోల్ ఏంటి, అది అచీవ్ అయితే చాలు. దే మేనేజ్ టు సర్వైవ్ బై చేంజింగ్ ద ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్స్. వెరీ ప్యాసివ్ అంటే చాలా లేట్గా రియాక్ట్ అవుతూ ఉంటాడు నాన్న, లేజీ ఫీలిస్ట్ లాగా. ఓకేనా. సో దే ఆర్ నాట్ అంబిషియస్ బట్ కంటెంట్ విత్ ద టేకింగ్ సింపుల్ పాత్స్. సో బిఎస్ఎన్ఎల్ లాగా అంటున్నాను, రియాక్ట్ అవుదాంలే, ఎంతమంది కొత్త వాడు వచ్చినా బిఎస్ఎన్ఎల్ అవునా, అయితే ఏంటి, ఎయిర్టెల్ వచ్చింది సార్, అయితే ఏంటి, జియో వచ్చింది సార్, అయితే ఏంటి అని అంటాడు బిఎస్ఎన్ఎల్. క్లియర్ అన్నా. నెక్స్ట్ ప్రొసీడ్ విత్ కాషన్. కాషన్ ఏంటన్నా, జాగ్రత్తగా అడిగేస్తాడు. ఫర్మ్స్ విత్ దిస్ అప్రోచ్ టేక్ అన్ ఇంటెలిజెంట్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ టు అడాప్ట్ విత్ ద చేంజింగ్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్. ఏమైతే కొత్త వస్తాయో అవన్నీ కూడా మనము అవాయిడ్ చేయకోకుండా తీసుకుంటూ ఉన్నాం. ఇప్పుడు జియో వాడు వచ్చాడురా, టెక్నాలజీ మొత్తం మార్చేసి డేటా ప్లాన్స్ మార్చాడు, మరి ఎయిర్టెల్ వాడు కూడా మార్చాడుగా, అవునా కదా. అంటే వీడేంటి ఇప్పుడు కాషియస్ అప్రోచ్ లాగా, చేంజ్ అవ్వగానే మనం చేంజ్ అయిపోతాం. కానీ బిఎస్ఎన్ఎల్ అలా కాదు, నువ్వు పెట్టుకున్నావా పెట్టుకో, అయితే ఏంటి, నాకేంటి, ఎగ్జామ్స్ వస్తున్నాయా, అయితే ఏంటి, నాకేంటి. ఎవడీడు కన్సర్వేటివ్ అప్రోచ్, లీస్ట్ బాదర్ అబౌట్ ద సిచ్యువేషన్స్, వెరీ ప్యాసివ్. ఎగ్జామ్స్ వస్తున్నాయి, ఎగ్జామ్స్ ప్యాటర్న్, ఎగ్జామ్ సిలబస్, ఎగ్జామ్ టైం టేబుల్ వచ్చిందో చదువుకుందాంలే, ఎవడాడు. కాన్ఫిడెంట్ అప్రోచ్, ఎగ్జామ్సా అమ్మో వస్తున్నాయా, తిరిగి బుక్స్ చదువు. వీడు మరీ ఓవర్ యాక్టివ్గా ఉంటాడు కదా. కానీ చూద్దాం ఏమైందో. So they try to monitor the changes, analyze the impact on their own goals, activities. This is admittedly sophisticated strategy than to wait for changes to occur, then take corrective action. అంటే వీడు చేంజెస్ జరుగుతున్నప్పుడే వాడు కూడా చేంజెస్ అయిపోతూ ఉన్నాడు, కాషియస్. వీడు చూడదేహ డైనమిక్, ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్లో చేంజ్ స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది అని చెప్పగానే వీడు కూడా స్టార్ట్ అయిపోతాడు. ఎగ్జామ్స్ అని నోట్లో నుంచి రాగానే ఎగ్జామ్సా బుక్స్ తీరా చదువుకుందాం. Firms with this approach treat external as a partially manageable and controllable by their actions. అంటే జియో లాగా. ఇప్పుడు జియో వాడు చూడండి, వాడు రావడంతో టెలికమ్యూనికేషన్ మొత్తం రెవల్యూషన్ చేంజ్ వచ్చిందా లేదా? సో he is not only responding, he is making external environment to respond. Their feedback system not only identify the threats but also try to convert them into the opportunities. Highly conscious. The last topic for this chapter, very important, types of organizations response ఎలా ఉంటారు. సో కొంతమంది ఏమో అడ్మినిస్ట్రేటివ్ రెస్పాన్సెస్ అంటే ఏంటన్నా, అడ్మినిస్ట్రేటివ్ రెస్పాన్స్ అంటే ఏంటి? ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, ఇఫ్ దే ఆర్ ఫేసింగ్, ఇఫ్ దే ఆర్ ఎక్స్పెక్టింగ్ దట్ సంథింగ్ విల్ హ్యాపన్ ఇన్ ద ఫ్యూచర్, టు ఫేస్ దట్ వీఆర్ మేకింగ్ అవర్ సెల్ఫ్స్ యాజ్ రెడీ. ఇజ్ ఇట్ క్లియర్ అన్నా? సో అడ్మినిస్ట్రేటివ్ రెస్పాన్స్, కాళ్ళకేడు వచ్చాడంట, మాహిష్మతి మేలుకో, వెంటనే వ్యూహం పొందాం. కాళ్ళకేలు ఎలా వస్తారు, మన రాజ్యం మన కింగ్డంలోకి ఎలా ఎంటర్ అవ్వచ్చు, ఎంటర్ అవుతున్నప్పుడు వాళ్ళని ఎలా అటాక్ చేసుకోవచ్చు, ఎంతమంది మన దగ్గర ఉన్నటువంటి బలం ఎంతమంది ఉన్నారు అంటే ముందుగానే మన మిషన్, విజన్, అడ్మినిస్ట్రేటివ్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్ లోపల మనలో మనం చేంజెస్ తీసుకొస్తే అది అడ్మినిస్ట్రేటివ్ రెస్పాన్స్. ఇజ్ ఇట్ క్లియర్ అన్నా? దా చూసుకుందామని కాళ్ళకేయ వాడు వచ్చి వాడి భాష స్టార్ట్ చేశాడు రా, వాడు వచ్చిన తర్వాత అప్పుడు మనం స్టార్ట్ చేసేది కాంపిటేటివ్ రెస్పాన్స్. ఇజ్ ఏ క్లియర్ అన్నా? ఒకవేళ మన పక్కన ఉన్నటువంటి మందమతి రాజ్యం వచ్చింది, మనది ఏంటిది నాన్న? మాహిష్మతి. ఇంకొకటిది మందమతి రాజ్యం, ఒరే నీ వల్ల కాదు కానీ మందమతి వచ్చి మనతో పాటు కలిసిపోతున్నాడు రా, అది కలెక్టివ్ రెస్పాన్స్. ఇజ్ ఏ క్లియర్ అన్నా? లెట్ us see here. Administrative, the most common response of an organization. This may include formation of organization's vision, mission, development of objectives, policies, budgets, creation of environmental scanning units. This response is related to change in the way the business operates to meet the changes in environment. It can be either proactive or reactive. ఇది ఎలా చేస్తున్నా, మిషన్స్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్స్ ని రివిజన్ చేస్తున్నామట. అంటే all persons know how the Mahishmati kingdom will compete the rivals. Now what we have did is, we have taken a proactive reactionary plan which is not common for us. అంటే మనం ఇలా రియాక్ట్ అవుతామని వాడికి తెలియదు, అంతలాగా అడ్మినిస్ట్రేటివ్ లో చేంజెస్ తీసుకొచ్చేసాను. Competitive response, in this case, this seeks to enhance its performance by establishing a competitive advantage over the rivals. To sustain competitive advantage, organization must achieve an external position, shall perform internally in ways that are unique, valuable, difficult to imitate. పక్కన వాడు ఇమిటేట్ చేయకోకుండా మన కాంపిటీషన్ అలా గట్టిగా ఇచ్చేస్తే ఆటోమేటిక్గా మనల్ని కాపీ కొడతానికి వాళ్ళకి చాలా టైం పట్టుద్ది. We are also the water bottle providers, but my water bottle is having some specific features. No one can imitate them that much easily. అవును కదా నాన్న, అలా ఉండాలి మన కాంపిటేటివ్ రెస్పాన్స్. అంటే ఏదో వచ్చాడు బాటిల్స్ అమ్మాడు వెళ్ళాడు అనుకోకూడదు, వచ్చాడు బాటిల్స్ ని సృష్టించి వెళ్ళాడు అనుకోవాలి. ఇజ్ ఇట్ క్లియర్ నాన్న? సో పవర్ఫుల్ పీపుల్ విల్ క్రియేట్, దే వోంట్ కమ్ ఫ్రమ్ ద పవర్ఫుల్ ప్లేసెస్, దే విల్ క్రియేట్ ద ప్లేస్ యాజ్ మోర్ పవర్ఫుల్ యాజ్ మచ్. ఇజ్ ఇట్ క్లియర్ నాన్న? వచ్చాడు వాటర్ బాటిల్ సేల్ చేశాడు వెళ్ళాడు అనకూడదు, మనల్ని వచ్చాడు వాటర్ బాటిల్ తిప్పి సేల్ చేశాడు రా అనుకోవాలా. ఎనీవే, సో కలెక్టివ్ రెస్పాన్స్ ఇస్తుందన్నా. కలెక్టివ్ రెస్పాన్స్ ప్రమోట్స్ interdependence among the organizations, that is bargaining, contracting, co-opting, creating joint venture, federations, strategic alliance and consortia. ఒక్కొక్కసారి కాంపిటీటర్తో కాంపిటీషన్ కన్నా కాంపిటీటర్తో కలిసిపోవడం బెస్ట్. ఇజ్ ఇట్ క్లియర్ నాన్న? దట్ ఈస్ వాట్ దిస్ కలెక్టివ్ రెస్పాన్సెస్. అంటే ఇప్పుడు ఒక సామ్సంగ్ OnePlus ఉంది నాన్న, వీళ్ళు వాళ్ళు వాడి చేశాడు వీడు చేశాడు కొట్టుకుంటూ వెళ్ళే డెవలప్మెంట్ కన్నా వీళ్ళిద్దరు కలిసిపోతే, యాపిల్ iOS లాగా వీళ్ళిద్దరు మోనోపోల్ అయిపోయే అవకాశం ఉందా లేదా? ఆండ్రాయిడ్స్ లో అర్థమైంది కదా నాన్న? దే విల్ గెట్ ద బెనిఫిట్. అఫ్ కోర్స్ వీఆర్ ద లూజర్స్, వీ విల్ బికమ్ ద లూజర్స్ బికాస్ if they become the monopoly, they can charge the price as they wish. They will exploit the customers by charging more prices. Is it clear, Nana? When two or more business come together to benefit from each other advantage, it is termed as collective responses. ఒక టూ ఆర్గనైజేషన్స్ ఉన్నాయి, అదే కస్టమర్స్ నేను బాగా అట్రాక్ట్ చేస్తా, ఏదో ఒక బుల్ల చెప్తా, ఏదో ఒక సోచ్ చెప్తా, నాకు ఎట్లాగైనా కస్టమర్ నా వైపు తిప్పుకునే బాధ్యత నాది. ఇంకోటి అంటాడు, కస్టమర్ నువ్వు తీసుకురా, వాడికి సేల్ చేసి ఇంటి దాకా పంపించిన బాధ్యత నాది, అంటే లాజిస్టిక్స్. ఇఫ్ దీస్ టూ పీపుల్ కాంబైన్డ్ టుగెదర్, నో వన్ కెన్ బీట్ దీస్ పీపుల్. ఇస్ ఇట్ క్లియర్ నానా? దట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ as collective responses. That's about the business environment chapter, nana. All okay? And now the next chapter will be ding 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 ding. Government policies for business growth. Okay, Nana? Nani, yes. Any doubts in the previous chapter, Nana? All okay? Can we continue? Government policies for business growth. So what it is? Do you think the government is a facilitator, or it is a regulator, or it is a controller, or it is a restrictor? All the above. Everything. Anything. Right? So let us see here. Now we are concentrating on the policies which will help our business to grow for further. Let us see here. సో పాలసీ ఏంటన్నా? పాలసీ అంటే వాట్ యు ఆర్ ప్లానింగ్ టు డూ అండ్ వాట్ యు ఆర్ ప్లానింగ్ నాట్ టు డూ ఈజ్ నథింగ్ బట్ ఏ పాలసీ. ఏం చేయాలో ఏం చేయకూడదో అదే నీ పాలసీ. క్లియర్ నానా? లెట్ us see here. సో ది మైట్ బి ఎ గోల్. నీ గోల్ ఏంటిదా? కంప్లీట్గా ప్రొఫెషనల్గా మారిపోయి లైఫ్ని బాగా లీడ్ చేసి లగ్జీరియస్ లైఫ్ని లీడ్ చేస్తూ ఫ్యామిలీని ప్రొడక్షన్ చేస్తూ సొసైటీలో నేము ఇమేజ్ క్రియేట్ చేసుకుందాం అనుకుంటున్నాం. ఇస్ ఇట్ క్లియర్ అన్న? దాట్స్ యువర్ గోల్. ఓకే, ఆ గోల్ రీచ్ అవ్వాలంటే మీకు మెనీ ఆల్టర్నేటివ్స్ ఆర్ దేర్. సో అమాంగ్ దట్ ఆల్టర్నేటివ్ యూ హ్యావ్ టేకెన్ ఏ డెసిషన్ టు బికమ్ సిఏ. అవునా? అది డెసిషన్. సో ఫస్ట్ నీ గోల్ ఏంటో చూస్తాను. ఎక్కడికి రీచ్ అవ్వాలి? అక్కడికి వెళ్ళాలి అంటే ఆల్టర్నేటివ్స్ ప్రకారంగా ఉన్న వాటి నుంచి డెసిషన్ మెయింటైన్ చేస్తాం. ఇస్ ఇట్ క్లియర్ అన్న? వన్స్ యూ హ్యావ్ డిసైడెడ్ టు బికమ్ యాజ్ అ సిఏ, యూ హ్యావ్ జాయిన్డ్ సిఏ ఫౌండేషన్ అండ్ నౌ యువర్ పాలసీ ఈస్ టు డూ ఓన్లీ ద సిఏ ఫౌండేషన్. వాట్ నాట్ టు డూ? ఎంబీబీఎస్. ఇప్పుడు నీ పాలసీ ఏంటా? ఏది చేద్దాం అనుకుంటున్నావో అదే నీ పాలసీ. వాట్ టు డూ, వాట్ నాట్ టు డూ, దట్ ఈస్ యువర్ పాలసీ. అర్థమైందా? అలాగే గవర్నమెంట్ పాలసీ కూడా ఏం చేస్తే బిజినెస్ డెవలప్ అవుతుంది, ఇండియా సెక్యూర్గా ఉంచుకోవచ్చు, కాపాడుకోవచ్చు, ఇలాంటివన్నీ కూడా గవర్నమెంట్ పాలసీలో ఉంటుంది. ఈవెన్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఆల్సో విల్ హ్యావ్ సమ్ గోల్స్, డెసిషన్స్ అండ్ బేస్డ్ అపాన్ దట్ డెసిషన్ ఇట్ విల్ ఫ్రేమ్ సమ్ పాలసీస్. అది ఎలా వస్తుంది అర్థమైంది పాలసీ అంటే ముందు. సో నెక్స్ట్, గవర్నమెంట్ పాలసీస్ ఆర్ వెరీ మచ్ ఎసెన్షియల్ ఫర్ ఎవ్రీ స్పీడ్ ఆఫ్ ఎకనామీ. ఏ స్టేజ్ ఆఫ్ ఎకనామీలో ఉన్నా కూడా నీకు పాలసీ ముఖ్యం. Is it clear, Nana? So manaki chala varaku important. This impact the business policy and have a pervasive, that is widespread impact on domestic as well as global business. For example, if you are the business organization within India, India policy is promoting exports to other countries also. So what you can do now? You can create the image not only in India but also the outside India. For example, if government is restricting you to export, can you create image in outside India? అంటే గవర్నమెంట్ ఎక్స్పోర్ట్స్ చేయండి రా అని చెప్తేనే నువ్వు చేసింది. అది చేయబట్టే నీకంటే ఒక ఇమేజ్ క్రియేట్ అయింది. అది ప్లస్ మైనస్ పక్కన పెట్టు, ఒక ఇమేజ్ క్రియేట్ అయింది. అదే గవర్నమెంట్ ఎక్స్పోర్ట్స్ వద్దు అంటే ఇండియాలోనే మిగిలిపోతాం. రైట్ ఫ్రమ్ ఇన్సెప్షన్ అంటే స్టార్టింగ్ దగ్గర నుంచి లాంగివిటీ, హెల్త్, పర్ఫార్మెన్స్, గ్రోత్, ఈవెన్ ఇన్ ఎగ్జిట్, గవర్నమెంట్ పాలసీస్ విల్ హ్యావ్ ఇంపాక్ట్. All large corporate houses, if they want to continue in the organization, society, survival, in the economy, it should make their policy with respect to the government policy. గవర్నమెంట్ ఇండియా ఏం చెప్పిందో దాని ప్రకారంగా నువ్వు పాలసీ ఫ్రేమ్ చేస్తేనే కంటిన్యూ అవ్వగలవు. నెక్స్ట్ లీగల్ ప్రాసెస్, ట్యాక్స్ పాలసీ, బిజినెస్ రిస్ట్రిక్షన్స్, ఫినాన్షియల్ రిపోర్టింగ్ ఫాలోస్ ఫ్రమ్ ద గవర్నమెంట్ పాలసీస్. నౌ for example, you can see this now. Do you think that any foreign country manufacturing car people can enter into the market directly to sell their own framed cars in India? No. If they want to come and sell in the India, they have to create either subsidiary company or joint venture in India to do the sales of them. Why? If we do so, it is indirectly providing employment opportunities in India. If it is not creating any joint venture or not even subsidiary, the importer will purchase the car directly from the other country providers. Is it clear, Nana? We are not getting any revenue from it. That is why our government had long lasting view, had created a policy that we need to create a joint venture or subsidiary. Additional information for your policy. You can see Nana, policy, decision, goal. Avante em chusam Nana. Goal ante emi achieve avvalanukuntunnavo. డెసిషన్ అంటే ఉన్నటువంటి డిఫరెంట్ ఆల్టర్నేటివ్స్ లో ఏది చేద్దాం అనుకుంటున్నావో అది డెసిషన్. పాలసీ అంటే ఏమి చెయ్యాలో ఏమి చేయకూడదో చెప్పేది పాలసీ. నెక్స్ట్ పాలసీ ఫ్రేమ్వర్క్ ఇన్ ఇండియా. సో డూ యూ థింక్ దట్ దిస్ గవర్నమెంట్ పాలసీ హ్యాడ్ ఫ్రేమ్డ్ రీసెంట్లీ? మరి ఎప్పటి నుంచి వచ్చినాయి మనకి? మీ పుట్టినప్పటి దగ్గర నుంచి ఉంది కదా నాన్న, అంతే కదా. 1807 మీ డేట్ ఆఫ్ బర్త్? 1808 4002. So all these are policies is not from the recent past years, Nana. It is from like before independence also we have some policies, but those policies were framed by the kings. Let us see some universities, like world universities, Taxatila, all those universities, how they have did the policy frame making and all. See here, there's a lot of discussions, research, experiments on public policies. Like there are age-old universities like Takshashila, Vaishali, Nalanda universities also have discussed so many points how to frame the policies. Chanakya, the great intellectual guru of Emperor Chandragupta Maurya, had outlined the public policy and had framed the Ardhashastra framework policy. Ashoka, the great ruler, so he had made the policy of harmony and peace. Guptas had made taxes, trade, welfare activities. In Delhi Sultanate, they had made stringent tax reforms, how to pay the tax, how not to escape, and all those things. And Akbar, the great land reforms in the Jamindari system, like leadership of Todarmal, is a person named Nana. And Vadi Advaryamlo, Akbar em cheppadu ante land reforms ela cheyalo cheptu unnadu. Ivanni inti Nana policyలే. ఏం చెయ్యాలో, ఎలా చెయ్యాలో, ఎంత ట్యాక్స్ కట్టాలో, హార్మోని ఎలా మెయింటైన్ చేయాలి, పీస్ ఎలా మెయింటైన్ చేయాలి అని చెప్తున్నా అంటే ఇట్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ ఏ గవర్నమెంట్ పాలసీ. క్లియర్ అన్న? దెన్ హౌ ఇట్ ఈస్ మేకింగ్ ఇన్ అదర్ కంట్రీస్. మన ఇండియాలో ఎలా ఉంటే అదర్ కంట్రీస్ ఎలా ఉంది. గ్రీక్ సిటీ స్టేట్స్ ఆఫ్ రోమన్ ఎంపైర్ పబ్లిక్ పాలసీ వాజ్ సెంటర్ ఆఫ్ అట్రాక్షన్. అంటే ఆ స్టేట్స్ లో పబ్లిక్ పాలసీ మెయిన్, అందరికీ కూడా నచ్చేది. ఫిలాసఫర్స్ లైక్ ప్లాటో, అరిస్టాటిల్ హ్యాడ్ ఎ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ డిస్కషన్స్ ఆన్ పబ్లిక్ పాలసీస్. అంటే ఇక్కడ మన ఇండియాలోనే కాదు, ప్రతి కంట్రీలో కూడా పబ్లిక్ పాలసీ గురించి డిస్కషన్స్ బాగానే జరిగింది. అడిషనల్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ దట్ ఈస్ ఫర్ యూ నాన్న. ఆటోక్రటిక్ అంటే సింపుల్ గా చూద్దాం. ఆటోక్రటిక్ అంటే ఏంట్రా అంటే దేర్ ఇస్ ఓన్లీ వన్ పర్సన్ టు రూల్ ద గవర్నమెంట్. అరిస్టోక్రసీ ఇదేంటన్న, కొంతవరకు అప్పర్ క్లాస్ పీపుల్ ఉన్నారు. ఎంటైర్ కింగ్డమ్, ఎంటైర్ like ruling, everything will be done by top class people is called aristocracy. Monarchy అంటే సింగిల్ పర్సన్, సింగిల్ ఫ్రేమింగ్ రూల్స్. ఆలిగార్కీ, ఆలిగోపోలీ తెలుసు కదా. ఆలిగార్కీ అంటే ఏంట్రా, the power will be in the hands of some few people. Tyranny means it will hands in the one person, but he is not developed as a lawful king. Is it clear? ఎవడు పడితే ఆడు దోచుకున్నట్లుగా వచ్చేసిన పవర్ అది. డెమోక్రసీ, ఆఫ్ కోర్స్ యూ నో అబౌట్ ఇట్, రైట్? ఏంటి అది? For the people, by the people, of the people. Dictator అన్న Only one person who dictates everything to do. Korea people. గుర్తుంది కదండి. సో అబ్సల్యూట్ రూల్ బై లీడర్షిప్ అండ్ రిస్ట్రిక్టెడ్ బై లా. నౌ ఇండియా రూల్ అండర్ ద బ్రిటిష్ రూల్. అంటే బ్రిటిష్ అప్పుడు ఎలా ఉందట చూద్దాం. ఎకనామికల్ పాలసీస్ అండర్ ద కొలోనియల్ రూల్, అంటే ఒకటి కింద బానిసత్వంగా ఉన్నప్పుడు అప్పుడు ఎలా ఉందట, డిజైన్ యాజ్ టు బెనిఫిట్ ద ఫారెన్ రూలర్స్. అప్పుడు కూడా పాలసీ ఉందట, కానీ దట్ పాలసీ ఇస్ నాట్ బెనిఫిటింగ్ ద ఇండియన్ నేషన్, ఇట్ ఈస్ బెనిఫిటింగ్ ద ఫారెన్ కంట్రీ పీపుల్. అంటే ఎవరిదా, బ్రిటిష్ పీపుల్ అని అర్థం. కొలోనియల్ రూల్ అంటే ఒకటి కింద బానిసత్వంగా ఉన్నప్పుడు టైంలో దే ఇంట్రడ్యూస్డ్ ద జమీందారీ సిస్టమ్. అంటే ఏంటన్నా జమీందారీ సిస్టమ్. సో there is something called colonial rulers. Below them there is something called jamindaris. Below them there is something called peasants or like the persons who are the land tenants. ఇలా 3 different varieties ఉన్నాయి మనకి గ్రూప్స్ ఆఫ్ పీపుల్స్. వీళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తారంటే జమీందారీ సిస్టమ్ దగ్గర నుంచి ట్యాక్సెస్ బాగా తీసుకునేవాళ్ళు, అండ్ వీళ్ళు కింద ఉన్న ల్యాండ్ టెనెంట్స్ దగ్గర నుంచి ట్యాక్సెస్ తీసుకోవాలి. అదే క్రాప్ వచ్చినా పండకపోయినా, పండినా, ప్రాఫిట్ వచ్చినా లేకపోయినా వాడి దగ్గర నుంచి ట్యాక్సెస్ ని కలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటూ ఉండేవాళ్ళు. సో దే ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ ద మేనేజింగ్ ఏజెన్సీ త్రూ విచ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ పాసిబుల్ ఫర్ ఎ హ్యాండ్ఫుల్ ఆఫ్ వెల్తీ పీపుల్ టు బిల్డ్, కంట్రోల్ వాస్ట్ ఇండస్ట్రియల్ అండ్ బిజినెస్ ఎంటర్ప్రైజెస్ ఇన్ ఇండియా. సమ్ టైమ్స్ దీస్ అసిస్టెంట్స్ ఫ్రమ్ ఇండియన్ పార్ట్నర్స్. అంటే బ్రిటిష్ పీపుల్ అప్పుడు మనతో పాటు ఉంటే ఏం చేస్తున్నారన్నా వాళ్ళకి కావాల్సిన యాక్టివిటీస్ పైన కాన్సన్ట్రేషన్ గా చూసుకున్నారు. The other analogy, this framework has called poverty and un-British rule in India had a drain of wealth from India into the Britain. అంటే ఎలా మన ఇండియాలో ఉన్న వెల్త్ బ్రిటన్ కి వెళ్ళిపోయింది అనేది క్లియర్ గా మనకి ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేశారు. The British government just fulfilled the duty of policy state, that is maintenance of internal order, defense of the Indian border. అంటే ఇంటర్నల్ గా అలాగే ఇండియన్ బోర్డర్ ని ఎలా కాపాడుకోవాలి అంటే మిగతా కంట్రీస్ వచ్చి మనల్ని కబ్జా చేయకోకుండా అని మాత్రమే కాన్సన్ట్రేషన్ చేశారే కానీ ఇండియా యొక్క మెయిన్ డెవలప్మెంట్ యాక్టివిటీస్ గా అప్పుడే చేయలేదు. Their policies indirectly curbed the economical freedom of Indian people. Politically we are suppressed anyways. కానీ ఎంత చూసుకున్నా పొలిటికల్ గా మనం చాలా వరకు వాళ్ళ వల్ల కుంగిపోయాం. కానీ ఒకటి నేను, if the Britishers, if they could not taken us as their slavery people, we could not see such a developmental in this area. Is it clear nana? సో వాళ్ళ వల్ల మనకి కొంత డెవలప్మెంట్ వచ్చిందని చెప్పచ్చు. బికాస్ ఆఫ్ దెమ్ వీ హ్యావ్ లెర్న్ సంథింగ్ హౌ టు డూ ఆర్ హౌ నాట్ డూ ద డెవలప్మెంట్. ఇండియా సిన్స్ ఇండిపెండెన్స్ అప్పటి నుంచి ఎలా ఉందట, అబ్బో చాలా రకాలుగా ఉన్నాయి కదా చూద్దాం. ఫ్రమ్ ద కొలోనియల్ రూల్ ఇన్ 1957 పేడ్ ద వే ఫర్ రీచార్టింగ్ బిజినెస్ గ్రోత్ ఇన్ ఇండియా. అంటే ఏంటంటే సో ఇట్ ఈస్ కీప్ ఆన్ ఎంగేజింగ్ ఆల్ ద గ్రోత్ యాక్టివిటీస్. ఇండియా కేమ్ విత్ ద ఫస్ట్ ఇండస్ట్రియల్ పాలసీ ఇన్ ద 1948. Urgent priority given to all the industrial, business and economical growth. Preamble of Constitution 1950 తర్వాత వాళ్ళ ఎక్కువగా ఎకనామికల్ ఫ్రీడమ్ అండ్ రైట్ టు క్యారీ ఆన్ బిజినెస్ ట్రేడ్ యాజ్ ఎ ఫండమెంటల్ రైట్. అంటే ఏంటన్నా ఎనీ వన్ కెన్ డూ ద బిజినెస్ ఆన్ దేర్ ఓన్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్, కెన్ డూ దేర్ ఓన్ సేల్స్ అండ్ ఆల్. ఇండియా ఎంబార్క్డ్ అపాన్ ఎకనామికల్ ప్లానింగ్, ద ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ ప్లాన్. అంటే ఏంటన్నా పంచవర్ష ప్రణాళికలు అని చెప్తాం కదా. సో పచ్చ గ్రీన్ రెవల్యూషన్, వైట్ రెవల్యూషన్స్ ఇవన్నీ కూడా, హరిత విప్లవము ఇవన్నీ కూడా అప్పుడే మనకు స్టార్ట్ అయినాయి. ఇండస్ట్రియల్ పాలసీ రిజల్యూషన్ 1956 was introduced to make or to promote the advantages and everything. Okay na? Okay, so next, a large number of government companies were established. Rather than choosing either capitalistic or socialistic systems, deliberately choose the mixed economical system dominated by public sector. అంటే చాలా కంపెనీస్ కూడా చాలా కంట్రీస్ కూడా ఓన్లీ సోషలిజము, ఓన్లీ క్యాపిటలిజం కాకోకుండా మిక్స్డ్ ఎకనామీని చూస్ చేసుకున్నారు. కానీ ఎలాంటి సిస్టమ్ అంటే వేర్ ద పబ్లిక్ సెక్టార్ ఈస్ హ్యావింగ్ మోర్ కంట్రోల్ ఓవర్ ద ప్రైవేట్ సెక్టార్. Setting up of industrial units, a host of industrial labor laws were put in place to ensure the orderly development of business. The 1990s policy marked the emergence of new era of economical policy in India. The era that popularly known as LPG, అంటే ఏంటన్నా లిబరలైజేషన్, ప్రైవేటైజేషన్, గ్లోబలైజేషన్. అంటే ఇండిపెండెన్స్ తర్వాత చాలా చేంజెస్ తీసుకొచ్చిన తర్వాత 1990s లో మనము ఈ డెవలప్మెంట్ కోసం ఎల్పిజి పాలసీ తీసుకొచ్చామట. టేకెన్ టుగెదర్ ద ఎకనామిక్ పాలసీ రిప్రజెంట్స్ ఎ డిపార్చర్ ఫ్రమ్ ద పాలసీ రిజైమ్ ఆన్ ఎకనామికల్ టువర్డ్స్ వాట్ ఈస్ నోన్ యాజ్ నియో లిబరల్ ఎకనామికల్ థాట్. Therefore, policy regime of 1990s was almost diametrically opposed to the policy regime since mid-50s. అంటే 1950s లో ఉన్న పాలసీతో కంపేర్ చేస్తే 1990s కి చాలా ఇంపాక్ట్ ఎక్కువగా పడింది. 1950s లో వీఆర్ హ్యావింగ్ సో మచ్ ఆఫ్ రిస్ట్రిక్షన్స్, బట్ ఇన్ 1990s ద రిస్ట్రిక్షన్స్ వర్ రిమూవ్డ్. దేర్ ఈస్ సో మచ్ ఆఫ్ లిబరలైజేషన్ ఇన్ ద సొసైటల్ ప్లానింగ్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్స్. 50s లో నువ్వు ఒక ఇండస్ట్రీ స్టార్ట్ చేయాలి అంటే లైసెన్స్ తీసుకోవాలి, పర్మిషన్ తీసుకోవాలి, అన్ని ప్రొసీజర్ ఆస్పెక్ట్స్ ని ఫాలో అయితేనే స్టార్ట్ చేసేవాడివి. కానీ 1990s లో అన్ని రిస్ట్రిక్షన్స్ లేవు. They are all removed from some extent. Policies of 50s and 90s, you can see here Nana, comparison. Nature of economical system. Mid-50s, 90s, mixed economy with dominant public sector. Dominant instrument of economical governance. ఏంటి అన్నది ఎకనామికల్ ప్లానింగ్. అక్కడ ముందులో ఎలా ఉంటుంది మనకి మార్కెట్ మెకానిజం, openness orientation, closed economy, open economy, role of government in business. So acquiring commanding heights, కానీ ఇక్కడ స్టేట్ ఓనర్షిప్ ఉంది, ప్రైవేటైజేషన్ కూడా కనిపించింది. గవర్నమెంట్ విజువల్లీ రెగ్యులేషన్ అండ్ కంట్రోల్, బట్ హియర్ ఇట్ ఈస్ లిబరలైజేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ రెగ్యులేషన్స్. So we should understand how the economical policies will make the closed chambers rather these prevalent and emerging social nations. Economical policy should not be changed frequently so that throw system into the vortex of instability, but should keep pace with the needs and aspirations of the people. In other words, this must find a meaning in the lived experience of the people. అంటే ప్రతిసారి మనకున్న పాలసీస్ని ఎలా పడితే అలా ఎప్పుడు పడితే అప్పుడు చేంజెస్ చేయకోకుండా ఎప్పుడు ఎక్కడ ఎంత కావాలో అంత చేంజెస్ని యాక్సెప్ట్ అయ్యేలాగా చూసుకోవాలి. స్పెక్ట్రమ్ ఆఫ్ గవర్నమెంట్ పాలసీస్ ఫర్ బిజినెస్, అంటే ఒక బిజినెస్ యొక్క డెవలప్మెంట్ ఎన్ని టైప్స్గా జరుగుతూ వచ్చింది చూద్దాం. Maybe production, finance, marketing, or any activity are influenced by the government policies. These are expressive and like spread the successive stages in firms' life skill. These are policies, regulations impacting startups, organizations, environmental clearances, conduct of business, dealing with customers, and even exit. అంటే ఒక పాలసీ అనేది కేవలం ఒక బిజినెస్ కోసమే కాదు, బిజినెస్ ని ఎలా కండక్ట్ చేయాలి, కస్టమర్ని ఎలా రప్పించుకోవాలి, ఉన్నవాటిని ఎలా రీటైన్ చేసుకోవాలి, ఇలా డిఫరెంట్ యాక్టివిటీస్ కి కూడా మన గవర్నమెంట్ పాలసీస్ హెల్ప్ చేస్తుంది. Apart from this, central government, these are the policies of state government too that influence the business activities in the respect to states. అంటే మన సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ కాకుండా స్టేట్ గవర్నమెంట్ కూడా ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ చేస్తుంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ విల్ ఎన్కరేజ్ ద బిజినెస్ స్టార్ట్అప్స్ టు స్టార్ట్ ద డూయింగ్, బట్ అవర్ స్టేట్ గవర్నమెంట్ విల్ సే దట్ ఇఫ్ యూ పే సంథింగ్ టు మీ దెన్ ఓన్లీ ఐ విల్ అలౌ యూ టు స్టార్ట్ ద బిజినెస్. సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఒకలాగా చెప్పింది, డెవలప్మెంట్ అవుతుందేమో అనుకున్నా. స్టేట్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఇంకొక రిస్ట్రిక్షన్స్ పెడతాం వల్ల వచ్చే డెవలప్మెంట్ ఆగిపోయి డైవర్షన్ తీసుకుని ఇంకొక స్టేట్లోకి వెళ్ళిపోతుంది. నెక్స్ట్, ఓవర్ వ్యూ ఆఫ్ ఎకనామికల్ పాలసీ. ఎలా ఉంటుందన్న ఎకనామికల్ పాలసీస్? మ్యాక్రో ఎకనామిక్ అంటే అన్నిటికీ కలిపి ఫిజికల్ పాలసీ, మానిటరీ పాలసీ. ఫిజికల్ పాలసీ అంటే ఎవ్రీథింగ్ ఈస్ డన్ బై ద సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్. త్రూ దిస్ పాలసీ దే విల్ కంట్రోల్ either public expenditure as well as the public revenue, taxes, etc. Monetary policy will be controlled entirely by the RBI. Through the monetary, money market, capital markets, all financial markets and everything, they'll keep changes some monetary interest rates. Through this, our economy will get influenced and our economy will get controlled. Sector management, that is only specific sector, agricultural policy, industrial policy, foreign trade and investment policy. ఏ పాలసీ అయినా వాళ్ళు చెప్పాలనుకుంటుంది ఏంట్రా అంటే బిజినెస్ గ్రోత్ ఎలా తీసుకురావచ్చో చెప్పేదే. ఫిజికల్ పాలసీస్ రిలేటెడ్ టు ఎక్స్పెండిచర్, ట్యాక్స్, నాన్ ట్యాక్స్ రెవెన్యూ. మానిటరీ పాలసీ రిలేటింగ్ టు సప్లై ఆఫ్ మనీ, క్రెడిట్, ఫారెన్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ బ్రాడ్లీ ఇంపాక్ట్ ద బిజినెస్. ఇంపాక్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఫిజికల్ పాలసీ ఆన్ బిజినెసెస్. సో హౌ ఇట్ కెన్ ఇంపాక్ట్ ఫిజికల్ పాలసీ. ఎలా ఫిజికల్ పాలసీ అంటే అసలు ఏంటి? మన కిందకి ఎక్స్పెండిచర్, రెవెన్యూ అనుకున్నాం కదా. సో లెట్ us see here. The world is experienced with worst economical downturn. అంటే అప్పుడు ఏం చేయాలి? మేబీ కోవిడ్ లాంటి సిచ్యువేషన్స్ వల్ల పెద్దగా డబ్బులు లేవు కాబట్టి అప్పుడు సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఏం చేయొచ్చు? వాట్ ఇట్ కెన్ డూ? ఇట్ కెన్ ప్రొవైడ్ సో మచ్ ఆఫ్ వెల్ఫేర్ క్రియేటింగ్ యాక్టివిటీస్. బికాస్ ఆఫ్ దట్, ఇఫ్ ద గవర్నమెంట్ స్పెండ్ సంథింగ్ ఆన్ అస్, the money will flow from central government treasury department to public people's pocket. అప్పుడు అలా అవడం వల్ల ఏమవుతుందన్నా, పబ్లిక్ కెన్ స్టార్ట్ డిమాండింగ్ మోర్. ఐ మీన్ more of the consumer commodities will be purchased. Because of this demand is going on, automatically it will improve the GDP, production, employment level, savings level, developmental activities, growth activities, and this leads to the expansion. Is it clear, Nana? For example, if the central government is feeling that public is having more money in their hands, what government can do is, the government need to collect the money from them to the government by levying some taxes. That's called as revenue to the government. Because of this, money holding by people will be lesser. So let us see the Indian economy has not been an exception. So likewise, like in the past, the government provided physical stimulus in the wake of world economical crisis of 2008. You might have seen this global economical crisis. Business cycles lo mana oka example ki cheppuntam. Housing mania, financial sector, 2008 to 2010. Federal Reserve Bank had reduced the rate of interest and provided the many loans to the customers, citizens of American people. Guttunemana. అప్పుడు క్రైసిస్ వచ్చినప్పుడు 2008లో మన ఎకనామీ ఎలా అయితే రివైవ్ అవ్వటం స్టార్ట్ అయ్యిందో అలా కోవిడ్ వల్ల వచ్చినప్పుడు కూడా పడిపోయి ఇప్పుడు రివైవ్ అవడం స్టార్ట్ అవుతుందట. దిస్ ఆల్ హ్యాపెన్ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ ఫిజికల్ పాలసీ. This is stimulate to stick to work on the demand side and supply side and attempt to pedal it through the likely collapse. In fact, all policy work on the demand side or supply side or both. Sectoral policy pertain to specific sectors. For example, if you are concentrating on agriculture sector, it is concentrating only on agriculture farming activities. If it is industry sector, it is concentrating only on the secondary sector. If it is aids to trade commerce activities, it is concentrating only on the service sector. So these are the sectoral policies. There may be government policy for specific industries too, like telecom policy, civil aviation. These are the sectoral, this is the industry specific activities. Macro policy indicates and business conduciveness and in how we are conducting or how we are concentrating on these things. So mana macro economical policies lo which changes mana development ni mana growth ni ela teeskostundi, how we are promoting. We want 5 mainly factors nana macro economical factors. Evintavi GDP, inflation, tax rates, interest rates and exchange rates. These are the 5 most significant macroeconomical policy indicators which can impact our business strategies. So, it is almost a standard recipe of business conduciveness. And in a business ni mana ela conduct chestunnamani. Growing GDP, moderate inflation, low tax rate, low interest rates, moderate exchange rates. GDP ela undalata nana economy develop avvali ante growing GDP grow avutundante meaning entra? If it is mentioned that GDP is growing, it says that if GDP is growing, automatically it says that the demand for the economical goods is increasing. It leads to the production, it leads to the employment, it leads to payment of wages or salaries to the employees. It will increase the income generating activities, leads to consumption expenditure, leads to this more of savings, more of investments, leads to the expansion of entire sector. GDP పెరిగితే ఇది, తగ్గితే రివర్స్. మరి మనకి ఏం కావాలి? ఎకనామికల్ గ్రోత్ కావాలి అంటే జీడిపి గ్రోయింగ్ అవ్వాలి. దిస్ విల్ మేక్ ఏ వర్చువస్ సైకిల్. మరి ఇన్ఫ్లేషన్ ఎలా ఉండాలంటే మోడరేట్ లెవెల్లో ఉండాలి. ఎందుకు? ఒకవేళ ఇన్ఫ్లేషన్ బాగా హయ్యర్గా ఉంది అనుకుంటే, then because of this, increased prices will make increased cost of production, increased prices in finished commodities, cost of living will get damaged. So no one can able to invest, save, spend, consume, do the activities. What happens now? Economical depression will start. Higher amount of inflation is not advisable. For example, okay, can we go for the lower level of inflation? Even that also not required, because lower rate of inflation will make very dead slow activities, sluggish activities, dead slow movement. So what we require? We require the moderate level of inflation in the economy. That is what this point says. So to arouse the business optimism, for the rising prices serves as opportunity trigger for the higher profitability. Next nana, we need to see about the tax rates adena. So rate of taxes ela undala, rate of taxes moderate level lo undali leda kanisam chala lower ga undali. Lower rate adi inka best kada nana. So tax, this will impact the business profits. If the business is ended up with a high amount of profits, they need to liable to pay high amount of taxes also. If they pay high amount of taxes, the amount left over with them for the developmental will be very lesser. They can't concentrate on development in the future. Is it clear nana? Mana em kaadu manaki appudu tax undali okay, కానీ ఎలా ఉండాలట low tax rates. So rate of tax on business is a key fiscal policy indicator. It should be generally low tax rates will stimulate the business investments. ఒకవేళ ట్యాక్స్ బాగా తక్కువ ఉంది అనుకున్నాను, బిజినెస్ పీపుల్ విల్ ట్రై టు ఇన్వెస్ట్ మోర్ అమౌంట్ ఆన్ ద బిజినెస్ టు ఎక్స్పాండ్ ద బిజినెస్ ఆపరేషన్స్ టు గెట్ ద ఇన్కమ్, విల్ పే లో taxes అండ్ విల్ గెట్ ద రెవెన్యూ. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ట్యాక్స్ ఎక్కువ ఉంది అనుకో ఏమైతే తెలుసా, మెనీ పీపుల్ విల్ ట్రై టు అవాయిడ్ పేయింగ్ ట్యాక్సెస్. Many people will try to avoid disclosing their income to others. If it is low taxes, the business people will ready to pay that such lesser taxes. పోనీలే కొంచెమేగా గవర్నమెంట్గా కట్టేది, అది కడితే మనకేగా డెవలప్మెంట్ వచ్చేది అని ఆలోచిస్తాడు. అలా కాకుండా ట్యాక్స్ 60% ట్యాక్స్ కట్టు అన్నాడు అనుకో, ఎవరైనా కడతాడా? వ్యాపారం చేస్తాడు, నా దగ్గర ఏ వ్యాపారం లేదుగా, అడుక్కుంటున్నానుగా, అదే నా వ్యాపారం, దానికి ఒక ట్యాక్స్ ఉందా, పక్కెళ్ళి అడుకోమ్మ కాసేపు అంటే. ఇప్పుడు ఇక్కడ ఇఫ్ యు ఆర్ డిస్క్లోజింగ్ ద ఇన్కమ్స్ టు ద గవర్నమెంట్ అండ్ యు ఆర్ పేయింగ్ ద లెస్ ద ట్యాక్స్, ఇట్ విల్ మేక్ యూ టు ఇన్వెస్ట్ మోర్ ఇన్ టు ద బిజినెస్. నెక్స్ట్, ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ ఈస్ ఇన్వెస్ట్లీ రిలేటెడ్ టు రేట్ ఆఫ్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్. వాట్ ఈస్ meant by this? If rate of interest is very higher, it will make the cost of burden to pay the interest to back to the banks. అదే రేట్ ఆఫ్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ తక్కువ ఉంటే ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్స్ ఇంకా చేద్దాం అనిపిస్తుంది, ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్స్ కోసం డబ్బులు ఇంకా అప్పుగా తీసుకొచ్చేస్తా. మోడరేట్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ రేట్ ఏమైంది, మోడరేట్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ రేట్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటే, ఎక్స్చేంజ్ రేట్ బాగా ఎక్కువ ఉంది అనుకున్నాను, అప్పుడు ఏమైపోద్ది, ఇంపోర్ట్స్ పైన కాన్సన్ట్రేషన్ మనకి తగ్గిపోద్ది అప్పుడు. బికాస్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు స్పెండ్ మోర్ ఇండియన్ రూపీ టు పే ఫర్ ద డాలర్స్. ఇస్ ఇట్ క్లియర్? దట్ విల్ మేక్ ఇంపోర్ట్స్ మోర్ కాస్ట్లియర్. Then we have to concentrate on the production of the commodities in my country itself instead of purchasing from the others. Clear nana? So ఒకవేళ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ రేట్ బాగా అయిపోయింది అనుకో, అప్పుడు ఎక్స్పోర్ట్స్ మనకి మంచిగా ఉంటుంది, అంటే మన ఇండియా వాళ్ళకి మంచిగా ఉంటుంది. కానీ ఎక్స్పోర్ట్స్ కి బాగా ప్రైస్ ఎక్కువ అయిపోయింది అనుకో, కాంపిటీషన్ లో అబ్బో అంత కాస్ట్లీగా పెట్టి ఇండియా నుంచి ఎవడు కొంటారు లేదా, పక్కన నుంచి కొనుక్కుందాంలే అని వెళ్ళిపోతారు. Is it clear nana? So higher exchange rate is not that much of leads to successful to my country. So what level I require? Moderate exchange rate will make us company to country to grow further. So ఏం కావాలి మనకి, moderate exchange rate is moderately high external value of domestic currency stimulates business in two major ways, by making imports dearer and by making exports cheaper. Besides, it also stimulates foreign investments. And even we are the business persons who are trying to see for the investors. The company, whatever we are forming with the investment, had lapsed away or had we utilized the entire rupee of penny in investing in the machineries. ఇప్పుడు ఇంకా కొంత మనీ ఎక్సెస్ గా ఉంటే డెవలప్మెంట్ కి బాగా యూజ్ అవుతుంది. ఆ కొంత మనీ ఎవరిస్తున్నాడు, ఫారెన్ కంట్రీ నుంచి ఇచ్చేవాళ్ళు ఉండొచ్చు. అది ఇవ్వాలంటే మనం ఏం చేయాలి, గ్లోబలైజేషన్ తీసుకోవాలి, లిబరలైజేషన్ తీసుకురావాలి. Thus the above mentioned 5 macroeconomical variables, if managed well, can together contribute to a conducive, that is a collective and environmental of business survival and growth. ఏంటి నేను ఒకసారి, జీడిపి ఎలా ఉండాలి, రైజ్ అవ్వాలి, అప్పుడు ఏమవుద్ది, ఆప్టిమిజం, హై డిమాండ్. ఇన్ఫ్లేషన్ ఎలా ఉండాలి, మోడరేట్ గా ఉండాలి, అప్పుడు ఎక్స్పెక్టేషన్స్ పెరిగి ప్రతి ఒక్కరి డిమాండ్ చేస్తాడు. ట్యాక్సెస్ ఎలా ఉన్నాయి, చాలా లోవర్ గా ఉండాలి, అప్పుడు ఇన్వెస్టర్స్ ఎక్కువ అమౌంట్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ చేస్తాడు. ఇంట్రెస్ట్, lesser rate of interest will make the lesser cost of funds to borrow so much of, like business people will try to invest much amount than the usual amounts. Exchange, it should be so moderate, therefore it will protect for domestic production, because of this imports will become very very dearer, then automatically the domestic production will get encourages and it is also incentive for exports. It is very important to mention that here The impact of macro variables is contingent, because when we are concentrating only on GDP, I can say it is rising is best. But even though the GDP is rising, it is not good for the country when GDP is rising along with the higher rate of interest. రెండు కలిపి అయితే వేస్ట్ కదా. If GDP is rising by 20%, example, if interest rate is rising by 50%, అప్పుడు చెప్పు నాకు వేస్ట్ అవుతుంది. ఎందుకు వేస్ట్ అవుతున్నానా? యూ కాంట్ మేక్ అవుట్ ద గ్రోత్ నౌ బికాస్ రేట్ ఆఫ్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఇస్ సో హయ్యర్. అంటే ఇండివిజువల్ గా చూస్తే ఈజీగా నువ్వు కోరిలేట్ చేసి ఎలా ఉండొచ్చో చెప్పొచ్చు. ఇఫ్ యూ కంబైన్ ఎంటైర్ ఫ్యాక్టర్, ఇట్ ఈస్ వెరీ డిఫికల్ట్ ఫర్ అస్ టు మెయింటైన్. ఇస్ ఇట్ క్లియర్ అన్నా? Next, so in economics it is almost important to hold other things constant. Endadi city bus, endadi ceteris paribus. In the same way, when we are analyzing about the exchange rate, I am thinking that all other 4 different factors are keeping constant. When I am discussing about the tax, all other 4 factors keeping constant. So that's about the things. Policy formulation and impact and transmission process. How you will make the policy? Do you think that you can make the policy by sitting in the 4 walls? It's not possible. First of all, you should go outside. Check it up. What is the problem presented in the world? Company, country, situation, society, area, district, village, state, and everywhere. What is the present process of problem is going on? Whether is there any plan, any policy to control the problem? ఉందా లేదా? పాలసీ ఏమన్నా ఉందా లేదా? ఇఫ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ దేర్, ఫ్రేమ్ ద న్యూ వన్. ఇఫ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ దేర్, ఈవెన్ దో పాలసీ ఇస్ దేర్, వై ద ప్రాబ్లమ్ ఈస్ స్టిల్ పెండింగ్? అర్థమైందన్నా? బయటికి పో, ప్రాబ్లం ఏంటో బయటికి చూడు. ఆ ప్రాబ్లంకి నాకు సంబంధం లేదయ్యా, నాకు సంబంధం. సో ప్రాబ్లం చూడు ఫస్ట్. ఆ ప్రాబ్లంకి ఆల్రెడీ ఏదైనా పాలసీ ఉందా లేదా? ఉంటే ఎందుకు ఇంకా ప్రాబ్లం ఉంది క్వశ్చన్ చేసుకో. ఒకవేళ ఎటువంటి పాలసీ లేకపోతే ఎందుకు లేదో కనుక్కో. అండ్ ఇఫ్ యూ నో ద రీజన్స్, దెన్ ఫ్రేమ్ ఏ పాలసీ బై కోఆర్డినేటింగ్ ఆల్ అదర్ రిలేటెడ్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్స్. ఫ్రేమ్ ఇట్. Show the policy to the other departments. Ask them whether it is good or not, whether it is okay to implement or not. Once it is done, then implement it. Get the feedback and then again change the policy if you want. Idanta policy chese vidhanam. Okay na? So let us see here. It has been seen that government policy are drawn not in closed chambers. Ultimate responsibility lies with the concerned ministry. The ministry in turn functions through committees, commissions, institutions. అంటే ఒక పాలసీ బయటికి రావడానికి వాళ్ళంతా కూడా కమిటీస్ పెట్టి డిస్కషన్ చేసి తీసుకొస్తున్నారు. ఎట్ ద గ్రౌండ్ లెవెల్, రిసోర్సెస్ ఇస్ టేకెన్ టు వైడర్ కన్సల్టేటివ్ అండ్ పార్టిసిపేటివ్ ప్రాసెస్. ద డ్రాఫ్ట్ పాలసీస్, క్రిటిక్, కమెంట్స్, సజెషన్స్. అంటే ఏంటన్నా, ఒకసారి పాలసీ ఫ్రేమ్ చేసిన తర్వాత ఒక వెబ్సైట్లో పెట్టి, అయ్యా ప్రజల్లారా మీకోసం ఈ పాలసీ తీసుకొస్తున్నా, ఈ పాలసీ ఇలా చేద్దాం అనుకుంటున్నా, మీలో కనుక ఎవరికైనా పాలసీ పైన ఏదైనా క్వశ్చన్స్ ఉంటే అడగండి, తిట్టండి, కొట్టండి, అడిగి తెలుసుకోండి, పాయింట్స్ ఇవ్వండి, అడ్వైస్ ఇవ్వండి, సజెషన్స్ చెప్పండి, కాలర్ పట్టుకోండి, ఇవన్నీ చేయండి అని పబ్లిక్ మనం వదిలేస్తున్నాం. ఇస్ ఇట్ క్లియర్ అన్నా? సో అలా వదిలేసిన తర్వాత ద డ్రాఫ్ట్ పాలసీస్, వన్స్ ఇట్ ఈస్ డన్, దెన్ ఇట్ విల్ బి శాంక్షన్, permitted, submitted and approval from the parliament and all, and then it will be get implemented. The policy thus framed or then implemented, then the impact is felt and feedback తీసుకుంటాం. This can be several ways of implementing its policies. So we can see here policy context. దేని కోసం ఫస్ట్ ముందు పాలసీ చేస్తున్నాము, పాలసీలో ఏమి ఉంచాలనుకుంటున్నావు, అలా చేయడానికి నీకు ఎటువంటి ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ కావాలి అండ్ ఎటువంటి ఇన్స్ట్రుమెంట్స్ నువ్వు యూస్ చేస్తూ ఉంటావు, and where you are implementing this policies and all. Okay na? This entire thing will make the policy formulation process. Next, any types of policies ఉన్నాయి అంటే natures and types of public policies. అంటే ఏంటన్నా, nature of types of public policies. How types it can be? Protective policy. And it will give some protection to the business, not fell into the failure. Clear nana? Restrictive policies. And it will control the doing of business. Regulative. It also control and tells how to do the business and all. Facilitative. It will make the developmental things. Let us see here. Protective. And these policies will protect the business doers and will make sustain for and grow. Restrictive. అంటే ఏంటన్నా ఎలా పడితే అలా కంటిన్యూగా డెవలప్మెంట్ అవ్వకోకుండా కొన్ని అడ్డంకులు వేసి కండిషన్స్ పెట్టి రిస్ట్రిక్షన్స్ పాస్ చేసి రిస్ట్రిక్టివ్ పాలసీ ఫ్రేమ్ చేస్తున్నాం. Because of this, what happens, Nana? Growth can be controlled and as well as the negative impact will be removed. Regulatory policy. These will regulate us how to do the business. Like RBI, SEBI, వీళ్ళంతా కూడా regulate us how to do the banking organizations, how to do the company shares to be sold off, to be purchased and everything. These are called as regulatory policies. They will give the freedom to carry on the business, but they will make some like traffic rules, rules over the control, how we have to do, and they will make the clearly policy institutional setup, how we can do the market. So you can see the Ministry of Railways and as well as the RBI when they are making the money market and forex market operations. SEBI, how they are calculating when they are doing the share market values and as well as the stock trading. Facilitative policies, and these are the ones which facilitates an activity. So for example, MSME, they will facilitate us to do the business more actively by providing loans at a lesser rate of interest. There might be some other persons like consultants. They will tell us, suggest, they will give us advices how not to do the business. They will facilitate, they will provide some facilities to increase our business growth. These are facilitative or developmental policies. Interaction between the government policies and the business growth. How we can have this growth, Nana? It can be possible only when you have the interaction between the government and as well as the business institutions. The interface between policy and the growth occurs more importantly with reference to policy changes. Successive liberalization and dispensing of the restrictive policies created a more favorable climate for business growth. For example, if you are having more strict restrictive practices, can you see the business growth? రిస్ట్రిక్షన్స్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటే గ్రోత్ ఉండేది కాదు, లిబరలైజేషన్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటే గ్రోత్ ఉండేది కాదు. అంటే ఇప్పుడు బిజినెస్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్స్ వాళ్ళకి ఏం కావాలో గవర్నమెంట్కి వాళ్ళు లెటర్ పెట్టి అపాయింట్మెంట్ తీసుకొని వాళ్ళు సక్సెస్ఫుల్గా డీలప్ చేస్తే గవర్నమెంట్ స్టార్టెడ్ గివింగ్ లిబరలైజేషన్ అండ్ యాజ్ వెల్ యాజ్ ద మోడిఫికేషన్స్ అండ్ రిస్ట్రిక్టివ్ ప్రాక్టీసెస్. ఇన్ ఏ బ్రాడర్ సెన్స్, సి ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మోనోపోలీ, రిస్ట్రిక్టివ్ ట్రేడ్ ప్రాక్టీసెస్. కాంపిటీషన్ ఏతున్నానా అందరూ కాంపిటీటర్స్గా చేంజెస్ అవ్వండి కానీ ఒకడిగా అవ్వద్దు. Right? So in a broader sense, we need to interpret the policy as in terms of easing of business and business facilitation. So permissive, supportive, promotional, developmental, అంటే గవర్నమెంట్ మనకి ఇలా పర్మిషన్ ఇస్తుంది, సపోర్ట్గా ఉంటుంది, ప్రొవైడ్ చేస్తుంది, ఫెసిలిటీస్ని ఇస్తుంది, అన్నీ చేస్తుంది, కానీ రెగ్యులేటర్గా చేయండి అని చెప్తున్నాడు. So the scope of interface between the government policy, business growth is also extended to such government policy as is pertaining to augment of civil infrastructure, utilities such as electricity, water, development of infrastructural industrial corridors, etc. అంటే వీటి వల్ల ఇండస్ట్రీస్ కి బాగా డెవలప్మెంట్ జరుగుతుంది. నెక్స్ట్ ద ఎకనామికల్ ప్రోగ్రెస్. మనకి 1990s దాకా స్లోగా స్లగిష్గా అవుతుంటే 1991లో ఒక న్యూ ఇండస్ట్రియల్ పాలసీ వచ్చింది నాన్న. 1991 అంటే ఎప్పుడో వచ్చింది కదా నాన్న. సో మనకి ఎన్ని ఏళ్ళ దానికి 32 ఏళ్ళ 33, సో ఒక 30 years అనుకుందాం, 33 years అనుకుంటా. సో వాట్ ఇట్ మే బి 1991లో వచ్చిన పాలసీ ఇప్పటికీ కూడా న్యూ పాలసీ అని ఎందుకంటున్నాం తెలుసా? దాని తర్వాత ఏది లేదు కాబట్టి అది న్యూ పాలసీ. So India decided to make upon a mark on the faster course of action through the 1991 multiple reforms through with the help of LPG liberalization, privatization, globalization. These reforms made an initiated aim to raise the India's growth potential. So how it was changed with these things, Nana, we'll see in this liberalization, privatization, and then globalization. Shall we see the liberalization, Nana? So when we are in the closed economy, any national program of privatization for its success, one needs successful move towards the globalization. అంటే ఒక ఎకనామీ సక్సెస్ఫుల్ అవ్వాలి అన్న వరల్డ్ లెవెల్లో నీకు గ్లోబలైజేషన్లోకి వెళ్ళాలి. అలా గ్లోబలైజేషన్లోకి వెళ్ళాలి అంటే ముందు నీకు లిబరలైజేషన్ జరిగి ఉండాలి. ఎందుకంటే గ్లోబలైజేషన్ అంటే ఎంటరింగ్ ఇన్ టు ద అదర్ కంట్రీ మార్కెట్. ఇన్ ఆర్డర్ టు ఎంటర్ దేర్, ఫస్ట్ యూ నీడ్ ద రిస్ట్రిక్షన్స్ టు గెట్ రిమూవ్డ్ ఇన్ ద ఫార్మ్ ఆఫ్ లిబరలైజేషన్. Because we have the restrictions that any business enterprise cannot enter freely into the other country market. అందుకని లిబరలైజేషన్ ముందు కావాలి. గ్లోబలైజేషన్ క్రియేట్స్ ఏ వైడ్ మార్కెట్ గూడ్స్ అండ్ సర్వీసెస్, allow the foreign funds to flow into an Indian economy. So therefore, for steady flow in foreign funds, liberalization is required. It is always paid with the regulations. అసలు లిబరలైజేషన్ అంటే ఏంటన్నా, it is removing or lose the restrictions via dismantling of licenses, removing the permits, re-deregulation, easing of approvals, systematic loosening. ఇలాంటివి చేస్తే లిబరలైజేషన్ స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది. ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ ఆఫ్ రిస్ట్రిక్షన్స్ ప్రయర్ టు 1990s అంటే ఎల్పిజి లేక ముందు, only there are so many industries that will taken by the government. Only little industries, only a countable industries on the hands were given by the private people. But whereas this 1990s liberalization had made most of the public enterprise had decontrolled their organizational to the private people. Reservation of sizable number of industries for public sector. Public sector గా ఎక్కువ ఉండేవి నాన్న అంతకు ముందు, కానీ ఇప్పుడు ప్రైవేట్ వాళ్ళకి ఎక్కువైపోయినాయి. రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ లైసెన్స్, ఇన్స్టాలేషన్, ఆగ్మెంటేషన్ గ్యారంటీస్ ఇవన్నీ ఉండాలి. అలాగే రిజర్వేషన్ కూడా ఉన్నాయి. కానీ ఇప్పుడు నేను లిబరలైజేషన్ ఉండటం వల్ల ఎనీ టైప్ ఆఫ్ యాక్టివిటీ ద ప్రైవేట్ సెక్టర్ హ్యాడ్ ఎంటర్డ్ ఇన్ టు ఇట్ ఎక్సెప్ట్ ద డిఫెన్స్, అటామిక్ ఎనర్జీ అండ్ దిస్ లైక్ మిలిటరీ ప్రొవైడింగ్ అండ్ ఆల్ దోస్ థింగ్స్. It has resulted in the opening of new industrial sectors and made the state monopolies. Away with the industrial licensing, and now we need not to get the licensing to start a business. So you can start your own business by the private sector enterprises. In most of the liberalization cases, not only for domestic private sector but also for the foreign direct investment and trade. అంటే foreign trade ki kuda liberalization తీసుకొచ్చాడు. As a result, you can see there is virtual metamorphosis changes. Among these have been banking, insurance, telecom, automobile, consumer durable, even FMCG. We also haven't seen transformation in retail sector with emergence of shopping malls and e-commerce. ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఎలా చేంజ్ అయిందో చెప్పారుదా. ఎలా అంటే previously public sector only will undertake in many governmental activities in many industries. Because of this liberalization, government had welcomed the private people to start in different areas and activities because of controlling the because of removing the regulations, removing the controls, removing the license permissions and all. వీటి వల్ల liberalization బాగా డెవలప్మెంట్ అయ్యింది. And in the next class we'll start with the topic number 8, that is privatization nana. So we'll stop here. We'll meet after the lunch nana. Thank you. ఏం నొప్పులదయ్యే? కూర్చోండి అన్న. Nana, okay? All done? Nana, okay da? We'll start now. So, topic number 8, Nana, privatization. So, in the year of 1991, our Indian government had launched the policy in the name of LPG, which is called as liberalization, privatization, and globalization. Clear, Nana? It is not the liquefied petroleum gas. It is liberalization, privatization, globalization. We have seen what is the liberalization, what we are facing the problems before the liberalization, and what the liberalization had brought the changes. Now we are going to see what is the privatization. Let us see here. So, privatization, it refers to changing the management approach from government to private people. Actually, the government people could not able to continue the business operations. Why? Because they are making some losses. So what they want to do is, instead of continuing the loss making government public organizations, they want to sell it off to the private people. That is what the privatization means. So it refers to managerial approach of changing ownership structure of one or more government owned institutions. So this is called as privatization. Initial implementation. It was done during the prime ministership of Mr. Margaret Thatcher. British coal mines was privatized. So it is a strategy which is experienced in the Western world, and now we are experiencing in India. Privatization in India, in the Indian context, it was not that easy. The effort of privatization was accepted by the society with a lot of resistance during the inception of economical liberalization in the nation in 1990. అంటే స్టార్టింగ్ లో చాలా మంది యాక్సెప్ట్ చేయలేదు. వై? బికాస్ ద పబ్లిక్ డస్ నాట్ నో వాట్ మే హ్యాపన్ ఇన్ ద ఫ్యూచర్ ఇఫ్ ఎవ్రీథింగ్ వాజ్ ట్రాన్స్ఫర్ టు ద ప్రైవేట్ ఓనర్షిప్ పీపుల్. People may get afraid of accepting the privatization because public may not able to concentrate the problems of public. So, reason for privatization, why we are entering into this? Because India remained inefficient and the profitability is not there in public sector entities. That is why we are running without a significant aim and mission. Government organizations are running as it has to be run, but without aim and without some objectives. The private sector, on the other hand, is perceived to be more self-motivated. What's meaning of this, Nana? Private sector always what they will try to do is, they always try to achieve the amount of profits that they want to. అంటే ఎంత ప్రాఫిట్స్ కావాలనుకుంటున్నారో ఆ ప్రాఫిట్స్ తీసుకుని ఎంజాయ్ చేస్తూ ఉంటారు ప్రైవేట్ పీపుల్ వాళ్ళు. ఆ ప్రాఫిట్స్ కోసం ఎంత దాకా అయినా వెళ్ళి ట్రై చేసేస్తూనే ఉంటారు. సో the private sector are self-motivated people, prolific, reliable, for superior quality, though there are some exceptions. So what is the advantage of becoming privatization in India? It can bring so much of advantages in terms of flexibility, innovation. It offers, along with the cost savings, many a times. Why? Because private people will always try to invest more in innovations and inventions. What is meant by innovation? What is meant by invention? Invention means producing a commodity for the first time. Innovation means we are making some updates to already produced commodity. Now the private people always try to innovate and concentrate on invention of the commodities so that they can produce higher quantity of output with good quality with lesser cost of production, making good amount of profits. And because of this profits, you can achieve the growth as well as the sustainability in the economy at a very higher level cost. So with this, what we can see here, it looks for accountability and quality in production. It can be successful if diligent scrutiny by the decision makers is attached to the policy concern. The problem here we may see is, if I go only for the privatization may grow endlessly. They may displace the government also. That is why we should so careful when we are giving entire rights to privatization. We should appoint some person to check how the private organizations are operating. If there is no checking, no one will feel free. For example, if there is CCTV camera attached here and said that someone is watching you, if you are doing some naughty things and all, the person will catch you, the person will make some punishment for you, then automatically we will sit right and we will try to listen, or we will act that we are listening properly. We will do acting that we understood everything and we are performing well in the examinations. Is it right? In the same way, the privatization should be controlled by the other persons and all. Privatization helps in a big way to enhance market potencies by enhancing efficiency, quality and competitiveness. It is an essential, effective tool for rapid restructuring, reforming the public sector. See what is happening here is, public sector, wherever it is loss making, it will go around, it will make some turnaround strategy. Turnaround ante tirigi chuskotam. By seeing that strategy, they will find out the reasons behind the loss making. If they could able to do that, they will set right. If they could not able to set right, they will sell entire portion to the private people. That is called as divestment. Disadvantage of the privatization. It has an adverse impact on the employee, because if it is a government sector, in order to remove the employee, government should give some prior notice, at least 2 months or 3 months notice to the employee that you are being removed from the organization. But the private people, it is not like that. If they want to remove, they can remove at any reason, at any cost, at any time also. So that is what we have the adverse impact because of privatization. They decide to private the loss making companies. Chusanana, government kuda emantundo, loss making konukondi, profit making ade vadukuntundanta. మరి అప్పుడు ఏం ఒప్పుకుంటారు ప్రైవేటైజేషన్ పీపుల్ విల్ నాట్ అప్లై ఆర్ విల్ నాట్ యాక్సెప్ట్ ఫర్ ఓన్లీ టు యాక్సెప్ట్ లాస్ మేకింగ్ కంపెనీస్. Is it clear, Anna? So, on the other hand, there had been many takers for surplus making industries like oil drilling, refinery. అంటే ఇలాంటివన్నీ ఏమో ప్రాఫిట్ ఇచ్చేవి. ఇలాంటివి తీసుకోవడానికి చాలా మంది ఉన్నారు, కానీ లాస్ మేకింగ్ తీసుకోవడానికి చాలా మంది ప్రైవేట్ పీపుల్ లేడు. నెక్స్ట్, privatization can be done in the following types. In the types, one is delegation. What is minimum delegation? For example, government had taken a project of constructing metro rail from Guntur to Vijayawada. Example, metro trains. Government is responsible for it. Do you think that government will come and day-to-day activity will be taken care and all? No. Responsibility will be taken care by the government, but the work will be done by the private people. Say about L&T. One, construction department people. We are calling that L&T people to accept the tender, to accept the work and all. So we are delegating the work to the private people. But entire responsibility will be in the hands of the government only. Delegation in the sense, it will keep hold the responsibility and the private enterprise hands fully or partly the delivery of the commodity. We will work will be done by the private people, but responsibility will be taken care by the government. That is a delegation. Divestments means, just now I told you about turnaround strategy. What the public sector is doing is, the government is facing some losses in one of the company. What they will do is, up to 2021 there are profits, but from the year 2022 there is a huge losses. Now what I will do? I will go to the back years. I will turn around the things and I will check it up. Where the loss was started, what is the reason behind it? If I could able to change it, I will change and I will continue. If I could not able to change, then I will try to sell some of the things to the private people. That is called as divestment. Surrenders partial ownership and responsibilities. It sells the majority stake to one or more private entities in the course of time. So it will sell partial ownership and responsibilities. పార్షల్ ఓనర్షిప్ ఇచ్చేస్తున్నాను, రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ కూడా ఇచ్చేస్తున్నా, అది డైవెస్ట్మెంట్. డిస్ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ వేరునన్నా. డిస్ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఎల్ఐసి. సో నౌ రీసెంట్లీ ఎల్ఐసి హ్యాడ్ లాంచ్డ్ IPO, ఇనిషియల్ పబ్లిక్ ఆఫర్. వాట్ ఇట్ రిఫర్స్ టు? ఇట్ ఈస్ సెల్లింగ్ ద ఓనర్షిప్ టు ప్రైవేట్ పీపుల్ బట్ నాట్ ద రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ. డూయింగ్ ఆఫ్ బిజినెస్ స్టిల్ విల్ బి ఇన్ హ్యాండ్ ఆఫ్ ఎల్ఐసి పీపుల్ ఓన్లీ. అర్థమైందన్నా? వాడు ఓనర్షిప్ ఇస్తున్నాడు, రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ ఇవ్వట్ల, కానీ డైవెస్ట్మెంట్ లో అన్ని చేస్తున్నాడు. డిస్ప్లేస్మెంట్. వాట్ ఈస్ హ్యాపెనింగ్ నౌ? The private enterprise coming into the picture, it is occupying entire government position and it displacing the government. It expands, gradually displace the government entity. Deregulation. What it is, Nana? It is providing by removing all the regulations. Then it is called as deregulations. It facilitates privatization, enable private sector to challenge a government monopoly. Because of this, what happens? Deregulating is happening. All these are the forms and types of privatization. In disinvestment, what happens here is we will sell portion of ownership to private parties. We will sell portion of ownership but not the responsibilities and all. These are the different varieties, types of privatization. I hope it is clear. No, okay na? ఇవి చాలా కన్ఫ్యూజన్గా ఉంటుంది, నేను అందుకు అడుగుతున్నాను. ఓకేనా? నెక్స్ట్, ఇన్వర్డ్ ఫారెన్. అరే ఇంకా లేపుతో చెప్తున్నా, తెలగ్గా ఏం చేస్తున్నావు? ఉండండి నాన్న, ఇది అందరికీ తెలిసేది కదా, జాగ్రత్తగా ఉండాలి కదా. చూస్తున్నా సెట్ అయ్యిద్దిలే అని. ఒక టాపిక్ అంతా అయిపోయింది, ఇంకానా? టాపిక్ నెంబర్ 8.1 అన్నా. సో inward foreign direct investments in India. So what it is? Now, globalization means nana, we are opening our gates either to go out of our country to invest, and even we are welcoming the other countries to invest in our country. In that way, the FDI will place a key role in our country. What is meant by FDI here? FDI, foreign direct investment. What it is? For example, there is a company called YINC in USA. Now, this company entering into our Indian country. Is it clear, Nana? This is coming into the Indian country and investing in company called X Limited. So it's a Y incorporated company in USA coming into the Indian country and investing in X Limited directly without any secondary market, and invested more than 10% directly in the X Limited. For what purpose? In order to take control over the company, in order to participate in the decision making of the X Limited company, in order to invest in this company by bringing technology also. So these companies will sustain in Indian country for longer duration. They don't want to take out the investment and go back to the USA country. They want to continue in X Limited for the longer duration, and they want to enjoy with the ownership rights. Is it clear అన్న? ప్రాఫిట్ వచ్చినా లాస్ వచ్చినా ఇక్కడే ఉంటాడు, వీడి FDI అంటాం దీన్ని. ఓకేనా? ఇలాంటి వాళ్ళని గవర్నమెంట్ రెడ్ కార్పెట్ వేసి మరీ వెల్కమ్ చేస్తూ ఉంటుందట. కానీ విల్ సీ వాట్ హ్యాపెన్స్. FDI is described as flow of capital investments in a nation by another enterprise located in different nation. Importance of FDI. It plays a very important role in process of development of a nation and sees as bringing a growth in the economy. In most of the cases, capital sourced remain inadequate for the purpose of overall development of the nation. For example, if we are having our own country money as an investment, we may not grow beyond the limit. For example, if you are welcoming any other country to invest in your nation, automatically what happens here is you can go beyond our capacity to grow for the next levels. So to fill the gap between domestic savings and investments, we need the FDI. FDI in India. So for example, for every sector, if you give 100% of FDI limits, what happens here is then every out of country, that is a USA country, can control entire Indian companies. That is why our Indian government had made a decision to limit this FDI investment. In some sectors it is only 20%, 40%, 49%, 50%, and some sectors they had allowed for 100% also. Is it clear, Nana? This is all for controlling and protecting our Indian industry. Permissions for FDI is not uniform. Some sectors open for 100, some 26, 49, 51%. FDI always remained a bone of contention in sectors like multi-brand, retail and defense, etc. So these are very helpful here. In certain areas, FDI limit like the insurance business, because we have only something called 49% in this. So FDI is not allowed in media, is not allowed in defense. Why? To protect our Indian security services. If you allow them in our defense, automatically what they will do is they will convert our Indian defense system to their own country's defense system. Automatically, whenever the war times comes, we could not able to protect our Indian economy. Next, list of sectors in which FDI is prohibited. What is it, Nana? Atomic, lottery, gambling, betting, chit fund, nidhi company, agriculture and plantation activities, housing and real estate business, except excluding. అంటే ఏంట్రా, ఇవి ఇచ్చినదే నెగిటివ్ లిస్ట్. నెగిటివ్ లో నెగిటివ్ అంటే ప్లస్, అంటే ఇక్కడ ఫ్లోరికల్చర్ నుంచి ఈ సెక్టార్ దాకా మనం ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ చేయొచ్చు. టీ ప్లాంటేషన్ లో కూడా FDI అలౌ చేయొచ్చు. అలాగే వీటిలో కూడా FDI ఉండొచ్చు. ఎందులో టౌన్షిప్స్, కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ ఆఫ్ రెసిడెన్షియల్, కమర్షియల్ ప్రెమిసెస్, రోడ్స్, బ్రిడ్జెస్ టు ద ఎక్స్టెంట్ స్పెసిఫైడ్, వీటిలో కూడా ఉండొచ్చా ఉండకూడదా? ఉండొచ్చు. కానీ హౌసింగ్ లో ఉండకూడదు, రియల్ ఎస్టేట్ లో ఉండకూడదు, అగ్రికల్చర్ ఉండకూడదు, ప్లాంటేషన్ యాక్టివిటీస్ ఉండకూడదు. ప్రొహిబిటెడ్. ట్రేడింగ్ ఇన్ ట్రాన్స్ఫరబుల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ రైట్స్, మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ ఆఫ్ సిగరెట్స్, చీరూట్స్, సిగిల్లాస్, ఆల్ దీస్ థింగ్స్. ఇండియా హ్యాస్ ప్రామినెంట్ డెస్టినేషన్ ఫర్ FDI ఫ్లోస్. అంటే చాలా మంది కంట్రీస్ కట FDI డెస్టినేషన్ గా కనిపిస్తుందట. ఏదైనా కంట్రీస్ లో ఎక్సెస్ ఫండ్స్ ఉంటే దే ఆర్ వెల్కమ్డ్ టు ఇండియా టు ఇన్వెస్ట్ సచ్ ఎక్సెస్ ఫండ్స్ ఇన్ అవర్ ఇండియా. Foreign institutional investors, who are these? In USA, there is one institution. This institution is collecting funds from USA citizens or some other countries. Now, this institute is coming into India to invest that amount in Indian stock market, in Indian shares, in Indian mutual funds, in Indian bonds, in Indian infrastructure activities. Once they have seen a good amount of profit, then they will take back the amount to their country back. And development కనిపిస్తుందా మన ఇండియాలో? అప్పుడు ఉండదు. వాడు వచ్చినప్పుడు బాగానే జరిగిద్ది, ప్రాఫిట్స్ రాగానే మళ్ళీ తీసుకెళ్ళిపోతున్నాడంటే అప్పుడు మీనింగ్ ఏంటన్నా? దీస్ ఆర్ నాట్ ఫర్ డెవలప్మెంటల్ పర్పస్. These are looking only for the short term benefits. So whenever they are entering into the business of India, it says that there is something called bullish activities, optimism. So that is why they are coming into India to invest, to enjoy the profit for the short term, and they want to go back to their nation by collecting the profits from us. ఇలాంటి వాళ్ళని మనం ఇండియాలోకి తొందరగా రానివచ్చా? ఉండకూడదు. అందుకనే గవర్నమెంట్ విల్ ఎంకరేజ్ FDI మోర్ దాన్ ఫారెన్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషనల్ ఇన్వెస్టర్స్. దీస్ పీపుల్ డస్ నాట్ గెట్ కంట్రోల్ ఓవర్ ద కంపెనీ. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ FDI, we are investing directly into the company more than 10%, will get the control ownership. But FII, you won't get any control over the company of Indian company. Is it clear, Nana? Next. FIIs were permitted to invest in equity shares quoted in the Indian stock market. So the big fund houses which invest in stock market also engage in speculation actively, and they want to make the prices to rise and enjoy with the profits. There are large foreign groups with substantial investable funds registered abroad with a view to investing in the nations, to invest in equity, hedge funds, pension funds, mutual funds. Hedge funds and these funds will make profits even in expansion, even in contraction. అంటే హెడ్జ్ ఫండ్స్ ఏంట్రా అంటే లాస్ మిటిగేట్ చేయడానికి, లాస్ తగ్గించడానికి ఏదైతే కావాలో వాటన్నిటిని హెడ్జ్ ఫండ్స్ అని అంటాము. Naturally, the nation experience inflow of strong foreign currency in its financial system. They have strong research team to invest and they park their funds to fuel a bullish market. ఎప్పుడైతే మార్కెట్ బాగా రైజ్ అవుతుందో వెంటనే డబ్బులన్నీ కూడా డ్రా చేసి సేల్ చేసి డబ్బులు తీసుకుని మళ్ళీ వాళ్ళ కంట్రీకి వాళ్ళు వెళ్ళిపోతుంటారు. These bring huge investments, also risk that they leave a nation after offloading their portfolios. It will create the risk now. For example, if a company is like something called SBI, if foreign institutional investors are investing in SBI with crores of amount, when they have seen the profits, they are taking out the investments, going back to their countries. Now what can happen? What the Indian investors will feel that, SBI value might get is falling. That is why the FIIs are withdrawing their invested amount. Even we have to withdraw now. So people start withdrawing their share market, their fund from the share markets. Automatically it will start collapsing. అంటే వీటి వల్ల మనకు షేర్ మార్కెట్కి స్టాక్ మార్కెట్కి ఇబ్బందే కానీ ప్లస్ పాయింట్ అయితే ఉండదు. Whenever the market reaches a peak, starts declining thereafter, funds move to the another nation. So no wonder national government looks for substantial FDI over the FII. అంటే ఎఫ్డిఐకి ఎక్కువ ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ఇస్తూ ఉంటాము. నెక్స్ట్ సో ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్స్ ఫ్రమ్ ఇండియా అబ్రాడ్, దట్ ఈస్ వీఆర్ మేకింగ్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్స్ ఇన్ ద అదర్ కంట్రీస్. ఇందా చూస్తుంది ఏంటంటే ఇన్ఫ్లో ఆఫ్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్స్, ఇప్పుడు అవుట్ఫ్లో ఆఫ్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్స్. So let us see here. Globalization has favored India not only in terms of inward FDI but also in terms of outward FDI. In February 2020, Bharati Airtel invested US $978.92 million in its wholly-owned subsidiary in Mauritius. In November 2019, PVR Cinemas had launched first property in Sri Lanka. It's marketing first international venture. So these are the examples for the Indian who have invested in the out of the countries, that is called as outward foreign, abroad in India. Next, globalization. So liberalization had been seen, privatization is completed. Now we are going to see the globalization. What it is, Nana? It is removing the problems, restrictions, conditions when we are dealing with the exports and imports. It's called as globalization. It refers to taking off restrictions in export import of goods. It also covers the measures of lifting the trade barriers. So it is coupled with the liberalization, remind a major shift in the policy. Ante liberalization జరగకపోతే globalization వచ్చేది కాదు. It is a policy helped India in integrity with the competition rules, Information Technology Act, Intellectual Property Act, codified the act of globalization. So this is all about the chapter called Government Policies for Business Growth. Next chapter, Organizations Facilitating for Business. Now, what is this chapter is for? And yes, what is this chapter is about? We are going to discuss about some organizations, entities, persons, establishments, firms, or any other LLPs or whatever it might be, which are helping every business to reach to the next level. Those are called as business facilitators. Now, but in this chapter, we are discussing only with the organizations who are providing facilities to us to reach the next level of business. But we are not discussing about the persons who are giving some fund help to us. ఇక్కడంతా కూడా ఫెసిలిటీస్ క్రియేట్ చేసేవాడి గురించి డిస్కస్ చేస్తాం కానీ డబ్బులు ఇచ్చేవాడి గురించి చెప్పాము. ద పర్సన్స్ హు ఆర్ ప్రొవైడింగ్ ఫెసిలిటీస్ ఫర్ ద బిజినెస్ గ్రోత్ ఆర్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ బిజినెస్ ఫెసిలిటేటర్స్. But the organizations which are providing some fund financial help to us are called as business correspondents. Is it clear nana? Ante banking lanti vallu. See what the banks will do. If you want to invest in any business organization, if you want to go for expansion of your business, what you can do is you can request the bank for sanction of some amount of loan. But business facilitators are those which will provide the facilities. Business correspondents will provide the fund. But this chapter is concentrated only on the business facilitators. Kani government ఎవరిని బాగా రెగ్యులేట్ చేస్తూ ఉంటాడు? Business correspondents, because the money involvement is there. Wherever the money involvement was there, government will start taking a new avatar to create, to restrict, to regulate the business transactions. For example, if the banking people are controlling the people's money, then government will take a new avatar with the name called RBI, Central Bank of India. If the insurance persons are taking the money and using the people's money, then government avatar name is IRDI, Insurance Regulatory Development Authority of India, right? Let us see some points about this. Nana. Facilitators. It is defined in the financial sector as intermediaries performing a host of functions linking the banks, financial institutions and the potential clients. So these are the individuals, organizations or institutions and all other arrangements that is the setting up of operating, exiting from the business. So facilitators versus business correspondents. Business facilitators do not engage in banking or finance business, but business correspondents are defined as banks in person. These provide banking and financial services. That is why BCs are more regulated than business facilitators. So now tell me whether government is a facilitator or the correspondent. It is mostly a facilitator than correspondent. Of course, it will do the two actions, but mainly for the facilitator, not as a correspondent. But if you take some permission or if you made some application to the government, then it may release some fund from the government or raise the funds. But anyway, but it is a mostly the facilitator. Make in India, Startup India, all these are the facilitating activities. In India, the new economical policy of 91, better known as LPG policy or GPL policy, is regarded as watershed development. What is meant by watershed development, Nana? Watershed development. Correct. Developing and protecting our natural resources, like not using them for the unnecessary purpose, utilizing only for the purpose which we need to make out. Government facilitates business not only through formulating business friendly policy, but also creating an institutional apparatus. So facilitation system, along that nana, layer 1, lower layer, point of contact, layer 2, intermediate layer, auxiliaries or aids to trade, layer 3, upper layer, funding and non-funding. Point of contact layer nana, point of contact law. These are the persons who are in touch with the business persons. They will work along with the business person to make the business to grow for the next level. Let us see the first system, that is lower layer. Point of contact. First one is freight forwarder. Who is this? Whenever an organization had produced some commodities, it need to make some arrangements to reach the marketplace to sell to the customers. But in order to distribute or make transportation of goods from manufacturing place to the marketing place, we require some vehicles. And those vehicles we need to go for the rental purpose. Instead of that, you can contact with this freight forwarder person. What they will do? These people will have some logistic business. These people will have some contact with the other parties also. And sometimes when you are purchasing the goods from the other countries, you need to present in presence. You need to present there in like physically, and you have to submit all the documental proof like bill of lading, importer bill, supplier bill, bill of conveyance and everything. Now instead of that, what you can do, you can appoint this freight forwarder on behalf of us. He will go there to submit the documents. He will fulfill all the conditions. He will get the commodity from the importing port place to my manufacturing places. He can distribute my manufactured commodities to the marketing places, to the customer places also. So he is a person who organizes shipments to get the goods from manufacturer to market, customer, or final point of destination. So these are the network, these having the network with shipping companies, airlines, roadways, waterways, and all those things. Business incubator. What is this? There is something called incubator mission, which will help us to grow the young kid to grow his internal organs. In the same way, the business incubator is also a person who will make the young business to grow for the future. And he will make the just growing business to the next level. Is called as incubator. It helps creating, growing young businesses by providing with necessary support. Accelerator means it will speed up the business doing, the way of doing of business. So a business accelerator helps a budding business quickly to launch a product and put it in the fast lane of commercial success. Financial consultant. What is this, Nana? These people advise us how to make the finances, whether we need to get from the domestic or from the foreign, whether it is a like debit, debt, or as a equity, whether for the short term or for the long term. All these advice will be given by the financial consultants. Merchandiser. Who is this? Amma? Merchandiser. Merchandiser is a person who will grow our business by launching our commodity in a right perspective view, by designing, by distributing, by displaying the commodity in a right place. He knows where we need to place our commodity. For example, if you go to a DMart stores and all those things, you might have seen the arrangement of commodities. For example, a small toys which belongs to the age group of 3 to 5 years will be displayed in the downer place in the shelf. Is it clear? Under shelf. Why? Because the children will pick the toys so easily. They can cry. They can crawl there itself. They will make the parents to buy the commodity at any cost. For example, if the toys were placed on the first row, top row, can they see them? Do they know that there are toys and all? They don't know. They will just calmly, they will walk around with their parents and they will see the things and they will go off. But if you arrange the toys in the last row, down row, automatically people will pick up it. Is it clear? In the same way, if you are thinking about the shampoo, once the shampoo structure is done, then again it will start with the body conditioner, body lotion, soaps with different varieties of soaps. Bathing soaps, bathing soaps. Washing soaps, different, like categories different. And once the bathing is done, then again it will go for the towels and all. Again it will go for the some other material items and all. See, all these are linked to one another. For example, if a physical store, if you went, for example, normal thing, if you went for one commodity, you will purchase at least 2 to 3 commodities and will get back to the home. But if you go to these DMart places and all, if you start purchasing one commodity, you keep purchasing other unnecessary commodities or the linked commodities to it. If you're thinking to purchase only 3 to 4 commodities and entering into the DMart shop, you will end up with purchasing a list of grocery items or some other items also. And when you are waiting for the billing, will they make you to stand alone? No. Automatically they will display some chocolates, 5 rupees, 10 rupees, some small boxes or some tooth powders, some etc. they will display there. And we will accidentally see one thing and automatically we will make that into our bucket or our trolley, whatever we there with us. Amma? Or we will make it into the, no one is there now, right? So it might happen, right? So persons, normally when we go to there, you can't find any wall clock there. Why? You should not see the time. If you see the time, then you will be so hurried to go out of the DMart shop and all. And even there, you won't see any windows also. If you see the window, you will know, you can expect what the time it was. Is it clear, Nana? This is all done by these people, merchandisers. So they will make the display of the product in a market, how it can grow the business. So that's about the merchandise. Next, auxiliaries, that is second layer. Layer number 2. Who are these? Point of contact లో ఏమవుతుందంటేనన్నా, all these persons will work together with our business along with. Now we are coming to the layer 2, that is auxiliaries to trade. Now who are this? These are the people who are joining something called, for example, banks is there and our business is there. Now these people will join us, working as a agent to us as well as agent to these also. Is it clear nana? వీడు మధ్యలో ఉండి బ్యాంక్స్ కి మనకి కాంటాక్ట్ అయ్యేలాగా చూస్తూ ఉంటాడు. Now what service they will offer? Let us see here. Auxiliaries or aids to trade such as banking, insurance, transport, warehousing will also ease the doing of business. So hence these are referred to as organizations facilitating business. All the auxiliaries to trade comprise an intermediate layer of business facilitators. So you can see here we all have the IBF, that is intermediate business facilitators, as the list of these items. Nana VKC, village knowledge centers, agriculture polyclinic centers, agriculture knowledge sharing centers, and retired employees of banking persons, retired teacher, what it may be, these are called as intermediate business facilitators. What they will first do? They will first identify the business person who wants to borrow some funds, and these persons will get the details of how much amount is needed, what type of assets he can give for the security purpose, and once he also all know about it, first he will try to do the counseling to the business organization. Are baba, you are going to take a loan, you have to pay the EMI, even if you are getting a profit or losses, you are liable to, you have the demand of paying this much of interest to the bank. If you have failed, your securities will be lost, the bank people will take over the assets and will sell off your assets. So they will make the counseling to the business organizations. What can happen if we go for the loan, and what won't happen if we won't go for the loans and loan. సో ఏం జరిగిద్దో మొత్తం ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేస్తూ ఉంటాడు. అంతా అయిపోయిన తర్వాత లేదు లోన్ కావాల్సిందే అన్నావా, అప్పుడు హీ విల్ ట్రై టు సబ్మిట్ ఆల్ ద డీటెయిల్స్ టు ద బ్యాంక్. Once the details got submitted, the bank people will sanction some loan to the business person. Not only this, our provider, our auxiliaries to trade, what they will do is, not only for the providing the loan to the business, they also concentrate, follow up whether this business people are paying the loan amount with EMI to the bank or not. And not only this, they also check what is the purpose of taking loan and what purpose this loan amount is used. తీసుకుందేమో ఎడ్యుకేషనల్ లోన్, యూజ్ చేస్తుందేమో బిజినెస్ పర్పస్ కోసం, అప్పుడు ఒప్పుకోవచ్చునన్నా ఒప్పుకోకూడదు. ఎందుకు? ఎడ్యుకేషన్ లోన్ ఏమో 6 to 6.2% ఎంత పడుతుంది, అదే బిజినెస్ లోన్ అయితే 18% దాకా పడుతుంది. నువ్వు దాన్ని అవాయిడ్ చేయడానికి ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ని కమర్షియల్ లోన్ గా కాకుండా ఎడ్యుకేషన్ లోన్ గా తీసుకుని వచ్చిన అమౌంట్ ని కమర్షియల్ లోన్ గా వాడుకుంటున్నావు. Now this person will also concentrately see how you are utilizing the sanctioned money. That is what the work done by the person. First they will identify the borrowers. They will collect all the loan application data, preliminary processing, and they will do the verification also. Now they will create the awareness about the loan commodity. They will provide the advice on managing money, debt counseling. Ade baba, if you go like this, it will happen like this. So they will make us to aware about the debt and everything. Processing, submission of applications to NABARD, everything will be done by these people. Promotion, nurturing, self-help groups. What is this nana? Self-help groups ante, have you heard about this Dwakra women schemes and all? Like all these things, self-help groups, SHG schemes, joint liability groups, post sanction monitoring, అంటే డబ్బులు శాంక్షన్ అయిపోయిన తర్వాత నువ్వు దేనికోసం యూజ్ చేస్తున్నావో కూడా చెక్ చేస్తాము. Monitoring, hand holding, self-help groups, joint liability, follow up for recovery also. అంటే మనం డబ్బులు రికవరీ అవుతుందా లేదో కూడా చెక్ చేసుకుంటాడట వీడు. That's about the layer number 2. Now what is layer number 3 nana? Funding and non-funding institution of India. So what these people do? These are the upper layer of business facilitation. So in this also we have something called non-funding as well as funding. So how the funding can be discussed, that we will see later. Non-funding in the sense RBI, SEBI, CCI, these are all the regulator policies for the business. Let us see here. Regulating business facilitators. What are those? RBI, Central Bank of India, SEBI, Securities Exchange Board of India, Competition Commission of India, institutions RBI, SEBI, CCI provides the supra context of business facilitation. And they will regulate the things. Industry specific. Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, TROI. Let us see the other things. Other NFIs, that is other non-funding institutions. One is National Institute of Entrepreneurship and Small Business Development. What these people do, Nana? They focus on training the entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurship Development Institute, MSME DIs, that is Development Institutes for Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises. These people will make the projections of the report, and they will also try to help what to do, how to get the loan amount for us. Everything will be helped with us. Next, commodity boards and export promotion councils. These assist businesses in the international forays. Make in India, Startup India. These are also the non-funding institutions to develop the business facilitation in India. Next, Nana, we will see the regulatory of all the banks, that is Reserve Bank of India, called as RBI in short. This is also called as Central Bank of India, Apex Bank, Bankers Bank, controlling all the institutional apparatus. Let us see here. So first, actually this was started by the private people in Calcutta, and later on it was entirely taken over by the government of India. So how it is happened and all, we will see here. RBI was established on 1st April 1935 in accordance with the provisions of RBI Act 1934. What you are doing on that year 1984? 50 class, huh? Initially it was privately owned. Later it was nationalized in 1949 and fully owned by the government of India, called as GOI. GOI ante telisipoyinda. The central office of RBI was initially established in, but was permanently moved to in the year of, nationalized in the year of, started in the year, clear Nana, moved to Mumbai. Now still it is in Mumbai only. Okay, Nana. Next, its affairs are governed by a central board of directors. The board is appointed by the government of India in accordance with the RBI Act 1934. So present governor is Shaktikanta Das. Recently on in the first week of May, they had announced this repo rate, reverse repo rate. They had changed it. Why? Because to control the inflationary effects and all. So it is one of the part of monetary policy which is announced by the RBI. Next, RBI is a central bank of our country. Now what it is do actually? It is the main person to control the monetary policies, monetary institution. It is apex, that is a topmost controlling authority for the money in India. It plays an important role in strengthening, developing, diversifying country's economical and financial structure. So if the monetary policy is not performing well, it is a responsibility of RBI. If it is performing well, it is responsibility of RBI. So entire monetary policy depends upon RBI's steps. It is responsible for maintenance of economical stability, assisting the growth of economy. It is responsible for development of adequate sound banking system in organized money and as well as the capital markets. There might be some unorganized money sectors also. What is meant by that? For example, if a leading financial person with more assets, he is giving some amount of loan to the Y. Now this comes under unorganized money sector. So dealing with the money between the two persons, lending of money between the two persons which the banks is not involving in the system is called as unorganized sectors and all. For this purpose, RBI will not take any action. But if you have taken any loan from the bank people and banking is not giving any instructions to pay off or to clear off, then RBI can have control over that. So RBI can have control only on the organized money. It acts as an advisor to the government in economical, financial policies. Also represents country in international economical forums. See, even for example, if the government have to get money from any of the party, even government have to pay any money to any party, those things will controlled under the purview of RBI only. It is acts as a banker for central government, also acts as a banker for the state government, also acts as a banker for the local governments also. So it is the banker's bank and also the government's bank. It also acts as a friend, that is, it will send a friend request to all the scheduled commercial banks in the Facebook, and whatever the commercial banks is browsing, liking, sharing, commenting, uploading, status, whatever it might be, in the same way how we can see, in the same way whatever the scheduled commercial banks are doing and how they are involving in cash settlement, how to whom they are giving the loans, everything will be controlled, monitored, viewed, checked by the RBI. So it acts as a friend, philosopher, guide to commercial banks. It has to control the inflation to see that my main priority sectors like agriculture, exports, small scale industry, and get credit at cheaper rates. Provides market for government securities for channelize the credit in desired directions. If the government want any money also, through RBI we can raise the money. Next, functions of RBI. What is this then? So what type of functions it will do? It to regulate the issue of banknotes, keeping of reserves with a view to securing the monetary stability. It operates the currency system and credit system of the country to its advantage. It performs both traditional functions as well as developmental and promotional functions. What are those, Nana? Issue of currency. It is the sole authority for issue of currency in India, other than 1 rupee coins and subsidiary things. What it means that? So, as it is our own Indian country's RBI, can't it make more currency that we require? RBI is only the person to issue the currency. It is the organization to print the currency, to regulate, to monitor, to distribute, to all the things. Then why can't it can print the currency that we require? Money lose its value. Okay, then next, more inflationary things will come. Prices will go up. Cost of living will be very higher. Okay, ayindi, jarigindi, anukundam. Cost of living perigindi kabatti inka double printing cheddam. Exchange value will get affected. Good. Next, Inga. Not only that, there is one promise given by the RBI governor to us, saying that, hello my dear citizens, I do here promise that I will pay so and so rupees to this bearer of this note. ఎవడైతే ఈ నోట్ పట్టుకుని నా దగ్గరికి వచ్చి అడుగుతాడో వాడికి అంత డబ్బులు ఇవ్వగలను అని ప్రామిస్ చేస్తున్నాడు. For example, if RBI had printed lakhs and crores of money that is not actually to be printed, అంత ప్రింట్ చేయకూడదు, కానీ చేస్తే అప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందన్నా, if we ask collectively, all together, if we ask our governor to pay us back, can he able to pay us back? Never. అర్థమైందన్నా? So what happens here is, if our India is having a reserves, for example, if India is having a reserves of 1000 crores, example, that into 60% is how much, Nana? 600 crores. This much of amount you can print in the country, regulate in the country. This much of amount you can use for regulation, exchanges and supply in the country. You can't go beyond it. Is it clear, Nana? So at least up to 200 crores you can print without having any reserves also you can print. But if you want to print more than 200 crores, then you need to check for the reserves available with the country. Among that only this much portion we have to supply. So we have to make the printing of the currency. Okay na? అందుకని అంత అమౌంట్ మన దగ్గర ఉంది కాబట్టి నేను పే చేయగలను నమ్మకం కలిగింది కాబట్టి ఆర్బీఐ గవర్నర్ ప్రామిస్ చేయగలడు. banker to the government. Just now we have seen that it is acts as a bank to state government as well as to the central government. If central government need to pay any old pension amount to you, then central government through RBI will pay that pension amount to you through the banks. Is it clear, Nana? So bank to the government, it follows the instructions. It transacts all the general banking business of central state governments on their behalf and carries out all the functions. It manages the public debt. It is responsible of issue of new loans. It sells the treasury bills on behalf of the central government. What is meant by this, Nana? Whenever the central government is in view that public is having more money in their hands, it can sell the treasury bills for 90 days. So what it will do? It will give the bill and collect the money from us. Because of this, what happens? The public, the money in the public will get regulated. Because of this regulated money, you cannot increase your demand portion. Then the inflationary measures will be controlled and the price will be neutralized. It makes advances to central and state government which are repayable within the 90 days. That is, RBI can give loan to these persons. It acts as an advisor to government. Hello, my dear government. This year, when you are going to prepare budget, kindly inform me also. Now RBI will states, hello government, now as on this date, you have this much of funds. Whenever you are preparing the budget, prepare the budget by taking these figures as considerations. Don't go beyond this. If you go beyond this, if you have the source of revenue, then it's up to you. But now the monetary treasury is having only this much of amount as a outstanding balance in the government account. Can't go beyond that. So it will give the advices also to the government. It acts as a special responsibility in respect of financial policy measures concerning new loans and etc. Bankers bank అంటే ఏంటన్నా, షెడ్యూల్డ్ కమర్షియల్ బ్యాంక్స్ కి కూడా బ్యాంక్ గా పనిచేస్తూ ఉంటుంది. వాట్ ఇస్ మీనింగ్ ఆఫ్ దిస్? RBI has power to control commercial banking system, supervise their system with the Banking Regulation Act and RBI Act of 1934. To control the credit position, RBI makes the scheduled banks to maintain certain minimum cash reserve ratio with the RBI. What is this, Nana? Do you remember this? Entity RBI will make something called CRR, SLR. What is meant by these two? Statutory liquidity ratio, cash reserve ratio. Now what is the meaning of CRR? RBI is making that all commercial banks should maintain some percentage on all demand deposits and time deposits to maintain this percentage with RBI. Clear? In the form of cash and all. SLR, statutory liquidity ratio. RBI is asking all scheduled commercial banks to follow that, keep certain percentage on demand deposits along with them itself, within them, in the form of cash, liquidable assets or any bonds which can be convertible into cash within the minutes. So those things you can maintain. Is it clear, Nana? So these are the CRR, SLR. By providing this, what can happen? It can regulate the credit control. How? A is a person who had deposited 1 lakh rupees in a commercial bank. Now this is in a savings account, that is the demand deposit savings account. Now what commercial bank had did? He had given this 1 lakh rupees to a person called Y as a commercial loan, where he can give 18% as a rate of interest. Clear, Nana? On the after 10 days of time, what was happened here is A had visited the branch again and had demanded, had requested 35,000 back. Now tell me whether the bank in a position to pay the 35,000 to A. ఉన్న ₹1,00,000 పక్కనవాడికి లోన్గా ఇచ్చేసా. ఇప్పుడు ఏ వచ్చి నా అకౌంట్లో ఉన్న డబ్బుల్లో 35,000 ఇవ్వండి అంటే మనం ఇవ్వగలమా? ఎందుకు? You have utilized entire money for giving loan to the others. Now what we can do? We can't do anything. That is why RBI had given some conditions that you have to maintain something called SLR, that is percentage of these deposits along within you. నీలో నువ్వు పెట్టుకోవాల్సినటువంటిది స్టాట్యుటరీ లిక్విడిటీ రేషియో. సో ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 15%, దట్ ఈస్ హౌ మచ్ అమౌంట్ నన్ను 1 lakh లో 15% మా 15,000. Again, in the name of CRR, some percentage like 5%, example. Then how much nana? 5,000. We have to maintain as a reserves in the name of reserves. That is 20,000. Remaining 80,000, if you want, you can give as a loan to the outsiders. Okay, nana? These are the percentages that you have to maintain. It provides the financial assistance to scheduled commercial banks by charging some rate of interest. It also conducts inspection of commercial banks. That is how they are dealing the money, how they are investing, how they are utilizing, and calls for returns and other necessary information. Custodian of foreign exchange reserves. So these people will also protect the foreign exchange reserves with us. So just now we had seen that we have the 1,000 crores something, right? In this, we also having something called foreign exchange reserves also. As an RBI, it will try to protect everything. It functions of custodian of nations' foreign exchange reserves by ensuring that normal short-term fluctuations in trade do not affect the exchange rate. So the RBI has authority to enter into exchange transactions on its own account and on account of government. So RBI can enter into the foreign exchange transactions also. Why we require this foreign exchange currency? As we are entering into the globalization, to pay back the countries with their own currency symbols, with their own currency amount, we need the foreign exchanges. So our RBI will first purchase the foreign exchanges in bulk quantity and will protect as a reserves, and will be useful for the payment inflow and as well as the outflow. It administers the exchange control of the country, controller of credit. So credit assists in the settlement of business transactions. The principal function is controlling credit operations of the banks. So if you are the apex bank of monetary institution in India, you should also concentratedly control the operations, credit operations of bank. Promotional functions, what you can do to promote the banking business, nana? RBI will not have any direct contact with the public. It will have the contact through the commercial banks only. For example, you might have seen the situation in 2017, I guess, demonetization time. So even in that time, do you think that RBI had distributed the new currency notes to public directly? Through commercial banks only it was done. Whatever the data to be shared, it will be done through the commercial banks to the public. So RBI will not have any direct contact with the public. But what it can do is, RBI will tell us, educate us, make awareness in us by saying that if you save for the future, your future will be safe. If you don't save for the future, then your future will be very much difficult. Is it clear, Nana? So RBI will tell us what to do, banking habits to improve, mobilize the savings. It has a responsibility of extending the banking system territorially and functionally. Initially, these were taken care by the NABARD, Exim Bank, SCMPE respectively. So actually, RBI is also involved in providing finance to agriculture, exports, imports and all these things. But now, as the day-to-day, the operations are growing in numerous, the RBI could not able to concentrate on these things, so it had divided the wing into separately NABARD, Exim Bank, SCMPE respectively. The RBI is responsible for overall credit and monetary policy in the economy. So collection, publication of data. RBI will collect the data. How many new savings account have been newly opened in this year, and how many people are controlling their accounts from originally. So collection of data and publication of data, task of collection and compilation of statistical information and other financial sectors. RBI's role in business facilitation. Till now we have seen what is RBI. when it was started, what is the functions, and now as a facilitator, what it can do to the business. The RBI does not fund the business or for that matter any activity, but it rolls in business facilitation through circulation, developmental, technical policy and through the credit policy. For example, what is this currency policies, Nana? RBI is very much responsible for monetization, demonetization, remonetization also. Monetization means giving up new currency, that is 200 rupees note, 2000 rupees note. Demonetization means the old 1000 rupees note was cancelled for legal tender. Now it was not acceptable as a medium of exchange from person to person. Next, remonetization means cancelled notes making into the again acceptable conditions. This will be done by RBI only. It is responsible for monetization. Adequate money supply is critical for the functioning of the economy. It checks availability of foreign currency to facilitate, and it plays an indirect role in determination of foreign exchange rates. Next, development of financial system. See, in order to make our body organs to get activated to move, we require the blood to supply. And the blood can be supplied to all the different parts of the body only because of pumping system by the heart. If heart is not pumping the blood to other organs, then every organ cannot work properly. In the same way, the blood in the financial system, in the economy, the blood is the money. And how the blood can be moved to all the parts by the pumping system. In the same way, money also will be pumped to different sector areas to the pumping system to the called RBI, that is Central Bank of India. So it is said to be the lifeblood of business. A well-developed financial system is regarded as important and very essential for every economical development. RBI is regarded as a heart of the financial system. It oversees the functioning and outreach of the commercial banks. The funds that RBI is stipulating SLR, CRR are channelized to developmental financial institutions called developmental banks in India. Just now we have seen the SLR and the CRR. They are keeping some amount of money at satellite. Now what they will use with that money? They will use that money for the developmental banks purpose. So they will use this money for developmental banks. Funds transfer and payment mechanism. Previously, if you want to transfer any money from your account to any other person's account, you have to stand in a queue and you have to fill the form called NEFT or RTGS by giving all the details of bank account, IFSC code, branch name, name of the account and account number. All these things we have to mention in a transfer challan, and then we need to stand in a queue to pass. But nowadays what you can do, Nana? If you want to make a payment through from your account to any other account, you can do the UPI transfers, unified payment interfaces, or else you can go for the net banking, online banking, net transfer, online transfer, 24/7, IMPS transfers. You can have multiple channels to use for transferring money from one account to the another account within seconds. In modern economy, one may envisage the paper-based and digital payments. Paper-based mechanism like currency, checks, bills of exchange, whereas the digital payments, card swiping, internet banking, and so on. So, have you know about this Wi-Fi card transfer payment and all? Nowadays, the debit cards, these credit cards are having some Wi-Fi enabled transfers. If you just tap on the device, automatically the amount will be transferred from the credit card account to the payment merchant account. Is it clear? So, we should be so careful about those cards and all. And if you have those missions, kindly contact me also. Even I will come for doing some scams. Okay, now? RBI role in business facilitation through the credit policy. So, credit policy is like quantitative and qualitative. Now, what is a quantitative? Bank rate, OMO, open market operations, cash reserve ratio, statutory liquidity ratio. CRR means that it is a ratio of cash to the total deposits that the banks are required to deposit on a daily basis with the RBI. SLR, Nana, it is the amount that we need to keep along with us within the bank. Bank rate ante? Bank rate repo rate ante Nana? Ma? if RBI had provided some money assistance to the commercial banks by taking security, investments, shares and all those things. Commercial banks, while paying the amount of money back to RBI, we need to pay the interest. And that interest rate is called as bank rate, discounting rate, interest rate, etc. But if the same case, if it happens for short term, RBI given money to commercial banks for a period of 1 to 14 days, then we need to pay the interest, and this is called as good repo rate. Clear, Nana? But if commercial banks had deposited the excess money with RBI, when RBI is paying back to the commercial bank, they will pay with the interest called as reverse repo rate. Okay, Nana? So that's about the reverse repo rate. There's something called open market operations. See, this bank rate is, this bank rate is there, no? This is for the duration period, Nana. But this repo rate is for the very short term duration. Okay, na? Based upon these rates only, our commercial banks will decide what type of interest we need to charge on the loans provided to the customers. ఈ వడ్డీ రేటుని చూసే మనకి వడ్డీలు రేట్లు తీసుకుంటాం. నెక్స్ట్ అన్న ఓపెన్ మార్కెట్ ఆపరేషన్స్. వాట్ దే విల్ డూ ఇస్ directly RBI through the commercial banks will contact the public to get the funds. So we will see here bank rate. It is the rate of interest at which RBI lend to the bank. That is RBI giving money to the commercial banks. It reflects the cost of funds, who in turn adjust their lending rates accordingly. It is a long term measure. Higher bank rate will translate to higher lending rates. Next, repo rate, the rate at which banks borrow money from RBI for a short term measure. So reverse repo rate, it is a rate of interest offered by RBI when banks deposit their surplus. Now tell me what rate, what interest will be received by RBI? ఏమేమి తీసుకుంటుంది నాన్న? బ్యాంక్ రేట్ తీసుకుంటుంది, రెపో రేట్ తీసుకుంటుంది. అలాగే ఆర్బిఐ ఏ వడ్డీ ఇస్తుంది? రివర్స్ రెపో రేట్ ఇస్తుంది టు బ్యాంక్స్ కదా. ఒకసారి ఆలోచించు, విచ్ రేట్ విల్ బి హైయర్ దాన్ అదర్ రేట్స్? Is it clear, Nana? So that is repo rate will always be greater than the reverse repo rate. ఎందుకు తెలుసా? ఇవన్నీ డిటర్మైన్ చేసేది ఎవడు? ఆర్బిఐనే. వాడికి వచ్చేది కాబట్టి ఇది ఎక్కువ ఉండాలి అనుకుంటాడు, వాడు ఇచ్చేది కాబట్టి తక్కువ ఉండాలి అనుకుంటాడు. సో repo rate will be greater than the reverse repo rate. Open market operations, they refer to direct sale of securities in the open market by RBI. Qualitative measures. Now what they will do is the RBI will tell us, some commercial banks, that in this year we have to concentratedly make the MSME to grow for further. So kindly allow loan to the MSME sector at a lesser rate of interest. So in this qualitative measures of credit control, every bank is required to fulfill with the requirement by lending a specified percentage of its resources included in PSL and a priority sector lending. That is MSME. That's about the RBI. Now we will look over for the SEBI, Securities Exchange. But before this SEBI, there is one type of organization in the name of CCI, Controller of Capital Issues. But later on it was removed, and now the SEBI was started its operations. And in the year of 1992, all the statutory powers had given. So statutory powers means to say that we can formulate the regulations, you can view them, you can change them, you can amend them also. Now what is that SEBI and all? Let us see here. Prior to SEBI formation, Controller of Capital Issue was the regulatory authority of stock markets, which is controlling under the Act, Capital Issues Control Act 1947. So when the SEBI was established in what year? in April 1988. SEBI was constituted as a regulator of capital markets in India by the resolution of GY and Government of India. So next, it was formed on 1888 April 2nd, but it had vested with the powers in 1992 with the SEBI Act 1992 being passed in the Parliament. It has come into force with effect from 30th January 92. Headquarters Bandra Kurla complex in Mumbai. Next, remember these points, Nana. 4 regional offices: North New Delhi, Eastern Calcutta, South Chennai, West Ahmedabad. So for all the 4 concerns, 4 centers, we have the head offices, like 4 regional offices: North, South, Nana, West, East. So management of the board of SEBI. So see careful, Nana. The board consists of chairman, who will be appointed by the central government. 2 members who shall be nominated by central government. Selection kaadu, nomination. Mari ye persons ni, can we bring the persons who are walking on the road also as a nominated persons? No. He should be a person who had worked and who had experience in the ministries of finance and the ministries of all the marketing things and all. Okay, na next. And 1 member can be represented from the RBI and nominated by the RBI. It can be more than 1 also. 5 other members, in which at least 3 shall be the whole time members and others are, it might be the part time or full time, will be appointed by the central government. Present as SEBI chairman was Ajay Tyagi. Now tell me the persons, Nana. 1 is a chairman, other one is 2 members will be nominated by the central government. At least 1 member will be given from the RBI, but that is also the nomination. And 5 persons, among these 5 persons, at least 3 members should be the whole time members, will be appointed by central government. Appointment. Okay, na? That's about the SEBI board members. Now coming to the functions, what it will do. అసలు దేనికోసం వీడు వచ్చాడు, అసలు ఏం చేస్తాడు వీడు, ఇంకా ఎవరిని, for most of the companies, they will start their business by the name called share capital. Is it clear, Nana? Whenever the company is starting, it was start with the word called IPO, initial public offering, or FPO, further public offering. Through these 2 sources, company will get share money directly from the public. Clear, Nana? This is called as primary market. But whereas one more market is called secondary market. In this market, what happens? The shareholders of these company will keep on selling the shares, buying the shares happens in the secondary market. Is it clear, Nana? So this secondary market will be taken care by our SEBI and all, also called as the secondary market. So let us see here. Now in this market, who will be involved here? The person called buyer, or we can also call him as investor, seller of the shares, and there will be some other person who is connecting these 2 persons called as intermediary, margin brokers, and all these persons as one category. If any of these parties have some conflicts among them, disputes among them, then everything will be resolved by the SEBI government itself. Let us see here. It functions to protect the interest of investor in securities, to promote the development of, to regulate the securities market, and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. అంటే మనకి సెక్యూరిటీకి సంబంధించి రొటేషన్ అవ్వడానికి కానీ సేల్ అవ్వడానికి కానీ ఏవైతే యాక్టివిటీస్ చేస్తున్నామో ఆ యాక్టివిటీస్ ప్రతి దానికి కనెక్టివిటీ సెబీ చూసుకుంటుంది. It has the response to the needs of 3 groups. One is security issuers, ఇన్వెస్టర్స్ మార్కెట్ ఇంటర్మీడియరీస్ అంటే కంపెనీలు అలాగే ఇన్వెస్టర్స్ సెల్లర్ బయర్స్ యాజ్ వెల్ యాజ్ ద మార్కెట్ ఇంటర్మీడియరీస్. It has three functions also. What is it, Nana? Legislative. It can give its own regulations. Judicial. It can give its own rulings. Executive. It can do the investigation activity also. So all these three can be done by the SEBI. These are the three important functions. Now, if there is any conflict, any dispute, then to whom we can start a filing cases? There is something called SAT, Securities Appellate Tribunal. It is acts as a court. Normally, if you have any conflict, you will go for the district court, village court, district court, state court, and then the Supreme Court. But here what happens here is, if the judgment given by SCAT, Securities Appellate Tribunal, is not advisable or not satisfactory, then you can straight away go to the Supreme Court. So what happens in this SAT? This is an appeal process to SCAT, Securities Appellate Tribunal, which is a 3-member tribunal. It consists of judicial member, presiding officer, technical member. At present, it was headed by the Justice Tarun Agarwal, former judge of Meghalaya High Court. A second appeal lies directly to Supreme Court of India. SEBI took a proactive role in streamlining disclosure requirements to the international standards. అంటే ఒకవేళ ఇక్కడ ఇచ్చిన జడ్జిమెంట్ మనకి నచ్చకపోతే డైరెక్ట్ గా సుప్రీం కోర్టులోకి వెళ్ళి అక్కడ కేసు వేసుకోవచ్చు. పవర్స్ ఆఫ్ SEBI. So what the powers that SEBI is having now? To discharge its functions effectively and more moderately, it can approve the bylaws of stock exchanges. So Bombay Stock Exchanges, National Stock Exchange, Hyderabad Stock Exchange. So like this we have different stock exchanges. In order to work as a stock exchange, first it should be like approval by the SEBI, then only it can act as a stock exchanges. To require the stock exchange to amend bylaws, for example, if any of the provision is making free to the investors, to protect the investors' interest, we need as a SEBI, we need to, what we have to do, we can amend the laws. We can inspect the books of accounts and call for periodical returns from the recognized stock exchanges. To inspect the books of accounts of a financial intermediary, to compel certain companies to list their shares in one or more stock exchanges. For example, if a company is listed in one stock exchanges, what can happen? So if one company is in one stock exchanges only, automatically some fraud activities may not be get noticed. But if the same company had listed in many of the stock exchanges, maybe one or the other, the fraud will come into the picture. In one of the exchange or other exchanges, the fraud come into the pictures. So that is why as a SEBI, what it will do is, it will make compulsory for certain companies to get listed in more than one stock exchanges. SEBI's role in business facilitation. Now, till now we have seen what is a SEBI, what are the functions, what was happened before SEBI, that is CCI, and what are the functions and what it can do, the powers of SEBI. Now we are going to see how it is helpful for the business facilitation. It is responsible for the development of India's capital market. For example, if you don't have the trust to do the selling and offering for the shares in stock market, will you continue for the future? Never. So to create that type of trust, the SEBI need to work fully and strongly. So it is responsible for that such a development, and it also oversees subsequent trading. It facilitates overseas entities, that is SEBI is also making a chance to invite the other country institutions to invest in our country. Even SEBI is also making some standards to be followed by accounting body as well as the companies as well as the corporate bodies in order to make our company to sustain with the international standards. Even SEBI is trying to allow the investors of India to enter into the foreign country to invest there. So పక్క కంట్రీ వాడు మన కంట్రీలోకి వచ్చి ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ చేసేలాగా పార్టిసిపేట్ చేసేలాగా చూస్తున్నామట. అలాగే ఇట్ కోఆర్డినేట్స్ విత్ ద మార్కెట్ డెవలపర్స్ రెస్పాన్సిబుల్ ఫర్ ద ఇన్వెస్టర్స్ ఫెయిత్ ఇన్ ఫంక్షనింగ్ ఆఫ్ క్యాపిటల్ మార్కెట్స్. నెక్స్ట్ CCI, Competition Commission of India. What it is? Before this CCI, we used to have something called MRTP, Monopoly Restrictive Trade Practices. Now what is CCI says? whether competition is necessary or not. If competition is not there, what happens? People will try to exploitate the consumers by charging higher price, or competitor will become one unit and they will charge more prices. If competition is there, everyone will try to develop their own quality, quantity with reasonable prices, and they will can charge the reasonable amount. So competition is the best means of ensuring that common man has access to broadest range. With increased competition, with innovator and specializers, with reduced cost, wider choice to consumers, it is a benefit for the consumers. That is why we need to maintain a fair competition in the market. Competition may be either direct competition or indirect competition. So direct competition in the sense, same function, that is substitutable commodities. Like in morning class we have seen what is the direct competition, the indirect competition. That are close substitutes for one another, but a fine is all these examples for the indirect competition. There should be a free and fair competition to get the following benefits. What are those? It encourages the innovation, increase the efficiency, punish the laggards. Laggards in the sense the persons who don't want to accept the innovation and all. Boost the choice, improves the quality, reduce the cost, ensures availability of goods in abundance of acceptable quality in the affordable price. If you have this fair and free competition, these are the advantages that we can get. These are the benefits that we can get. Competition Act. So, Competition Act 2002 was passed in the year of 2002 and amended in the year of 2007. In accordance with this, Competition Commission of India, Competition Appellate Tribunal have been established. And ikkada kuda indaka SCAT laga Competition Appellate Tribunal kuda undi. Now, this follows a philosophy of modern competition laws. They want to prevent the anti-competitive business practices and punishes the persons who are involved in doing these activities. Features of Competition Act. So, what is the features? To prevent practices having an appreciable adverse effect on competition. Competition paina negative impact edana undagalagite vaatini remove cheddam. Promote the competition, sustain the competition, ensure freedom of trade. It will allow any person to enter into the business. With the enforcement of Competition Act, the MRTP Act shall stand repealed and MRTP Commission shall be dissolved. Competition Act 2002 provides the establishment for CCI. So CCI, the Competition Commission, came into the picture 14th October 2003. The commission is a body corporate having perpetual succession and common seal. That is, it is having separate legal entity. Membership. It consists of chairperson and 6 members appointed by the central government. Responsibilities of CCA. What it will do? Nothing but the points that already we have seen. To eliminate the practices having adverse impact on the competition. Adverse effect on competition. To promote and sustain the competition. To protect the interest, to ensure freedom of trade. Indaka chusna vidividiga unna points malla ikkada points nenu. To give opinion on competition issues. For example, now Vodafone Idea are merged into one entity now. When they are merging, what can happen here is they may get a more market share. They can exploit the people by charging higher prices. So when the Supreme Court is giving sanction for the merging of Vodafone and Idea, the Supreme Court will call the Competition Commission of India into the picture. Hello CCI, now the two parties came to go for applying for the merger. Can I give this or not? Can I sanction this or not? Now Competition Commission of India will do the analysis. Why they want to merge themselves? ఎందుకు వాళ్ళిద్దరూ కలిసి ఒక ఎంటిటీగా వెళ్ళాలి అనుకుంటున్నారు? If that is for the benefit of the customers, consumers, they will give the good judgment. If it is not for the judgment, if it is not for the benefit, if it is not for the correct, then Competition Commission of India will not give any opinion. Okay nana, ఒకవేళ కాంపిటీషన్ వల్ల నెగిటివ్ వస్తుందేమో అనుకుంటే వీళ్ళని అడ్వైజ్ అడుగుతాము, ఒపీనియన్ అడుగుతాం. To undertake the competition advocacy, create the public awareness, objectives, same points malla repeat అవుతున్నాను. To prevent adverse impact, promote competition, protect interest, ensure freedom of trade carried by the other participants. Role of CCI. So ఏం చేస్తున్నాను? It make the markets work for the benefit and welfare of consumers, ensure fair and healthy competition, implement the competition policy with an aim to effectuate the most efficient utilization, develop and nurture effective relations with the interactions, effectively carries competition advocacy. As a business facilitator, what it can do? Fair competition is a key to thriving business sector. It protects businesses from the other business unfair practices and penalizing the persons who are making the mistakes. అంటే ఎవరైతే కాంపిటీషన్ కి ఆపోజిట్ గా వెళ్ళి ఒకవేళ మనము కార్టెల్ గా ఫామ్ అవ్వాలి అన్నా కొల్యూజన్ గా ఫామ్ అవ్వాలి అని అనుకుంటున్నారో వాళ్ళకి పనిష్మెంట్ ఇస్తామట. ఇట్ ప్రమోట్స్ కాంపిటీషన్ బై ప్రివెంటింగ్ అబ్యూస్ ఆఫ్ డామినెన్స్ బై ఎ మార్కెట్ ప్లేయర్. It ensures coexistence of large and small enterprises. This is the CCI Nana. Now we'll come to something called IRDAI. What it is? Insurance Regulatory Development Authority of India. Now in this what happens? Many of the people will take so many of insurance policies with insurance companies. Now the money what they have collected by these insurance companies, how they are using, and how they are using for the clearances and how they are using for the clearance of the compensation, everything will be controlled and monitored by the IRDAI. So it is an autonomous apex body which regulates that develops the insurance industry. It is constituted under IRDA Act 1999 and it was passed as follows. Private players to enter the insurance sector in India, first it was given a permission of 26%. But later on, it was raised the FDA limits to 49%. Mission statement, what they wanted to do. To protect the interest of fair treatment to policyholders. To bring about the speedy and orderly growth of insurance industry. For example, if insurance industry is not there, what happened? If the persons are not taking any insurance, then what can happen? Automatically, if any person sentenced to death suddenly, and automatically the family who are depending upon the death or died person will not have any source of income to treat for the next day. Automatically the family will be in the big trouble. For all those to mitigate the losses and all, we are having an option called taking insurance policy for the lifetime as well as for the accidental policy. So what can happen here? When you are taking a policy, you need to pay the premium amount to the policy giving companies, policy issuer, insurance companies. For those companies, as you have to pay the amount, so that company will do what they will do. To bring about the speedy and orderly growth, IRDA will make out the procedural aspects to set, promote, monitor, enforce higher standards of integrity, financial solutions, fair dealing and competence of those it regulates. So it ensures speedy settlement. For example, if there is genuinely the situation was happened, if there is a collapse of building genuinely, and if the building was catched the fire without any person's intervention, and if everything was proved in genuine way, then the insurance company needed to pay them within minutes, within hours, within no time, without getting delayed. If it is a genuine claim, we need to make the speedy settlement. To promote the fairness, transparency and orderly conduct in financial markets. So how we are dealing with the financial markets, how we are conducting this, it should be so transparency in way. Take action where such standards are inadequate and ineffectively enforced. If you are making the settlement so delay, then insurance regulatory development authority will penalize the insurance companies. To bring about optimum amount of self-regulation in day-to-day working. Duties and purpose, what they will do? They will give the registration certificate. So they can renew, they can modify, they can withdraw, they can suspend, they can cancel such registration certificates. Why and when? Whenever you feel that insurance company is committed some mistake to do in the reality and it was proved by that, then our IRDA people will cancel the registration certificate given once. It will protect the interest of policy holders, specifying the qualifications, code of conduct and practical training for intermediary or insurance intermediary and agents. For example, when a person had to take 1 crore rupees of policy on building, now before sanctioning this, I will send one architecture to this building. I will make him to study entire building and analyze whether this is okay or not. So those are called as intermediary services. Even for them, our insurance IRDA will give some code of conduct and practical training, specifying the code of conduct for the surveyors and loss assessment people, promoting the efficiency in conduct of insurance business, levying fees and other charges should not charge more than the charges given by the IRDAI. Calling for information. If IRDA wants to check any insurance company's business data, they can call for the data and they can check it up for everything. Control and regulations of rates, advantages, terms and conditions, specifying the form and manner in which books of accounts will be maintained, statement of accounts will be rendered by the insurers, regulating the investment of funds. For example, so many insurance premium persons will pay the amount of premiums to the insurance company. Now what they will do with these insurance people? They will take the premium amount and invest in some securities which can create the value for money. Instead of keeping the money in idle, you can make this money to invest in somewhere to create additional wealth and additional revenue. So next, regulating maintenance of margin of solvency, that is MOS, adjudication of disputes between insurer and intermediaries. See, for example, when you have a problem and when you are fearing a fraud, for example, a person is a X who have taken 25 crores of insurance policy on one building. He took that initially with an intention to claim the amount back. Actually, he took on building and this building was constructed not in proper conditions. Outside walls was constructed so strongly, but inside infrastructure was so weak. If you come and give a dash by coming with the speed of 20 kilometers per hour, automatically the inner building will get collapsed. Such a way it was constructed. Now, after sending the architecture was corrupted by X and the insurance policy was passed. Now, the date of loss was happened. For example, this was insurance is given by the GLIC example, one insurance company. Now, X intentionally making the internal walls to get collapsed and making a compensation application from the insurance company to get 25 crores of amount. Intentionally they are doing some mistakes, fraud. Now what they will do? That is why before giving the settlement, I will again make other assessor, loss assessor, to go to the building and to verify whether there was proper building construction was done in the past or not. If it is done everything genuinely, then I will sanction 25 crores. If it is not done genuinely, I will not sanction any amount also. So I have to check how the code of conduct is being done. If any disputes was done, then the IRDA people will concentrate on it. Supervising the functioning of tariff advisory committee. And how much insurance premiums we can charge for this insurance policy. Specifying the percentage of premium income of the insurer to finance schemes for promoting and regulating professional organizations referred to in the class F. Specifying the percentage of life insurance business, general insurance, marine insurance and goods in transit insurance. Exercising the other powers as may be prescribed. This was all given by the IRDAI. But how far it acts as a business facilitator? Let us see here. Firstly, it takes steps to regulate, develop the insurance industry. Secondly, it serves as an authority to protect the interest of insurance policy holders. Thirdly, it spread a lot of information for the benefit of policy holders and for educating the general public about the advantage of getting insurance policies and keeping them alive. And in an insurance policy తీసుకోవడం వల్ల ప్లస్ పాయింట్ ఏంటి, తీసుకోకపోతే వచ్చే మైనస్ పాయింట్స్ ఏంటో ఎడ్యుకేట్ చేపిస్తాం, so that every person will try to take some insurance policy on with some insurance company business. That's about the non-funding institutions. Now we'll come to the funding institutions in the top layer, that is layer 3. So what is the funding institutions? These are called as developmental banks. There will be some banks who are providing loan for the capital development as well as the working capital purpose. If they give for the capex, this is called as a capital expenditure, and if they give for the working, it is also called as working capital, day-to-day operations. This is all done by the developmental banks. Now what is the meaning of these developmental banks? Normally, commercial banks is the bank which will accept the deposit and provide the loans to the needy persons. But what is the developmental banks then? These are the financial institutions which will get money from the RBI, government institutions, not from the public. Developmental banks will not have any contact from the public. So, financial assistance, new and upcoming business, they do not accept the deposits. So వీళ్ళు డిపాజిట్స్ మటుకు తీసుకోరు, కానీ అమౌంట్ ఎలా వస్తుంది, మరి ఆర్బీఐ ఇస్తూ ఉంటుంది. దే డ్రా ద రిసోర్స్ ఫ్రమ్ ద గవర్నమెంట్ అండ్ అదర్ ప్రమోటింగ్ ఏజెన్సీస్. See, in the previously we have seen SLR, CLR. What they will do with this amount? They will keep aside, and the same amount will be distributed to the developmental banks. Now what they will do with that amount? Developmental banks use this amount for developing the organizations which are newly established. Now, genesis of developmental banks, you can see here. Industrial Finance Corporation of India, ICICI, IDBI, NABARD, SIDBI. But now ICICI and IDBI become as a commercial banks. They know where award called as a developmental banks. Now in this chapter we will concentrate on NABARD. What is NABARD? National Bank for Agricultural and Rural Development. When it was started? 1982. Headquarter, branches. So it is working as a financial applicable things and all. It also gives us financial support to the persons who are developing in rural areas, village areas, backward areas, tribal areas, and also helps the self-help groups, that is Dwakra and all these facilities. The bank has been entrusted with the matters concerning policy, planning, operations. NABARD has been instrumental in grounding rural and social innovations, having contact with 4,000 organizations. Portfolio of NABARD: watershed development, tribal development, farm innovation. So these are the most important portfolio that NABARD wants to complete in the picture. Now what it will do? Primarily, it is working as a looks after the development of cottage industry, small industry, village industry, and other village level industries. So it also reaches out to allied economies, supports, promotes integrated developmental activities. By how? By providing service to the villagers or the farmers. For example, if the farmers are taking loan from their local leader and NABARD is not able to contact these farmers in this area. Now what do you know? NABARD can provide the farmers as a loan. If it is not possible, even NABARD can give the financial support to the local leader who is helping the farmers. Even NABARD can do the help of this also. It refinances the financing agencies. It serves as a apex financing agency, institutions providing investments and production credit for promoting the various developmental activities. It takes measures towards the building of institution and all those things. Rural financing activities of all institutions, developmental work at that field. So it was a liaison with the state government, RBI, national level institutions concerned with policy formulations, etc. It also takes about the how we can monitor the finances and how we can change it. So NABARD will provide the loan to the farmers directly. NABARD will provide the loan to the farmers directly. And not only that, NABARD will check after sanctioning also. అంటే అంతా అయిపోయిన తర్వాత కూడా how they are utilizing this money is also being checked by the NABARD. It refinances the financial institutions. It participates in development of institutions which help the rural economy. It also keeps a check on its client institutes. It regulates the institutions which provide financial help to the rural economy. So village level లో ఎవరైనా హెల్ప్ చేస్తున్నారని తెలిస్తే వాళ్ళకి కూడా వెళ్ళి హెల్ప్ చేస్తూ ఉంటుంది. It provides training facilities to the institutions working in the field of rural upliftment, and it also provides regulates the corporate banks and regional rural developmental banks. It manages the talent acquisition through the Institute of Banking Personnel Selection through the CW examinations, that is a common written examinations. NABARD refinance is available to any other cooperative, agriculture, rural developmental banks, state cooperative banks, RRBs, commercial banks and institutions approved by the RBI. Ultimate beneficiaries. Who are the ultimate beneficiaries? It can be anyone. Company avvachu, firm avvachu, like establishment avvachu, oka family avvachu, edaina kani. Role of NABARD as a business facilitator. It is also known as SHG, Self-Help Group Banking Linkage Program, which encourages India's banks to lend to self-help groups. As SHGs are composed mainly for poor women, this has evolved as an important Indian tool for microfinance. So NABARD is helpful for the village development and as well as the microfinance people. That's about the organizations facilitating for business growth. So next, Nana. Amma. So this is the chapter you might know about it, right? Business organizations. In this chapter, there is nothing to discuss mainly, except the like some company changes and everything that you can go on your self-study. But we'll just discuss only few topics like budget analyst, financial analyst, all these things, and we'll wind up the session for this session and we'll start from 6 o'clock again. Okay, na? So, Nana, this material was updated material. Have you got this? So, all the changes were highlighted with the letters name called N. Okay, no. Actually, you can see this highlight portion, but in the printout, it may not so visible to us. But you can see the letters in the brackets N. Okay, na? So this table will give you the incorporation year, ownership group, headquarters, and the chairman, executive chairman, present head, that is MD and CEO, and CFO, Chief Financial Officer. You can see the changes made it here. Can you able to see that? But in the printout it may not be so clear, but you can see the changes with the letter called N. Okay, na? In this material we updated some other new points also along with the old one. Kindly go through with the material, Nana. So in this chapter we concentrate on some 34 companies selected by the ICAI and some of the companies taken from the Nifty 50. What is this Nifty 50, Nana? Nifty 50 is nothing but a list of 50 companies which altogether states about how the Indian economy is moving towards, how the performance of Indian economy was. But do you think that is so easy to analyze the company features and all? No. To analyze the company data, we require so much of expertise knowledge. For that, we require these professionals. One is budget analyst. Who are these? These will prepare the finances. These prepare the budgets and make on track. What is the meaning of this? Let us see here, Nana. For example, if a family is planning to go to a trip, is it clear, Nana? Now, actually they are planning to make all the estimations and thought that they can be done all the trip by 40,000 rupees. Now, how they can come to know only 40,000 is essential? They will just keep on counting the expenses. The time that they are leaving from the house, how they are reaching the bus stand or railway station or aeroplane station, what it might be, airport, and how you are reaching the seaport, and on what way you are transporting, how long it will take, how many days it will take, and you will see, keep on the budget analysis. It helps the companies to keep the finances on a track. They don't make the decision, they will just prepare the budget. They won't make any decisions and all. They strongly value the management leaders. They are very important to achieve the financial goals. Financial consultant, also called as security analyst, equity, investment, rating analyst. What they will do? They will focus on investment and the market. They advise on investment decisions, what to do now and where we can invest in the company. They also recommend which share to be purchased, which company to be sold off. They do research in macro as well as the microeconomical conditions along with the fundamentals, and then they will come up with a decision whether we can change, whether we can invest, whether we can sell the company or not. So these are the persons who will advise our management to do the actionary plans. Management analyst, what are these, Nana? These persons will work along with the head of the business, top business models, also known as management consultants. They work with the head of the business to improve the efficiency, profitability. They work on case basis. Always they will try to find the solutions, how we can come out of the problems from these things. So the most preferred job roles for professional graduates around the world. Market research analyst, what they will do, Nana? They will study strength and weakness of organization. They will advise the company, what is our market share, what is our market profitability. They will examine the potential trends of sales and they also understand what is the customer needs, customer wants, and how the customer is behaving and all. Based upon this, we will do the research about the market and we will do some changes in market environment. So company overview can be done in these features, Nana. And a company ఎందుకు వచ్చింది, ఎలా వచ్చింది, హిస్టరీ ఏంటి, విజన్ ఏంటి, మిషన్ ఏంటి, ఆబ్జెక్టివ్స్, ఫిలాసఫీ, ఇవన్నీ కూడా. The new topic was, so business media rankings, how you can see the business rankings and all with the help of Forbes and Fortune 500. So with all these things you can get the ranking and all. This is the new topic, Nana, advent of startups. So an entrepreneur along with his innovation, he will start doing a new business to overcome some problem and to make the solution for it. In the same way, there might be some organizations who want to start up with, who want to start an organization in the name of startups. Let us see what it is. It is a company or a project undertaken by an entrepreneur to seek, develop, validate a scalable business model. అంటే ఇవన్నీ ఏంటంటే ఒక ఎంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్ తన యొక్క ఐడియాలజీ ప్రకారంగా కంపెనీని స్టార్ట్ చేసి ఆ కంపెనీని స్కేలబుల్ పెద్దగా తీసుకెళ్ళాలి అనుకున్నాడు. ఇట్స్ కాల్డ్ as startup. But do you think that each startup will get success? No, it not be possible in all the areas and all. So while at the beginning startup face high uncertainty and have higher rates of failure, but later on there will be some successful startups also, like startups like Paytm, Dream Level, Oyo, Byju's. All these are successfully led companies for the startup. These companies start with the high cost and limited revenue. And how they will get the source of finance, Nana? Because it is started with the limited investment, how they will get the source of amount of investments? They will get through the government initiatives, angel investors, focused investors, high net worth individuals. So these focus on disrupting status quo with advanced technology. For example, you can see the big names like Flipkart, Cred, Udan, Zerodha, Grow, Byju's, Vedantu, etc. So some startups became unicorns, and some of them had reached more than $1 billion USD, and some are in the initial stages, some are in the stage of reaching the success stages. With the technology advancement and availability of good talent and support, lot of smart, dedicated individuals have started startups and encouraged. But in our India, Bangalore is one of the most influential places for startups. In India, it is still in the initial stages. The startup ecosystem consists of individuals, institutions, business incubators, business accelerators, top performing entrepreneurial firms and startups. A region with all these elements is called as a strong startup ecosystem. So startup అవ్వాలి అంటే ముందు నీకు ఇవన్నీ కావాలంటున్నాను. So this is about the business organization chapter also. And in this chapter there is nothing to be explained and all. You can revise on your own. So it is just a memory based chapter and all. So it's all up to your memory things. Now there is left only with one chapter, the name called Common Business Terminologies, that we will see in the next break session. Bye, take care. 9 good morning. కూర్చుంటారా? కూర్చోండిరా. Okay, so can we start, Naina? The last chapter. Once upon a time, when this chapter was introduced, when the BCK was introduced, the total questions asked from this chapter is 12 marks from only this chapter. So minimum 8 to 10 marks they used to ask from this chapter. Such a lengthy chapter, important chapter, from professional point of view as well as exam point of view. Let us see some points on this. So, what is chapter name, Nana? So you know about this chapter, right? Okay. We'll try to cover almost maximum topics, Nana, maximum points on this. Clear? So we'll see here. Any doubts in the previous chapters? Introduction to BCK, environment, organizations of facilitating for business, government policy for growth. So ఇవన్నీ చెప్పేశారా? చెప్పేశామా? Okay, next. Let us see here. అమ్మా ఏంటంటారు బాధ? ఏంద్ర విఐపి? Okay, so coming to point now. Common business terminology. In this chapter, we are going to see a few definitions, right? Only few. There will be only few definitions in this chapter regarding finance, banking, stocks, marketing, and other related comprehensive definitions. Let us see those few definitions in this 2 hours class. Starting now. So, before analyzing any business, we should know different aspects of the business. One among them is technical facet. What it is? It's all about how many raw materials and what is the output that we can transform from the raw materials to output. Technically, a business may be viewed as a transformation process, a huge machine where inputs are converted into outputs. If you are dealing with a business, you should know what is the process methodology you are using, how much output that you can produce from the quantity of inputs. Next, commercial facet. What it is? Commercial facet is nothing but about how we can make our product to be launched in the launched in the market. How we can do the service in the market. How it is oriented in respect of revenues and all. Let us see here. It is all about marketing management. It will tell us about how you can plan, organize, direct, control all with the customers and the markets. So it deals with the goods with 4 P's. One is product, price, place, promotions, right? So product should be how to fulfill the purpose for what it was established. Price, it should be somewhat reasonable. Place, it should be available and accessible to each and every consumer. Promotions, it's needed to be done for our commodity to be promoted to sales. We can do the promotion either by the direct person to person, oral communication, written communication, media communication, social network communication, any way. Services marketing comprise additional piece, services, which like people, physical evidences, and then processes. All these 3 P's are required for successful service marketing. Financial facet, it all tells about how much of accounts books that we are maintaining, profit and loss that we are accruing, and all those things. So financially, it will tell about the financial perspective implies that investments and the associated returns and risk. Thus, it includes other different sources of finances and the development of financial markets. So it includes profit and loss account, preparation, balance sheet, and everything. HR facet, what it is, Nana? Human resource managements. So this person will employ, will recruit the employees from various diversified educational field and from various diversified management experienced persons. From HR perspective, it is all about people occupying different jobs, positions, and performing their respective roles, responsibilities, and functions. Their competencies, character, individual motivation, collective comfort have a decisive effect on organization's performance. If you are thinking that HR is not doing performance well, all the employees cannot have proper coordination among them and they cannot continue the business organizations to work well. Administrative facet. This BCK pertains to forms of business organizations, but administrative facet is all related to organizations, regulations, approvals, clearances, and everything. It also refers to the internal management and governance process. Even more exciting is signage and symbolizers. Will give good communication to us. What and all this, Nana? So, definition wise also will communicate, but symbols will give more explanatory variables to us. So, these are the different symbols that will communicate to us. Randomly we can see some topics, Nana. So, for example, this, what it is, Nana? Do not roll. If there is any packing container, you should not roll the box. If you roll it, automatically there may be disturbance in the internal equipment things. For example, refrigerator is there. Can you roll it as you feel difficulty to lift it up? Can you roll it up? It's not possible. Even if you roll up, what happens is internal gas will get disturbed and it maybe leads to the explosion also sometimes. So, and coming to here, don't use the hooks. What it is? There will be heavy weighted gunny bags. In order to remove from them from the lorry truck, you will use some hooks to lag it over near to the near end of the lorry and transportation vehicles. For these commodities, don't use these hooks. For example, if that gunny bag is containing more number of water packets, example water packets, if you use the hook, what happens? If that hook is connected to the water packets, those will get leaked. Is it clear, Nana? That is why you should not use those hooks and for those gunny bags and all. Heavy weight, do not lift. If you lift up without any support, then you will get pain. Your waist will get ache. So waist aches will be there. All these things will be there. So it is heavily weighted. So do not lift it up directly without having any support. All these are symbols which will communicate more than 2 to 3 lines. Can you say like this? There is a speed breaker, go slow. Can you say these things in local language? If you print in a local language when you are going on the traffic roads, what we have to do? We have to stop the vehicle aside and we have to read the sentences. We need to communicate it, we need to understand it and then start the bike. Is this can be possible and all? No. But if the sign is indicating a up, so speed pump is there, then automatically because of seeing that bump or because of seeing that up, we can know that there is a speed breaker ahead. Is it clear, Nana? So these are the symbols that will communicate us more than 3 to 4 line in definitions. So even we can see in the food packets, if it is a green color, it's said to be as a purely veg and all. So there is something called codes, universal product code. So if you went to a big stores, they won't make a list of items in the invoice bill by entering writing with the paper. Always they will use a scanner. Once they scan the commodities product code, automatically it will give us how many quantity, what is the price of it, and everything will be come out. Quick response code, what it is, Nana? QR code. This is the latest added in the examination paper, Nana. Quick response code, what it is? QR code. So it is a white background which was where the black color square was arranged with the different symbols, and all together will give one scanner for a unified transportation for the unified making payment interfaces. A QR code consists of black square arranged in a square grid on a white background which can be read by an imaging device such as camera until the image can be appropriately interpreted. The required data is then extracted from patterns that are present in both horizontal and vertical components of the image. Even for example, if you wanted to send a MB data, what you can do, you can go to create this QR code for that. If you download that QR code, automatically it can extract the entire Word document without missing any word also, without missing any letters. In such a way, this QR code can help us. Next one, basic terminologies, business, which includes more entire spectrum of activities, maybe production, distribution, or many things. Industry and production side. Commerce is related to exchange of goods and services. If it is only the goods, it is related to trade. If it is services, it is related to aids to trade or auxiliaries to trade. Clear, Nana? That's about the commerce. Now let us see the terminologies in relation to banking and all. So, see carefully, Nana. Commercial bank, what it is? Commercial banks are those which accepts the money from the depositors and use the same money to give as a loan to some other persons. They will charge higher rate of interest from the loan persons and they will provide interest to the persons who have deposited money into the commercial banks. Is it clear, Nana? But these commercial banks are the institutions dealing with accepting deposits, granting loans. There are 4 types of commercial banks. Public sector banks, private sector banks, so foreign banks, regional rural banks like Chaitanya, Godavari, Gramina Bank and all. Next, coming to the cooperative bank, what it is? Cooperative banks are those which are state cooperative formed through the Cooperative Societies States Act. It is meant for providing cheap credit to the members. That is, if it is a commercial bank, it will provide the loan at higher rate of interest to the members, to the non-members also. But for these cooperative banks, it will provide a lesser rate of interest to the member persons who have taken the deposit in that same bank. Zero balance account, what is this? So due to the latest guidelines from the bank and all, what they have decided is they wanted to keep minimum balance. What is the meaning of this minimum balance? You are not allowed to withdraw entire money from your savings account. You are liable to maintain some amount as a minimum balances. But there is something called a zero balance account. What means it is? You can withdraw entire money from your bank account maintaining zero as a balance. So that is called zero balance account. Does not require any minimum balance. Current account, what it is? An account opened by the business entrepreneurs with the commercial banks. Why? Because if they have opened the savings account, what happens here is the bankers will have some limit. The bank will impose some limitations on the savings account holder. They may not withdraw more than some limit. They can't do the transactions of withdrawing and depositing continuously in a day. So as there are many restrictions, but if these restrictions, the business person cannot do the business smoothly. For them, they have made something called current account. But for this current account, the bankers will not pay any interest to the current account outstanding balance. But for savings account, they will pay the balance, or they will pay the interest on balance. A bank account opened by the businessman who have higher number of transactions with the bank, from which money can be withdrawn as many times as needed. Next, account payee check. See, when we are discussing about the commercial banks, actually there are something called CASA. CASA means current account and savings account. All together it is called as demand deposits. What is, remember, demand deposits? If a person is having current account, whenever he demand the bank to draw the amount to make the payment, they have to do that. Savings account is also same thing. If you are going to withdraw the money from ATM by using debit card, the bank should suppose to transfer the amount to hard cash, you have to be withdrawn, right? So that is called demand deposit. Whenever you are demanded, the bank should be ready to pay you back. Next, there is something called time liabilities or time deposits. What are those time deposits? Fixed deposit, time deposit, recurring deposit, time deposit or term deposit. We can use anything. So what are these things, Nana? We will deposit now, that is 10th adega date. We will deposit now of something around 2 lakhs, and we request the bank that create FD on this date for this amount, and we are ready to take out after 2 years from now. Is it clear, Nana? That is called as fixed deposit. Can you cancel that before the closure, before the time and all? No. If you want to close, you are allowed to close it before the maturity. But for example, for 2 years, if the bank are ready to pay you about 10% as rate of interest, if you want to close before the maturity level, then what happens? If you want to close before the maturity, then the bank will pay you only 7%. Why the change of 3%, Nana? It is a withdrawal penalty imposed on the depositor. Is it clear, Nana? So, in the same way, recurring deposit also. Recurring deposit is different, Nana. What it is? Now, we have opened one account saying that after 5 years, I will close this recurring deposit account. Okay. On every month of 10th, we will deposit such an minimum amount or same balance or same amount into this recurring deposit. Recurring means we are doing the activity again and again till maturity time. Is it clear, Nana? This is also one type of recurring deposit. There will be something called time deposits or term deposits. For this, you cannot cancel before the maturity. But if you want the money suddenly, then what you can do? You can treat this term deposit certificate as a security, and you can ask the bank to provide loan against to this security. Is it clear, Nana? So cancel avvakapote manam dinine security ga petti manam kavalante dani paina loan teesesukovachu. Okay na? Let us see some points, Nana. Account payee check, what it is? X is a person who is having something called savings account in SBI branch. Now what they want to do? X want to transfer some 10,000 rupees to a person called Y who is having account in Punjab National Bank. So how they can transfer now? By processing a check. Is it clear, Nana? Now this check we are making to payment called Y, and the X person had signed here with the date of 10th 5th 2022 with an amount of 10,000 in words as well as the amount in figure. Here the account number with all the IFSC codes, everything is there in on bottom of the check. Everything is done. Now we have surrendered this check to Y. You know what Y did? Y have transferred this check to Z. Is it clear, Nana? So, and again it was transferred to person P on Q. Now what is happening actually? Can the Q can get the money back from any bank? Not possible. Not possible, because there is a name called Y. Only Y can withdraw in cash. That too from SBI only, not from Punjab National Bank. For example, a check was passed without any name, then it is called as bearer check. Now this Y had transferred to Z to P, P, Q, Q to R and all those things. Now R can withdraw the amount of 10,000 from SBI only. This is called as bearer check. Clear, Nana? Done. Now coming to the other one now. In order to overcome these problems, because if you, for example, mistakenly you had made this check was misplaced, then automatically anyone can have right to dispose this check, right? That is why they maintained one more process of making the transfers in the name of account payee. They will make two parallel lines on the top left corner, and they will write something called account payee. Payee means the person who is receiving. Payer is a person who is paying, right? Account payee. And mentioned that to Y. Same 10,000 rupees. And in the votes also 10,000 only. And normally we will do all these things and all. Because if you have not done, automatically what can happen, they may write some other numbers. Is it right? So account number will be there, IFSC code will be there, and signature and date, everything will be there. Why the date is required here? Because the check is having a life of 3 months. After 3 months, it will be expired. Now what happening now? Now why? Where he is having account in Punjab National Bank. And this was made by the X who is having account in SBI. Now what was happening now? X transferred check to Y, which is written with the account payee. So Y can only take the amount through his account, not in the cash. Because it said that account pay, account only through account it will get paid. So what happens now? Now the Y will deposit this check in his Punjab National Bank. In Punjab National Bank, there will be one employee. That employee will come to so there will be clearing house. He will come to this clearing house. He will contact with the SBI employee. Hello SBI, do you have any customer with the name X? Yes, I have. It is my customer. Tell me. Do you think this X signature is correct? Yes, it is correct. Then transfer this amount to Y through Punjab National Bank. Now what SBI will do? SBI will go and check the X account whether he is having money or not. If it is having so, then they transfer 10,000 rupees to the clearing house to the Punjab National Bank to Y account. Is it clear, Nana? So in this clearing house, employees will come and meet together. But now everything is done through the electronical media, electronical clearing house, under the purview of Central Bank of India. Nothing but RBI. Clear, Nanna? So idanta koda account pay check ani pilustamu. Account pay check, a check which can be only credited to the bank account of the payee. Bearer check, encashed by its holder on the bank counter, it is transferable by mere delivery, but you can get the cash only from the SBI and not from any other bank branches also. You have to go to the home branch of the X person. Clearing house. So just now we have seen clearing house, right? It will bank. So the representatives, that is employees of Punjab National Bank, SBI, will come together. They will meet for confirming all the checks and the balances with each other. Next, automated clearing houses. That is previously representatives will come and meet, but now everything will be done through the automated banking system. That is electronically. Everything will be done through the RBI. So it is managed by the central bank. Automated teller machines, ATMs. What is this, Nana? They will conduct the transactions with the bank through the ATM machines electronically. Here, computers, electronical, banking data and solutions, everything will get together correlatedly, works together to provide cash to us. Credit card, what it is? You can use the money even though you are not having liquid amount in your bank balances. Credit card is nothing but banks will provide some credit facilities to the users. So you can pay now, you can buy the commodities now and you can pay them later. What is meant by e-cash, Nana? It is also known as digital cash, electronical cash. So it is a technology where we will use of electronic, computer, internet and other networks to execute transactions and transfer the funds from one account to another. Cashier's check, what it is? Sometimes even banks also will meet some expenses, right? For example, SBI Bank is there. It was taken one building for rental purpose. Now this bank need to pay the building rent to the building owner. Is it right? They will not pay through the cash. They will pay through the check. And the payments done by the bank or the payments done by the bank to nearby tea shop vendor persons, or the bank is paying any payment to any other individuals, then these checks, as it was raised by the persons of bank or people, it is called as cashier's check. It is drawn on its own name to make payments to other organizations, banks, corporations, or even individuals. Cash credit, what it is, Nana? It is a revolving arrangement from a bank which allow customer to borrow some amount specified and interest will be charged only on the amount that was actually withdrawn. What is, remember, internet banking, Nana? through this, you can access to your savings account, current account, fixed deposit, online deposit, any other deposits that you have with the bank. And with that bank, you can also see the transactions that you have made, last 10 transactions, or monthly wise or yearly wise also. You can view all the transactions. It is called as internet banking, also called as online banking or e-banking. Wholesale banking, that is, banks normally provide deposits and lending business. But not only that, the banks also provide some other facilities of accepting bills receivable, or making a payment to the outside countries, or having a forward contract, having a future contract, having a contract of relating to LOC, a letter of credit. All these things can be done in wholesale banking, things to the corporate entities or to large individuals. Smart cards. These are cards which are provided by the people to have the personal identifications and all. It will process computer chip and which can use as a data storage, processing and identification. Time deposit. What are these then? These are not able to withdraw before a time fixed when making the deposit. So we cannot withdraw this before the maturity. Early withdrawal penalty. If you are withdrawing the deposit before it is getting maturity, if the banks had told that they will pay 12% as rate of interest, but because of early withdrawal, they will pay lesser interest. And early withdrawal penalty is basically a penalty that is levied because of early withdrawal penalty. And it is, what is this name? It is paying to a institution like systematically, maybe because of monthly, quarterly, yearly, off yearly or any time. And you are getting the amount in lump sum or in return of many investments. There are different types of annuities here. Certificate of deposit. What it is, Nana? This is certificate given for the saving deposits and all. So it was given by the bank to say about that this is the outstanding amount balance which is in the bank account. Accepting house. That is a financial institution which will accept the bills receivable, banks, negotiable instruments, other bonds and everything for providing some advances. Accepting houses. Education loan or students loan, what it is? So a loan provided by the banker to the people who are studying for further studies. But the repayment will start after some years and the interest also will be calculated as per the agreement basis. Education loan or student loan. The period of repayment starts after the completion of period of loan. Chattel mortgage, what it is, Nana? Loan against the movable assets as a collateral security is called as chattel mortgage. What is when by normal mortgage? Loan against a fixed assets. Zero down payment. And in Nana? Zero down payment. So normally when you are purchasing a commodity, you can make a payment of 10,000. For example, if you are purchasing a 1 lakh rupees worth of commodity, if you are purchasing 1 lakh rupees worth of commodity, then you and shopkeeper agreed to pay 10,000 rupees as a down payment now. And remaining 90,000 will be paid in installment basis. But whereas a zero down payment, when you are purchasing a commodity, there is no required to pay any 1 rupee also. You will make zero down payment and get the commodity as you wish. That is called as zero down payment. Who does not make any down payment while borrowing? Administered rates. What it is? Actually, these are not really happening now. What is this, Nana? These rates are exchangeable, lender and the borrower. Lender and the borrower. They agreed that they provided 2 lakhs amount which we need to pay back in 3 years with a rate of interest 10%. But after the transaction was done, lender wanted to increase the rate of interest from 10% to 12%. Can it done so? Of course. If they agree, they can do, because it is unorganized market. So if borrower accepts it, they can do. In the same way, the borrower may request the lender to charge only 7% as rate of interest. If they have done all these such changes, this is called as administered rates and everything. So these are can be done in between the depositor and the lender also, but now it is not prevailing in the market. Lock-in period, what it is, Nana? If you have started a deposit of 2 years, then you have to wait 2 years to get over to get maturity. That is called as a lock-in period. A guarantee given by the lender, there will be no change in the quoted mortgage rates. Here what they are conveying is in these 2 years, I don't want to change the interest rates, but after 2 years, it may change. Cap, what is the cap, Nana? If the rate of interest keeps on changes, it may reach a very maximum and it can go beyond my capacity to pay. So what we are deciding is, as the rate of interest is fluctuating, we are maintaining some cap. Cap in the sense that is the maximum limit that a body can have, right? So can you use anything more than that above the cap? Nothing. So that is a cap, means it is a maximum rate, that is a limit the increase in interest rates. Value at risk, what it is, Nana? Some portion of investment that is subject to a loss, that is known as value at risk. Syndicated loan, what it is? Sometimes an organization may demand 10,000 crores of money as a cash, as a loan. Now they asked about the SBI people to lend the money. They said, no, it is not possible. Axis Bank, they said it is not possible. ICICI Bank, they said it is not possible. And they asked for the something called Punjab National Bank, it is not possible. So what they asked now? Made as a one group and asked them to give the entire cash. So now each individual bank contributed some amount to form 10,000 crores and given a loan to the X person through the SBI. Now this is called as syndicated oligopoly. Mangalam Seno. Kadanana? Done. Letter of credit. What is LOC or LC? LOC or LC? What it is, Nana? Super. అంటే ఏంటో అమౌంట్ ఇస్తారు వాళ్ళు. ఇంకా ఎక్స్ కంపెనీ ఇన్ ఇండియా, ఇట్ వాంట్ టు డూ సమ్ ఇంపోర్ట్స్ ఫ్రమ్ ద USA, బట్ దేర్ ఇస్ ఎ కంపెనీ కాల్డ్ Z Incorporation which is situated in USA. They don't have trust on us. We want to purchase that on the credit basis, but they don't have trust on us. So what they have requested is, they requested us to create some security. That is why I requested, that is X requesting his bank SBI to give some security. Now SBI is giving some letter of credit saying that X is my customer, X is having so much of balance. If X could not able to pay you back for the imported money, then I will pay the amount to the Z. Don't worry, I am there here. This is called as letter of credit. For providing this guarantee by bank to X company, they will charge some extra LOC charges. Letter of credit issued by a bank stating that commitment to pay a third party in the other country. Next, bridge financing. When there is a gap between the short term loan and the long term loan, in this between the time, if the bank is providing extra finances, it is called as bridge financing or gap financing. Cash reserve, it is the total amount of cash available in the bank account which can be withdrawn at any time. Bank rate, it is the interest rate charged by Central Bank of India on scheduled commercial banks. So interest rate charged by central bank which is lent to the commercial banks. Repo rate, it is a rate for the short duration. Repo rate, it is the charge of rate of interest by the RBI on commercial banks for the amount taken as a loan from RBI to commercial banks for the short term purpose against to securities, that is repo rate, rate at which commercial banks borrow money from RBI for up to 2 weeks, that is a shorter duration. Next, reverse repo rate, that is interest offered by RBI to the banks. These also for the short periods. SLR, statutory liquidity ratio. Commercial banks require to maintain some amount with their reserves itself in the form of gold, cash, reserves, government securities, which can be readily convertible into the liquid cash. Cash is a ratio. This is the amount that we need to maintain with the RBI. Basis points. What is this basis points, Nana? What is this basis points? See, it is measurement in change in financial parameters. So, how it can be denoted in a 1/100th of 1%. So, 1 base points is equal to 0.01%. For example, do you know this 1 rupee is equals to 100 paise? In the same way, 1% is written as 100 basis points. Is it clear, Nana? If you want to tell about this percentage changes, you can use these basis points to denote the changes. Next. So, American Depository Receipts, that is ADR. These are like available in the Indian market. How it is then? For example, if a person from India wanted to invest in 25 shares of a company of belongs to American company, they can't go directly to do the American transactions from India. So what they can do is they can purchase directly ADR, that is American Depository Receipts. So these are also known as ADR, or the depository receipts, which are equals to a specific number of shares of company that can be issued in foreign country. These are traded only in the United States of America. GDR in the same way which are traded in the Europe. So account balance, that is how much balance is outstanding in your bank account. Acceptance, that is acceptance of the like nothing but acknowledged document. Acceptance of all terms and conditions of any agreement. Accrued interest, what is meant by this, Nana? Accrued interest. Interest accrued because of accrual concept, but not at paid, but not at received, right? Accrued interest. It is accumulated on an investment, but not at received or not at paid. Bank account, it is a account held by a person along with a bank. So balance transfer, what is this, Nana? Transfer of funds from one account to the another. Bounced check. When X had given 10,000 check to Y, when Y had deposited into Punjab National Bank, if SBI had realized that X is not having any sufficient balance, then the check will get bounced. That is called as bounced check. But of course, bouncing check can be done not only because of sufficient balance is not there, it is also because of like date got expired, sign mismatched, or there is something standing instruction for the checks, whatever it might be. This can also be the possibility. Next, check, Nana. It is an instrument for a person to make a payment from one account to the another. Clearing houses, like it is a clearing when all amount of check is subtracted from the payer's account, added to payee's account. అంటే SBI అకౌంట్ లో నుంచి 10,000 డ్రా చేసేసి పంజాబ్ నేషనల్ బ్యాంక్ లో పంపించేయడం. కాంపౌండ్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్, దట్ ఈస్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ చార్జ్డ్ ఆన్ అబౌవ్ ద సింపుల్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్. It is a compounded on sum of money that is deposited, principal amount and the accumulated interest. So that is a principal plus interest. If you calculate interest on this, it is called as compound interest. Deposit slip. When a person enter into a bank to deposit some amount to the bank account, then the banker will give some counterfoil receipt, that is called as deposit slip. A receipt will be there, called as a deposit challan. So it will have two parts, one small part and the longest part. The longest part will be taken care by the banker people, and the smallest will be taken as a deposit slip and will be given to us. Debit card. It is a card used with the digital cash technology to given to the account holder in order to withdraw the amount wherever he requires. Depositor, the person who deposits. Debt settlement. And in whatever the loan we have, we had paid everything and it goes like settlement. For example, settlement in the sense, see for example, there is a 1 lakh amount to be paid by X to the SBI. As X could not able to pay 1 lakh entirely, and SBI also could not able to wait for the amount to get paid, they come to an agreement to settle the issue. X ready to pay 80,000 in full and final settlement to SBI is called as a settlement. So they are doing some transactions of activities where the banker is also accepting for negotiating the price with the lender. So debt repayment. What it is, Nana? Debt repayment means we are paid back entire 1 lakh to the bank. So that is called as debt repayment. It is a total process of repayment of a debt along with the interest. Debt recovery. For example, if the person who have taken the loan could not able to pay the amount back, then I will initiate some recovery proceedings against to the person who have taken the money from us. That's called as debt recovery things. So we are recovering, or we are in the process of recovering from the person who are given the debt and all. Expiration date. For every financial document there will be some expired date and all. Interest. It is the amount charged by the person who is giving the money to the borrower. Interest rate. What it is? It is a percentage of interest charged on the principal amount. Maturity. It is the end of the period. Market value. Sometimes the commodities will have different market value than the face value. Personal identification number, you know about it. Overdraft means sometimes banks will allow the business person to withdraw the amount over and above the balance available in the bank account. That is called as overdraft. But for this purpose, you need to get permission from the bank prior to do the transactions and all. Online banking. So payee is a person who is receiving, payer is a person who pays the money. Earnest money deposit. Do you know about this, right? Deposit made by the buyer before making or before entering into the transactions of purchasing and selling. Guarantor. It is creating a trust because of one person is giving guarantee that he will pay the amount back if the main person is not paying back. Installment contract. For example, sometimes as you could not able to pay entire money to purchase one commodity, you keep on go for series of installments to pay the commodity. So specialized banks. What is this? The banks specially for development banks like Exim Bank, IDBI, NABARD. Central bank, that nothing but a RBI. Marketing terminology. Any doubts in this terminology? All okay? Can you proceed? Marketing terminologies. Right? Next, stakeholder. So, any person, any institution, any LLP, any firm, any organization who have some interest in the outcomes of firm's organization is known as a stakeholder. Fast moving consumer commodity. These are those which are sell in high volume with lesser quantity. అంటే చాలా ఎక్కువగా సేల్ అవుతూ ఉంటాయి, కానీ సేల్ అయ్యే ప్రతిసారి సింగిల్ కమోడిటీస్ సేల్ అవుతూ ఉంటాయి. సెల్ ఇన్ హై వాల్యూమ్స్ విత్ లో యూనిట్ వాల్యూ. దట్ ఈస్ వాట్ లైక్ లేస్ ప్యాకెట్స్ ఇవన్నీ తెలుసు కదా నాన్న. సో బాగా తింటారుగా మీరు. బయింగ్ బిహేవియర్. హౌ ద బయర్ ఈస్ బిహేవింగ్ బిఫోర్ పర్చేసింగ్, ఆఫ్టర్ పర్చేసింగ్, అండ్ buyers to decide whether to purchase the goods or not. It can be influenced by a variety of external factors. Customer loyalty. What it is, Nana? If a customer is purchasing again and again from the same shop, then it is called as customer loyalty. If a person is purchasing the commodity from the same brand again and again, it is called as brand loyalty. Unique selling proposition. What it is? It is unique way of expressing our commodity that no one can claim it. For example, Domino's Pizza. What they will do? They is having a system that within 40 minutes they can deliver the commodity to the said above address. If it is not delivered within the 40 minutes, it is for the free. It is unique selling proposition. There might be many types of burgers or pizzas we can see here. There are many competitor to Domino's Pizza. Do you found any other pizza company with a given statement, Nana? No one except Domino's Pizza. So Domino's Pizza is standing a unique way by giving its unique selling proposition. It is called as USP. Coming to the next one, marketing. What it is? Marketing and see, before doing marketing and all, we have to make some analysis. That is called as market auditing. We should know what is this market is of. How many people can spend more than 10,000 per day? How many people can spend at least 1,000 per day? How many people can spend 100 rupees per day? If I know the analysis of this accordingly I can create the market, I can create the commodity to those consumers. So first I have to know what type of consumers are concentrated in this area. Market auditing. Once the audit was done, then I will go for the market plan. Then I will implement my plan in the reality. So what is marketing now? It is a science and art of exploring, creating, delivering the value to satisfy the needs of customers. Marketing mix. Mix means how many types of commodity, how many types of services you can do that. So with 4 P's, product, price, place, promotion. For 3 P's, for service, people, process, physical evidences. Marketing plan. So you have to make a detailed statement how we can make our mix of 4 P's and 3 P's to achieve our objectives. Mass marketing, at a time sending message to many of the people, it is called as mass marketing. So we are sending the same message to many people through the mass media, broadcast television, radio and newspapers, consumer interest. Advertising agency, what are these things, Nana? These are the person who will render advertising services for us by collecting fees or commission from us. Advertising media, the channels used to carry the advertisements for us, like all the broadcasting medias. Advertising campaign, what it is, Nana? They will create awareness by doing some campaigns and all. So because of this advertising campaign, many people will come to know what is exactly the product was being implemented to fulfill the needs. Target marketing, this is very important. Confusion will be there in the target marketing. What it is? Reaching out to a group of consumers with common consumer characteristics is called as target marketing. Is it clear, Nana? For example, a intermediate college was started. Now, normally to display your intermediate college and all, we will use the pamphlets to distribute it. So, for example, when you will distribute the intermediate college things and all, after the examinations was done. Okay, now the examinations was completed on the last day of engineering BTech examinations. So, kindly allocate some persons and distribute the pamphlets of our intermediate college things to the BTech college students. Will that make a meaningful for that advertisement and all? No. So, who are your targeted customers? The persons who are writing 10th class examinations. Is it clear, Nana? So, first you have to know where our target people are there, who are having the common characteristics. There you can concentrate on them and can do the things. Telemarketing, what it is, Nana? Using a telephone, calling the persons and explaining about my commodity, services and all the projects that we are doing and making an impress that we are only the best for them to do the services. Telemarketing. Next, test marketing. When we are launching a new commodity, this is very much essential for the persons who are launching it. See, test marketing is nothing but when a new product is tested with sample of customers or restricted geographical area. Personal selling. There will be some oral communication between person to person. One selling person will have oral communication to the buyer. Their final judgment is their final intention is to sell the commodity by giving any explanation that it can do. Personal selling, oral communication to manam sell cheyam. So, and the final attempt is to close the sale at any cost. Sales promotion, what it is, Nana? In order to increase our sales of my commodity, whatever the activity that you do, it is called as sales promotion. Whatever the activity that you do is called as sales promotion. For example, when you are going to watch movie, after the interval session before starting the second half of the movie, there might be some small advertisements about the local sellers or about the upcoming movies. Why all these things? They are creating some awareness about the commodity or some other upcoming movies, so that it will create some interest to watch again, or it will create interest to purchase the commodity. Those are also the sales promotion activities. Is it clear? Next, publicity. What it is, Nana? Creating awareness of my commodity without spending any rupee from us. Without collecting any rupee from us. If any other person is explaining about my commodity, then it is called as publicity. For example, a TV and reporter is there. He is in a situation. Like for example, normally a child is crossing the road. Unfortunately, a pulsar bike with 200cc is coming in a speed of 50 kilometers per hour. Suddenly, they applied the brake, and the children were safe. Everything was safe. No one got injured and all. Now the TV9 reporter came, and he is making an issue. As the carburetor is not working properly, as there is no speed breaker, the person had driving with the speed of 45 kilometers or 50 kilometers per hour. Now because of this issue, it may damage the children health or children life. Automatically we are demanding the carburetor to make resignation immediately. We are demanding Chief Minister to resign immediately. We will demand our Prime Minister to resign immediately. This is one way of the public people and all. Now other way of these TV9 reporters or some other reporters, what they are doing is, wow, what a bike. When the bike is coming with a 50 kilometers per hour, by applying a brake, suddenly it was got stopped and it was not made any harmful damage to any other persons. Is it clear? So now the reporter is elevating the pulsar bike. He is elevating the person who is riding the bike. Automatically here, Bajaj Pulsar company had not paid any money to the advertising people, and not even the rider also not paid anything. It is called as publicity. We are promoting our commodity without paying anything, without charging anything. We are not paying any 1 rupee also. It is called as publicity. Direct marketing, when business himself market the commodities directly to customers based on interest, it is called as direct marketing. Internal marketing, when company is making his employees to work properly to do the marketing business, it is called as internal marketing. That is a process of getting support for the company and its activities among its own employees in order to encourage them to promote the goals. That is called as internal marketing. Cross selling and internal. For example, a person came to a Reliance Digital showroom to purchase a refrigerator. Now the family came to purchase a refrigerator. Everything is done. Now the sales promotion person is calling that family person, Akka, can't you buy this trolley? So for example, refrigerator was sold off. Actually the family came to purchase the refrigerator. Now the sales person is calling the family back and asking, can't you find to purchase the stand which we need to keep below the refrigerator? Why it is required? If you want to clean under the fridge, can you lift with the left hand and clean with the right hand? Is it not possible, right? So what you can do, you can purchase a stand, and wherever, whenever you want, you can make the refrigerator to move from one single place to the other places so easily. Now salesperson is asking us to go for stand purchase also. Then it is also done. Now the second floor salesperson had given information that, so Akka, your refrigerator may be in trouble if there is power fluctuations. Go on to purchase the stabilizers. Akka, your refrigerator may not good looking, so cover your refrigerator with a refrigerator cover. దేనికోసం వచ్చారు, ఏం కొంటున్నారు, ఏం తీసుకెళ్తున్నారు, ఏంటిదంతా క్రాస్ సెల్లింగ్. Making the commodities to be sold which are related to one another. For example, a person came to selling a car, like a new car was purchased. Along with that new car, now the sales representatives are making them to purchase a car alarm system, music system to new car buyers. That is called as cross selling. అంటే related goods ni కొనుక్కోండి అని చెప్పడం. Distribution channel. So starting from the marketing manufacturing place to till the market consumer place, whatever the persons involved there is called as a distribution channel. Agent, he is effectively works as a wholesaler who represents buyers and sellers on relatively permanent basis. Factor is an agent who keep the commodity for sale on commission basis. Forwarding agent, who is this person? This person will act as an agent for my business in order to overcome the functions, in order to overcome the process of making payment to customs port, clearing the imports duties and everything. So on behalf of the company, this person will work for us. Business to business, that is making one activity transfer from one business to another business. For example, Infosys is providing some system support to the So Cipla company, business to business, some support. Business to customer. We are purchasing some medicines from the Cipla company, business to customer, providing services. Customer to customer, the person is used a phone sold to the OLX app to the other person, customer to customer. Customer to business. Now, as the customer, I am providing some intellectual property rights to other company as a customer to business services. Market research, what we have to do here, we need to make some market analysis data. We have to gather, we have to record, analyze the data about the problems relating to marketing. Barrier to trade, that is, there are some restrictions in order to do the trade between the countries and the countries, is called as barriers to trade. This can be removed because of globalization. Barriers to entry, that is, like in oligopoly we can see here, or monopoly, there are strong barriers. No one can enter easily into the market as a perfect competition. The same way, barriers to entry, it is very difficult to enter into the industry or exit from the industry. Market entry, that is a new firm entering into the market newly, or we are launching a new commodity into the market. Market segmentation, what it is, then dividing entire market into the pieces is called as market segmentation. Dividing into the groups on different consumer characteristics is called as market segmentation. Market targeting, what it is, then we will evaluate each division that we have made because of market segmentation. After evaluation was done, then I will target every segmented market. That is called as market targeting. We are targeting and doing the market. Market share. So what it is, then? Correct. So for example, on one single day, if 1,000 phones, smartphones got sold, and among the 1,000 phones, this is the market size, that is 100% is 1,000 phones. Among that, Samsung is occupying 356 phones were sold from the Samsung company. Clear, Nana? Oppo company had sold somewhere around 200 phones. Now, how much share this Oppo is having? 20% on total market share. This is called as market share. Market share is nothing but a percentage of total market size for a single company is called as market share. Market positioning, that is, for example, whenever you want to purchase a bathing soap, if every customer is going to purchase only the Santoor soap, whenever you are experiencing, whenever you are thinking about the bathing soap, if only Santoor soap come into the picture, it is saying about the market positioning. Will position a business commodity and services that comes into the minds of consumers. Market development, that is making our sales to grow to the next level, is called as market development. Niche marketing. So entire market is divided into the segments, right? If you are concentrating on a very small segment and you are doing many activities to make the entire segment as your customers, is known as niche marketing. It is exploitation of comparatively small market segments by the businesses to concentrate their efforts. So this is called as niche marketing. Market leader, that is the person, the firm, the business who is controlling heavy market share in the economy, has control over a certain market. Brand and in it is to be easily recognized by the logo, design, name, quality, characteristics, features and everything. Brand recognition, how much the customer is aware about the brand. So it is called as brand recognition. For example, Diesel is one of the brand. So when it was initially launched, no one knows that Diesel as a brand. Is it clear, Nana? Later on, as many people had habituated to use those Diesel branded commodities, automatically everyone had recognized it as a brand. Is it clear, Nana? So, brand recognition. Brand loyalty, what it is? If a person want to purchase refrigerator, go into Samsung brand. If a person want to purchase a AC, go into Samsung AC. Smartphone, Samsung. Earphones, Samsung. Printer, Samsung. TV, Samsung. Smart TV, Samsung. Printer and all those things, everything is Samsung. If a person is keep on repurchasing again and again with the same brand, it is called as the brand loyalty. Long-standing decision of the customer. Brand equity, that is the value of the brand in the economy. Customer loyalty, for example, DMart shop is there. In DMart, there are many provisions. Like you can have the like normal clothes is there, dresses is there, water bottle is there, atta noodles is there, masala noodles is there, or some other biscuit packet is there. If you whenever you want to purchase, go into the same DMart shop again and again is called as customer loyalty. You are the customer for the DMart. Whatever the commodity is available in the DMart, you think that it is good for you. So you keep on purchasing same from the same shop. It is called as customer loyalty. If you keep on purchasing the same commodity from single brand, same Samsung shop, then it is called as brand loyalty. Shop ki customer loyalty. ఒక కంపెనీ బ్రాండ్ కి మాత్రమే అలవాటు పడిపోతే బ్రాండ్ లాయల్టీ. ఓకేనా? నెక్స్ట్ అన్న కాంపిటిటివ్ పొజిషన్. The position that a firm has or wishes to achieve within the industry, that is called as competitive position. For example, so Domino's Pizza, it wants to be number one pizza distributor in the entire world. KFC, it wants to be world number one distributor and all those things. It is called as competitive position. Competitive advantage. So advantage derived because of over the competitors. Benchmarking and ఏంటన్నా? Don't try to mark on the benches, okay? The benchmarking is different from the marks that you are making on the bench. Okay, benchmarking means we are comparing our own organization with the other things and we want to be as a role model to the other persons. So benchmarking, it is comparing with the other business against those of competitors in order to find ways of improving the quality and performance. So మన దాంట్లో ఎవరు ఎక్కువగా బాగా డిస్టెన్స్ మెయింటైన్ చేస్తున్నారు అండ్ ఎవరు బాగా సక్సెస్ఫుల్ గా లీడ్ అవుతున్నారు వాళ్ళతో కంపారిజన్ చేసుకుంటూ మనం అక్కడికి వెళ్ళాలి అనుకోవటం. బిజినెస్ మోడల్, the strategic line which leads to the successful business is called as business model. Portfolio, that is a collection of businesses and products that make up the business. Diversify. Nana, business portfolio is different from the diversification. Nana, business portfolio means collection of the businesses, that is the things what we are all doing and all is called as business portfolio. For example, if you take this Reliance and all, it is in the Reliance Fresh, Reliance Trends, Reliance Smart, Reliance Digital, Reliance Geo. So it is all different varieties of businesses within the perspective. So diversify means we are increasing the range of commodity or services it produces and sells. For example, ITC company, what it is doing now? It is expanding its range of doing the commodities. So started with the tobacco, now it is in the many list of items. Conglomerate diversification, what it is, Nana? A strategy of acquiring the other firms for investment purpose, for making an anticipated synergy. And if we work alone, it may not be achievable, but if we work with the others as per one view and all, we can achieve our goals. Consortium, wherever you see the combination of several companies working together, word it is called as consortium. Okay, Nana? But actually కొన్ని meanings definitions reality ప్రకారంగా different గా ఉంటాయి అండ్ ICAI వాల్యుయేషన్ డెఫినేషన్స్ ని ప్రెజెంట్ మనం ఫాలో అవ్వాలి కాబట్టి ఇవే తీసుకోవాలి. Innovators, these persons who keeps on updated and they will accept the dynamic changes, those who adopt the new products first. Preemptive pricing అంటే ఏంటన్నా? Monopoly will follow this preemptive pricing strategy to charge lesser prices in order to make the new entrants to get afraid of us. It's called as preemptive pricing, charging lower price than the competitor. Price skimming, when we are entering newly into the market, we will charge lesser prices, and once the consumers are habituated, then we may increase our price charging. Price skimming means we are charging relatively higher price than others. After sale services, once the sales was done, the Samsung is providing 1 year warranty guarantee service to the customers. Aquaguard company is providing 5 times a year services. That is, the person will come near to the address and they will wash it, clean it. If any item was damaged, they will replace it with the new one and they will go off. It is called as a services after sales. External environment. These are defined as firm's competitive position, also called as competitive environment. Short-term objectives. The things that we want to achieve within 1 year, less than 1 year, is called as short-term objectives. Long-term objectives means it is to be achievable objectives in years, multiple years, more than 2 years or 3 years or multiple years. Corporate culture. How the company is ruling, how the company is operating, how the company is conducting, how it is operating. So its values, beliefs, business principles, traditions, its ways of operating, how it is doing internal work environment, everything comes together. It is called as corporate culture. Strength and weakness. It is the inherent facility that a company is having in order to grow its business. So it is a skill, resource, advantage that relatively to its competitors, it is important to serving the needs of customers. Weakness ante, it is a limitation, inherent limitation. So we need to overcome our weakness by increasing my strength, by capitalizing opportunity, by reducing the impact of threats. Opportunities are any feature which creates the conditions that a business can exploit to its advantages. And opportunities, once you have felt it, you have to grab it so immediately. If there is any delay, our other competitor may take over the opportunity and we may become the losers. So if the business is successful in exploiting opportunities, then it will better place to achieve its objectives. Okay, opportunities achievement cheyagalagite, you will be a successful business leader. Threats. These are the will cause problems to the business organization and survival. Catalog. It is a booklet of giving information about all the commodities, services, prices and everything. Labeling. It is like giving an indication about the name of the good or the price of the good, packing date, how long it can be used and the expiry date on the labeling, on the packaging. It is called as labeling. Advertising. So it is like a non-personal presentation to the others. Cash discount. It is given to encourage sale on cash basis. If you pay the immediately on cash, automatically the cash discount will be given by the seller. Higher purchase. What it is, Nana? Purchase in the commodity on installment basis. Invoice. It is a statement stating about the how many goods had been sold to the customer, at what price, at what quantity, what amount of GST, what amount of taxes we have paid. Everything will be there in the invoice. It is a written statement containing details of goods sold sent by the seller to the buyer. E-commerce, that is using technology to produce, to sell the commodities. Next, joint venture. Nana, we are maintaining a third party to establish by 2 or more firms to pursue a particular market resource supply. Merger means 2 or more companies coming together to expand their business operations. It's called as merger. Is it clear, Nana? Next, customer need. It is a basic requirement. Want ante Nana, need valla vachinatuvanti oka thing. It is called as want. Customer demand. What they want to purchase now by having desire and ability and all those things. Customer satisfaction. After fulfilling his expected level of want is called as satisfaction. Consumer market, where the market consumers can come and purchase the commodity. Price. It is an expression of value of the commodity in terms of money. Price discrimination, charging different prices to different consumers. Price elasticity of demand, how much consumers can respond to price changes. For every 1% change in price, how long that change can happen in the demand. Forecasting, we are making about the expected demand in the future as by considering the present behavior and the past behavior. Differentiation, that is we are giving the products with the differentiated commodity nature, the heterogeneous. Price sensitivity, how far the price can change. Economy of scale, that is economies of scale, reduction in the cost of production. This is all about the marketing terminology, and now we'll come to the finance terminologies. Any doubts on this? Okay. Patent. It is a legal right to invent for use of invention. For example, there might be so many persons who might invent so much of commodity newly. So, making others not to copy, we will make a patent right on my invention. So that if anyone want to copy, they have to take the prior permission from the patent holder. Lease. It is a legal right for use of an asset from the lessor and lessee. Auditor. It is a qualified chartered accountant who will do the auditing of financial statements prepared by the company. Budget. It is a detailed plan how to spend the money in the future, how to protect the money in the future. It is a detailed plan for the acquisition, use of financial and other resources. Cash budget. It is showing cash flows, inflow as well as the outflow for a firm. Capital budgeting. What it is meant by this capital budgeting, Nana? Before purchasing any machinery, you need to make some value considerations. How much revenue that you can able to generate from the machinery and equating with the NPV value as on present date. It's called as all capital budgeting. That is a process of planning expenditure on assets whose cash flows are expected to extend beyond 1 year. 1 lakh rupees పెట్టి ఇవాళ మెషినరీ కొంటే ఈ 1 lakh మెషినరీతో నేను ఎంత రెవెన్యూ జనరేట్ చేసుకోగలను. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఈ ఇయర్ లో 20,000, నెక్స్ట్ ఇయర్ 30,000, నెక్స్ట్ ఇయర్ 40,000. ఇఫ్ యూ కీప్ ఆన్ గోయింగ్ లైక్ దిస్, what is the present value as of now for the future cash inflows? If it is equated with the 1 lakh rupees as of expenditure, then it is better to go for the expense on capital budget. Annuity, a series of payments of equal amount at fixed intervals, say about monthly, quarterly, yearly, off yearly. Annuity due, that is it is a payment due term. Exchange rate, that is how much currency that you can get if you are giving to the foreign currency. So $1 is equal to how many rupees, £1 is equal to how many dollars, everything is called as exchange rate. Financial instrument, it is anything that ranges from cash, deed, negotiable instrument, or that matter any written and authenticated evidences. It shows the existence of transaction or agreement. It can be any document which was taken place before one party to the other party. Zero coupon bond, what it is, Nana? Normally what is the meaning of coupon bond? Coupon bond. Maybe an institution is releasing these bonds to the public. So for the amount of 1 lakh, what they had also mentioned it is that they are ready to pay 10% as interest on bond. What it means that, for example, an institution wants some money from the public. Instead of going share capital, shares, debentures and public deposits, they are going for the bonds. For a period, for a span of 1 year, example 1 year. Now, these institutions receiving 1 lakh rupees from public in the name of bond, saying that the institution is liable to pay the 1 lakh amount back to the public after 1 year with an interest of 10% per annum. It is called as coupon rate. This is called as coupon rate. Now what is this zero coupon bond? Zero coupon bond means there is one institution who want money from the public. So now institution is receiving money from the public, but these institute will pay back only 1 lakh without any interest. Then what is the benefit for us? In previous case we got the benefit of 10% as a interest, as a coupon rate. Now what is the benefit that we are getting from this? When we are giving the money, we will pay only 92,000 rupees. That is, the face value will be very lesser. Face value will be 1 lakh, but the amount what we are paying will be less. It is called as discounted rate. Okay na? అంటే ఇంట్రెస్ట్ అంటూ ఏమీ ఇవ్వకోకుండా డబ్బులు తీసుకుంటున్నప్పుడే తక్కువ మనీ తీసుకుని ఇచ్చేటప్పుడు మటుకు ఫేస్ వాల్యూ అమౌంట్ ఇస్తున్నాడు. దట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ జీరో కూపన్ బాండ్. ఏ బాండ్ దట్ పేస్ నో ఇంట్రెస్ట్ బట్ సోల్డ్ ఎట్ ఏ డిస్కౌంట్ బిలో ద పార్ వాల్యూ. డెట్ క్యాపిటల్ అంటే ఏంటన్నా, the company had done the business from the amount collected from the issue of debentures, accepting public deposits or loans is called as debt capital. working capital, the amount used for day-to-day operations, accommodation bill, bill of exchanges, prospectus, it is a detailed document given by the company to get shares, to get a application for the shares from the public. It is called as invitation to offer, document issued by a company to sell shares or debentures to the general public. Stock split. What is the meaning of this stock split, Nana? For example, a company is there with only, for example, say about 10,000 shares with a value of 100 rupees per equity share. Okay, Nana? That is, we have only 10,000 shareholders. If the company wanted to increase the number of shareholders, what it can do? It can split 10,000. For example, as it is 100 rupees is there, right? I will split into 2 of 50-50. Now what it can happen? 10,000 will become as a 20,000 shareholders. If the number of people is increasing, demand will get increases. The value of the company share value will also get impact on because of this stock split. It is called as a stock split. Or else again you can divide enter 100 into 10 shares of each 10 rupees each. Then how many shares will come now? Amma? 1 lakh shareholders will be there. Is it clear, Nana? So that is called as a stock split. Even if you want, you can make 100 number of shares with 1 rupee face value. Then how many shares holders you can see here? And then 10 lakh people. Is it clear? So stock split ante unna share ni manamu outstanding cheyadaniki inka penchadaniki split chestunnamo. Attempt to increase the number of outstanding shares is called as a stock split. Return on investment. What it is, Nana? So there might be a company which are utilizing the capital. That is called as entire investment. Capital and the equity share capital, preference share capital, reserves, general reserves, security premium, as well as the debt capital, everything. These are called as investment. And based upon this investment, whatever you are getting from the profit and loss account is called as return on investment. It is a measure of effectiveness and efficiency. If this ROE is increasing tremendously from year to year, it says that the company is performing well in the operations, which manager use the resources available to them expressed as a percentage. Return on invested capital is usually net profit after taxes plus interest paid on long-term debt divided by equity plus the long-term debt is known as return on investment. And for example, manaki profit and loss account lo anni expenses poga manaki net profit migulutundi kada. E amount ki for this net profit we have to add the interest, then divide with equity amount plus debt amount. Whatever the return that you will get is called as return on investment into percentage in percentage value. Okay na? Net profit అంటే ఏంటన్నా షేర్ హోల్డర్కి వస్తుంది అంటే ఈక్విటీకి. ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఎవరికి పే చేస్తున్నాను? డెట్ క్యాపిటల్ పైన. అంటే ఇది కూడా నాకు వచ్చిన అమౌంటే కదా నాన్న. సో టేకింగ్ ద ఇన్క్లూజ్ ఆఫ్ నెట్ ప్రాఫిట్ ప్లస్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ డివైడెడ్ బై ఈక్విటీ క్యాపిటల్ ప్లస్ డెట్ క్యాపిటల్ ఇంటూ 100 విల్ గెట్ ద రిటర్న్ ఆన్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్స్. డివిడెండ్. వాట్ ఇట్ ఇస్ డివిడెండ్ అన్న? ద పోర్షన్ ఆఫ్ నెట్ ప్రాఫిట్ గివెన్ టు ద షేర్ హోల్డర్ is called as dividend. The portion of net profit after meeting all expenses, after appropriating, then if you pay something to the shareholder is called as dividend. Interim dividend అంటే ఏంటన్నా? డివిడెండ్ టు డివిడెండ్ మధ్యలో ఒకవేళ కంపెనీ ఇవ్వగలిగితే అది ఇంటరిమ్ డివిడెండ్ అని అంటాం. Dividend in the 18th statement, it is the final dividend which will be paid by the company to the shareholder after preparing the final accounts. Interim dividend is the paid to the shareholder within the financial year. Retained earnings. What is the meant by retained earnings? For example, in the profit and loss account, the net profit is an amount of say about 10 lakh rupees. Among this 10 lakhs, I paid some taxes and everything is done. Now the leftover is 10 lakhs. Among these 10 lakhs, I am using only 3 lakhs for the making a payment in the name of dividend to shareholders. Then what about the remaining 7 lakhs? we are transferring to balance sheet. That is, we are retaining that earnings. We are maintaining that earnings with us. It is called as retained earnings. Yield. Yield and ఏంటన్నా, what amount you are getting in return on the investment. Measure of return on investments in terms of percentages. Capital gain. What is meant by capital gain? For example, 10th May 2021, you have purchased a share for rupees about 1000 rupees cost. Now 10th 5 2022, you sold it for 1200. Then it is called as a capital gain. Is it clear, Nana? Now what is the capital gain yield? 200 by 1000, and the capital gain by investment into percentage is called as capital gain yield percentage. అంటే నువ్వు పెట్టిన పెట్టుబడి పైన ఎంత డబ్బులు వచ్చింది అని చెప్పేది. ఓకేనా? క్యాపిటల్ గెయిన్ yield percentage. Capital gain yield, the capital gain during a given year divided by the beginning price. Capital gain ఎంత వచ్చింది మనకి? 200. బిగినింగ్ ప్రైస్ ఎంత? 1000 ఇంటూ 100 చేస్తే వచ్చేది క్యాపిటల్ గెయిన్స్ yield. ఓకేనా? yield టు కాల్ అంటే ఏంట్రా? ద రేట్ ఆఫ్ రిటర్న్ earned on a bond if it is called before its maturity date. See, bond అంటే ఇందాక మనం చూసాం కదా నాన్న, there is an institution who want 1 lakh from a public. So what they have done, they issued a bond with a coupon rate of say about 10%. Now after 1 year, how much they have to pay back? 1 lakh plus 10,000 rupees as a interest. But suddenly what has happened here is, as the company have excess money, they want to repay as of now, before the lapse of 1 year, that is in 9 months itself. 1 year దాకా వెయిట్ చేయకోకుండా డబ్బులు ఉన్నాయి కదా అని చెప్పి మనమే ఇప్పుడు పే చేసేస్తున్నాము. వీఆర్ కాలింగ్ ఫర్. సో ఎంత ఇస్తున్నప్పుడు నువ్వు 10% ఇవ్వాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. యు ఆర్ ఛార్జింగ్ ఓన్లీ 8%. ఇస్ ఇట్ క్లియర్ అన్న? సో వై వీఆర్ నాట్ వెయిటింగ్ టిల్ ద 1 year టు గెట్ మెచ్యూర్డ్? ఇట్ ఈస్ నథింగ్ బట్ ఏ yield టు కాల్. అంటే మనం ముందుగానే పిలిచేస్తున్నాం డబ్బులు తీసుకెళ్ళండి అని. ఇన్కమ్ స్టాక్, వాట్ ఇట్ ఈస్ నాన్న? There is a solid record of dividend payments and offer dividend higher than the common stock is called as income stock. If there is a solid record of dividend payments. Defensive stock and we are providing consistent dividends to the public even though it is a recession time period, even though it is economical downturn. If you are paying the constant dividend, it is known as defensive stock. Price earnings ratio, that is, if you are dividing market price divided by earnings per share, then it is called as price earnings ratio. Market price by EPS. Book closure, what is meant by this book closure, Nana? Book closure means, for example, on 1/5 X is a person who is having 100 quantities of equity shares in SBI. Okay na? Now he sold on 3rd 5th, for example, say about 20 shares were sold. Now what is the present quantity he have? Only 80. Okay na? It was sold to Y. On 6th May, X had purchased 40 more shares. Now it is having 120. So plus 40. All okay na? This is the current picture. At the final date of 10th of May, we are having 120 shares. These shares keeps changing, right? Now for example, if company wanted to give the dividend, so for example, they are realizing that on 5th of May, they have announced that they will give the dividend. ఇప్పుడు ఎవరెవరికి ఏం ఇస్తుందన్న? ఒకవేళ ట్రాన్సాక్షన్స్ ఇలా జరిగిపోతూ ఉన్నట్లయితే, కెన్ యూ ఇమాజిన్ టు హూమ్ వీ నీడ్ టు పే అండ్ ఆల్? ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ దట్ ఈజీ టు ఫైండ్ అవుట్. దట్ ఈస్ వై వాట్ వీఆర్ సేయింగ్ ఈస్, on 3rd May, we are closing our books. On this date, whoever the shareholders, for them we will pay. Is it clear nana? Actual గా థర్డ్ ఫిఫ్త్ లైక్ నైట్ కి మనం వీడికి అమ్మే అనుకుందాం ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. కానీ థర్డ్ ఫిఫ్త్ మార్నింగ్ కి బుక్ క్లోజ్ చేసాం అంటే మన దగ్గర ఎన్ని షేర్స్ ఉన్నాయి అప్పుడు యాక్చువల్ గా 100 షేర్స్ ఉన్నట్టు. ఇస్ ఇట్ క్లియర్ నన్నా? ఆఫ్టర్ దిస్ థర్డ్ డేట్ వీఆర్ హ్యావింగ్ ఓన్లీ 80. ఓకేనా? In order to know how many shareholders are there with how many shares, we need to make one date to close the book. At this date, even though the transactions are being recorded on a daily basis and the next day also, we will not bother about it. Okay na? So, is it clear? That's called as book closure date. The dates between which a company keeps its register of members closed for updating prior to payment of dividends or issue of new shares or debentures. Issue of new shares అంటే ఏంటన్నా? రైట్ షేర్స్ ఇవ్వచ్చు, బోనస్ షేర్స్ కూడా ఇవ్వచ్చు. మార్కెట్ క్యాపిటలైజేషన్. వాట్ ఇస్ దిస్? మార్కెట్ క్యాపిటలైజేషన్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, అవర్ కంపెనీ ఈజ్ హ్యావింగ్ 10,000 shares, having face value of 10 rupees, but we are multiplying with the market value, which is about every share is having a value of say about something called 25 rupees as a single share value. ఒక్కొక్క వాల్యూ ఎంతనా? 25 rupees. Now if you do the multiplication, then the result figure will be 2,50,000. This is called as market capitalization. But as per the books, we have only the share capital of 1 lakh. But our book is having a share capital of 25 lakhs. Book is having 1 lakh and market is having a share capital of 25 lakhs. This is called as market capitalization and this is called as a book's capital amount. So market capitalization, total value by giving that all companies' outstanding shares. It is calculated by multiplying all outstanding shares with the current market price of one share. Holding period. Starting period of investing to the selling period. How long ever you are holding is called as a holding period. It is a time duration which is held by the individual. Business risk, that is the inherent risk in all the firms. Amortization, what it is nana? Have you seen the depreciation? In the same way, amortization also. For example, a business concern had spent 10 lakhs amount on making one advertisement. Do you think that this advertisement will be lapse off within 1 year? We may use for 5 years also. So instead of making this 10 lakhs as 1 year expense in profit and loss account, what I have did is I made it as a deferred expenditure and for 5 years I am making 20,000 rupees as one installment. So for every year I will deduct 20,000 from my profit and loss account instead of deducting 10 lakhs at a time. అదేనా డిప్రిసియేషన్ లాగా ఫిక్స్డ్ అసెట్ ని మనం ఎలాగైతే కొన్ని ఇయర్స్ గా మనం ప్రాఫిట్ అండ్ లాస్ అకౌంట్ లో తీసేస్తుంటామో అలాగే ఇక్కడ కూడా వీఆర్ మేకింగ్ అమార్టైజేషన్. దట్ ఈస్ 20,000 per each term we are deducting from the profit and loss account. Regular portion of expenditure over a fixed period of time. For example, expenditure of 50,000 may be amortized over 5 years by charging 10,000 per year in accounting books. అంటే ఫిక్స్డ్ అసెట్ కి డిప్రిసియేషన్ ఎలాగో ఎక్స్పెండిచర్ కి అమార్టైజేషన్ అలాగా. సో అసెట్, it is having benefit in the future also. Current assets which can be convertible within 1 year. Fixed assets which cannot be convertible into the liquid cash and we require some time period. Intangible assets we cannot sense with our sensible organs, but it can be seen on the banking papers or the papers in the name of patents, copyrights, trademarks and all those things. Depreciation, it is nothing but a decrease in value of a fixed asset due to continuous usage of the fixed asset in the machinery process. Appreciation, sometimes the value of the commodity will keep on increase its value. Creditors, that is, so to whom we need to pay the amount back. So debtors, from whom we need to get the amount back. It is a debtor or a company or an individual who owes money. Bad debts, these are the amounts which we could not realize back from the debtors. Amounts owed to a company not going to be paid. Sometimes bad debts are written off when it is recognized. Balance sheet, it is statement with all the liabilities and assets. Audit, it is analyzing all financial records maintained by the company. We are tracking about careful audit about the financial records. Book value, that is the value of asset recorded in books or balance sheet. Bond, it is a long-term promissory note and all. Bonus in so company is providing shares to the shareholder at free of cost. Shareholder is not required to pay any amount for getting these shares from us. Company is providing on free. That is called as bonus shares. Next, credit period. That is how long the credit was guaranteed. Convertible securities. Sometimes what happen here is company will have the debentures for say about 10 crores. So these debentures company will pay the interest to the debenture holders. So these debentures is only for 3 years example. That means after 3 years of time company need to pay them back. Kani company is not having amount for repayment of debentures. Then what they can do now? They can request the debenture holder to convert from debenture position to shareholder position. Is it clear, Nana? That is called as convertible securities. Debentures, it is a type of debt instrument not secured by the physical asset or collateral. Debentures are backed only by general credit worthiness and reputation of the issuer. Equity, it is a capital supplied by common stockholders, paid in capital, retained earnings and occasionally certain reserves also. ఈక్విటీ అంటే ఏంటిదా? ఇప్పుడు బ్యాలెన్స్ షీట్ లో, లైబిలిటీస్ లో ఈక్విటీ, ప్రిఫరెన్స్ షేర్స్ యాజ్ వెల్ as రిజర్వ్స్, జనరల్ ప్రాఫిట్ అండ్ లాస్ అకౌంట్, సర్ప్లస్ అకౌంట్, క్యాపిటల్ రిజర్వ్స్, స్పెసిఫిక్ రిజర్వ్స్ ఆర్ జనరల్ రిజర్వ్స్ అండ్ అలాంగ్ విత్ ద షేర్ ప్రీమియం అకౌంట్స్ విత్ ద డెట్ క్యాపిటల్. సో విత్ ఆల్ దీస్ థింగ్స్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ ఈక్విటీ వితౌట్ డెట్ నన్ను. ఓకేనా? అంటే అన్ని షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ యొక్క ఆస్తులు, షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ కి ఇవ్వాల్సిన అమౌంట్లు ఇవన్నీ కలిపితే ఈక్విటీ అంటాము. డెట్ ఇందులో ఉండదు, లోన్స్ ఉండవు. Face value, it is a par value of a debenture or security or a share or a preference share. Government bonds, it is a government security given by the government to the public. Liquidation, that is like liquidation occurs when assets are sold off rather than as an operating entity. Securities, so it is a transferable certificate of ownership. Stock, it is a certificate in the company. Venture capital is a form of, see, there are something called venture capitalist. These people will ready to invest in the businesses where they can have potential to grow for further. Venture capital is a form of private equity and type of financing that investors provide to startup companies and small business that are believed to have long term growth potential. ఎవరైతే ఫ్యూచర్ లో బాగా గ్రోత్ కి వెళ్ళగలడో అలాంటి వాటిపైన మనం ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ చేస్తే దాన్ని వెంచర్ క్యాపిటలిజం అని అంటాము. Preliminary expenses, the expenses which were incurred by the company before incorporating the company. Break even point, it is a point where the sales amount is equals to cost, no profit, no losses. Any doubts, Nana? Sure. Next, stock and commodity market. Capital markets and financial markets for stock. Long-term debt, capital market. Primary market, IPO, FPO, initial public offering, further public offering. Secondary market, stock exchanges. Here, among the shareholder, buying and selling of shares will be taken place. But in the primary market, shareholder will provide the money as a share capital to the business organization directly. Here, it will be buying and selling among the traders of share securities. Financial intermediaries, who are those? Nana? These acts as a link between a provider who provides security and the user who purchase the security. Is it clear? Similarly, share brokers. Almost all brokers will come under this financial intermediaries. Broker. It is a registered securities firm. So, which will give advisor for purchases and sell. It's called as broker. Agent. It is a brokerage firm set by an agent when it acts on behalf of the client in buying and purchasing. Broker will give advice what to buy, what to sell. Agent will do on behalf of us, they will do the business. Brokerage, that is a commission to be charged by the broker. But the commission what we need to charge the maximum will be determined by the SEBI. Minimum subscription. If any company had went outside to issue the new shares, then what happens? At least 90% of these shares should be subscribed, or not. If not, entire money what we have received, we should give it back to the public within 7 days. If not, we need to give the with interest. We will go for the underwriting option. So we will have some contact with the underwriters. Minimum subscription. Minimum amount of share capital a company must receive in cash before making allotment if it is equals to 90% of capital. Underwriting. Guarantee to subscribe to an issue of shares in case of public does not subscribe to it. Ante okvel public 90% kanna takkuva subscribe cheste appudu underwriter will take the portion whatever need to be maintained as per the legal provisions. Initial public offer. When the company was starting first, when the company was initiating its public offer for the first time, it is called as initial public offer. First issue. Internet trading. Nowadays we have the platform. Previously when we don't have this technology, if any person wants to sell the SBI shares, he will stand in the NSE market, he will keep on shouting that I am ready to sell SBI, I am ready to sell SBI. And there will be some persons who are ready to purchase the SBI. They will keep shouting that they are ready to purchase the SBI. But nowadays, we are using the technology to buy and selling by sitting in our premises itself. Internet trading, that is a platform with internet where the trading can be happen. Forward trading, that is without having intention to payment and delivery as of now, in order to get the profit from price fluctuations is called as forward trading. Buyer, the person who purchases the security. Seller, the person who sells the security. Trading session, how it is then, what is the trading session then? The time stock market is open for trading for 9:15 to 3:30, but from 1st May onwards, it is from the 9 o'clock itself. There is no pre-opening session. Actually, there is a pre-opening session from the 9 to 9:15, right? Every 15 minutes, for every day we will have the 15 minutes as a pre-opening session. But from 1st May, there is nothing called a pre-opening session. Entire the stock market trading will start from the 9 o'clock itself. But still it is not updated in the ICAI book. So please continue that there is a pre-opening session. Okay na? Ippudu manam follow avvalana. Business day, that is Monday to Friday. If it is a festival days or any predetermined holidays at that day, the trading will be closed. Base price. What is the base price, Nana? What is the day today? 10th May. So the opening price, that is the price at opening time, is known as the base price. Okay na? So the price at the beginning of the trading day is called as a base price. Based upon this base price, we will see the ranges, how far it is reaching, how far it is going to maximum. Closing price, and it is the price at the day end of the same trading day. Can you say that the previous closing price can become the today's base price? No, it cannot. Because in the time of 9 to 9:15, everything will get changes. So previous closing price will not become the today's base price. And mundu unna closing price ivala opening price avvachu avvakapovachu, but in reality it will not be equals to the previous closing price. One-sided market. For this company, we have only buyers, we have only sellers. అంటే ఇద్దరు కలిసి లేదన్నా, ఓన్లీ బయర్సే ఉన్నాడు. లిమిట్ ఆర్డర్, వాట్ ఇట్ ఈస్? లిమిట్ ఆర్డర్ అంటే ఏంటన్నా? For example, the trading day was started. It is 10 o'clock. I want to purchase the ITC share, which is something around 280 example. Now I am ready to purchase at 280 rupees per share of 100 quantity shares. So I initiated a transaction of buying the shares of ITC at a price of 280 at 10 o'clock. Because of my internet issue, the trading was done at 10:03 a.m. Example. At that time, the price is 296 into 100. Yanta change nana? 16 rupees. Is it clear? If I could not able to sell these shares at a more than 296, I will be in losses. అర్థమైందనా? అంటే విత్ ఇన్ 3 minutes లో మేబీ ఎనీ ఇష్యూస్ వల్ల ద షేర్ వాల్యూస్ మైట్ గెట్ చేంజెస్. In order to overcome these problems, what I will do is I will make some limit order. What it is? At 10 o'clock, when I decided to purchase these shares, what I will do? I will keep that ITC order by making 280 limit pricing. Limit pricing. What is the meaning by limit pricing, Nana? If it go to 296, the buying transaction will not executed. If it is 280, executed. If it is 276, executed at the price of 276 only. And limit order వల్ల మనకి ప్లస్ మైనస్ ప్లస్ పాయింట్ అవుతుంది. దట్ ఈస్ వాట్ ద లిమిట్ ఆర్డర్. ఈవెన్ ఫర్ సెల్లింగ్ ఆల్సో యూ కెన్ డు ద సేమ్ థింగ్. లిమిట్ ఆర్డర్. An order to buy the share at a specified price. The order will be executed only at the specified limit price, or even better. అంటే అది లేదంటే ఇంకా బెటర్ ప్రైస్ అంటే 276 అనుకున్నాం కదా ఇందాక, ఆ ప్రైస్ కైనా లిమిట్ ఆర్డర్ ప్రకారంగా ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ అవుతుంది. లిమిట్ ఆర్డర్ సెట్స్ ఏ మినిమం ప్రైస్ ద సెల్లర్ ఇస్ విల్లింగ్ టు యాక్సెప్ట్ అండ్ ద మాక్సిమం ప్రైస్ ద బయర్ ఇస్ విల్లింగ్ టు పే ఫర్ ఇట్. ఒకసారి మళ్ళీ చదువుకో. అంటే ఏంటన్నా, ఇప్పుడు నేను కొనేవాడిని కదా, బై చేస్తున్నా అనుకున్నాం కదా నాన్న. ఇఫ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ 296, డూ యూ థింక్ దట్ దిస్ విల్ గెట్ ఎగ్జిక్యూటెడ్? లిమిట్ ప్రైస్ ఎంత ఇచ్చాను? ప్రైస్ ఎంత ఉంది? ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ అవుతుందా? అవ్వదు. ఎందుకని? బికాస్ ద బయర్ సెడ్ దట్ ద మాక్సిమం ప్రైస్ దట్ హీ ఈస్ విల్లింగ్ టు పే ఈజ్ ఓన్లీ 280. అంతకన్నా ఎక్కువైతే ట్రాన్సాక్షన్ అవ్వదు. దట్ ఈస్ వాట్ హీ సేయింగ్, దట్ ఇట్ ఈస్ అ మాక్సిమం ప్రైస్ బయర్ ఈస్ విల్లింగ్ టు పే. అర్థమైందా? దీని రివర్స్ సెల్లర్ పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ వ్యూ. నెక్స్ట్ అన్న బిడ్. బిడ్ అంటే ఏంటంటే హైయెస్ట్ ప్రైస్. ఇందాక అనుకున్నాం కదన్నా, బయర్ ఈజ్ మాక్సిమం ప్రైస్, బయర్ ఈజ్ విల్లింగ్ టు పే ఫర్ ఏ స్టాక్. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఆపోజిట్ టు ఆస్క్. ఆస్క్ అంటే లోయెస్ట్ ప్రైస్ దట్ హీ ఈజ్ విల్లింగ్ టు సెల్ హిస్ సెక్యూరిటీస్. ఇజ్ ఇట్ లేదన్నా? కానీ రెండు కలిపి చూస్తే, రెండు కలిపి అంటే నా ఉద్దేశం బిడ్ అండ్ ఆస్క్. బిడ్ ఏంటిది నాన్న? బై చేస్తున్నప్పుడు. ఆస్క్ ఏంటిది? సెల్ చేస్తున్నప్పుడు. ఏ రేట్ ఎక్కువ ఉండాలి నాన్న? సెల్ రేట్ షుడ్ బి గ్రేటర్ దాన్ ద బయింగ్ రేట్. అండ్ ఆల్వేస్ ఆస్క్ షల్ బి గ్రేటర్ దాన్ బిడ్. అర్థమైందా? సో ద ఆఫర్ ఈజ్ హయ్యర్ దాన్ ద బిడ్. ఆఫర్ అంటే ఆస్క్ నాన్న. So the ask shall be greater than the bid. Clear? Next, ask offer is the lowest price that the seller is ready to sell. Bid and offer. Bid is the price at which market maker buys, and offer is the price at which the market seller sells the stock. Blue chips. These are financially sound companies. These are the shares of large, well-established and financially sound companies with an impressive record of earnings and dividends. Bull. Whenever there is rise in price, they will indicate with the bull. Bull market means when the prices are increasing consistently. Bears. When the prices are falling down, it is called as bear market. Index. And Nifty 50 laga. What it says? It giving an identification that how our Indian economy is moving in the which direction. Portfolio. For example, if a person is having 1 lakh rupees, he invested 20,000 rupees in Reliance, 20,000 rupees in SBI, 20,000 rupees in Cipla, 20,000 rupees in IBM company or some other. So remaining 20,000 rupees in Infosys. Is it clear, Nana? Can you see this? We are having 1 lakh portfolio with a different nature of industries. All together it is called as portfolio of my. Nana, okay na? Portfolio and different assets, Nana. Holding of an individual may include various types of securities of different companies operating in different sectors. Okay na? Next, beta. Beta and Nana? Beta. So, for example, our Nifty 50 is moving ups and downs. When you are interested to know how the ITC is changing, then you will compare the both. Is it clear, Nana? You have interest on ITC company. Now you are comparing the ITC company along with the Nifty 50. So by comparison, you came to know that risk is very higher, because if Nifty is changing like this and ITC is changing with 10%, Nifty is changing with 20%. Now what is happening? ITC is somewhat safer investment than the Nifty. ఎందుకంటే ఇక్కడ ఫ్లక్చువేషన్ అయితే 20% రైజ్ అవుతుంది, పడిపోతే 20% ఫాలో అవుతుంది. అది ఐటీసీ 10 రైజ్ అవ్వచ్చు లేదా 10 ఫాలో అవ్వచ్చు. అప్పుడు ఏది బెస్ట్ నానా? నిఫ్టీ 50 బెస్టా, ఐటీసీ బెస్ట్? అప్పుడు ఐటీసీ బెస్ట్ కంపారిటివ్లీ దట్. ఇజ్ ఇట్ క్లియర్ అన్న? రిస్క్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది కదా. సో ఇప్పుడు ఈ బేటా ప్రకారంగా మనం ఏం చేసినా, we will measure the relationship between one stock price with any other particular stock and the whole market movement. ITC price with Nifty 50, ITC price with any other share prices. If you compare these things, then you will know how much measurement of relationship is there with these two. It is called as next beta. Thin market. Thin market and thin market. In this, for this company, the buyers are very less, sellers are also very less. It is called as thin market. Low number of things. Basket trading. At a time, if you can purchase 30-50 stocks, it is called as basket trading. Arbitrage. That is buying 500 shares at 190 rupees each and selling same 500 shares at 200 rupees. Having a profit of 10 rupees on share is called as arbitrage. That is purchasing at lesser prices, selling at higher prices is called as market arbitrage. Mutual fund, what it is? Instead of investing on our own, we can make the amount to supply to the one fund house. What they will do? They will invest in different portfolio, different sector, different companies, and then they create the value for it. That is called as mutual fund. These people will pool of money managed by experts by investing in stocks, bonds and other securities. Right shares. What it is, meaning of right shares, Nana? We have seen the bonus shares, right? That is company distributing shares to the shareholders at free of cost. It's called as bonus shares. Now what is right shares? Let us see simple way. ITC company market value is equals to say about 300. If you want to purchase one share, how much you need to spend? 300. But now the company is providing right issue or right shares. This privilege will be given only to the shareholders. Is it clear, Nana? Saying that company is giving extra shares to the shareholders for the price of 120 each. Free ga ivatla, takkuva discounting price ki shareholders ki istunnamu. Danni emantanana? Right shares or right issues ani antamu. Is it clear? If you want, you can purchase these shares at 120. If you don't want, you can sit silent. No issues. కావాలంటే కొనుక్కుంటా 120 పెట్టి, వద్దు అనుకుంటే వదిలేయచ్చు, నీ ఇష్టం. లేదా కొనుక్కుని బయట మార్కెట్లో అయినా అమ్మేసుకోవచ్చు, అది నీ ఇష్టమే. సో దీస్ ఆర్ ద రైట్ ఇష్యూస్. Equity shares issued by a company to the existing in proportion to the current holding. Derivatives. Derivatives means Amma? Derivatives. Amma? Max. Wow. So dq by dx. Derivative of a constant. Derivative of a1. dx by dx. Derivatives in stock market nana. So, for example, there is a movie theater. Okay? No, normal example sake I am taking, considering some heroes' names. So, one person is there. Sampurnesh Babu movie releasing for first time in this theater. Benefit show. First time, first show. How much is the price of ticket I can keep? Example, 150 rupees. Okay na? 250. Okay na? Now, but in the same theater, after 1 month, Rajinikanth's movie was getting released. First day, first benefit show. How much price you wanted to? Ma? Okay na? Same theater for Sampurnesh Babu movie, same theater for Rajinikanth movie. Same seating capacity, same screen, same sound system. But why you are ready to pay higher price for this Rajinikanth's movie and all? It is not because that ticket size got increased for Rajinikanth movie. It is because of the leader, hero in the film. Is it clear, Nana? అంటే ఇక్కడ టికెట్ ప్రైస్ టికెట్ది కాదు. The value of ticket came from the Rajinikanth's value. The value of ticket is derived from the Rajinikanth movie. It is called as derivative. అంటే కంపెనీ యొక్క వాల్యూ, కంపెనీ యొక్క షేర్స్ది, పర్ఫార్మెన్స్ది, ప్రాఫిట్స్ది, ప్రాఫిట్ అండ్ లాస్ అకౌంట్ దాని నుంచి వస్తున్న వాల్యూస్ డెరివేటివ్ అని అంటాము. ఓకేనా? It is not only the ticket value. The value is derived from the Rajinikanth's movie. Is it clear, Nana? So, security whose price is derived from one or more underlying asset. Next, call option. Nana, పేరులోనే ఉంది. It is a option. అంటే ఏంటన్నా? It is option to buy, but not obligation. ఖచ్చితంగా తీసుకోవాలనేమీ లేదు. It is just an option to purchase. Clear, Nana? So next, call option. Can we go with the example, Nana? Shall we leave it off? Ma? Put option ante? It is option to sell, but not the obligation to sell. Is known as put option. ఓకేనా? అవసరం ఉంటే కొంటావు, లేదంటే సైలెంట్ అయిపోవచ్చు. అవసరం ఉంటే అమ్ముతావు, లేదంటే సైలెంట్ అయిపోవచ్చు. ఇట్ ఈస్ అన్ ఆప్షన్ బట్ నాట్ ద ఆబ్లిగేషన్. స్ట్రైక్ ప్రైస్ అంటే ఏ ప్రైస్ తో కొంటున్నావో కాల్ ఆప్షన్ ని, పుట్ ఆప్షన్ ని, దాన్ని ఏమంటారన్నా స్ట్రైక్ ప్రైస్ అని అంటాము. సో నెక్స్ట్, కమోడిటీస్. దీస్ ఆర్ ద థింగ్స్ దట్ కెన్ బి ట్రేడెడ్ ఇన్ ద ఆర్గనైజేషన్ యాజ్ వెల్ as స్టాక్ మార్కెట్. కమోడిటీస్ అంటే ఏంటి ఇక్కడ? As shares, we can also trade some commodity like tamarind, turmeric, or steel. Silver, gold, all these things also we can trade in the commodity market. Next, Nana, risk. What it is risk, Nana? Return will be calculated or reduced than as a calculated. For example, I thought that I can get 10,000 from this investment, but I have got realized only 6,000. The balance of 4,000 is the risk. Diversification. Purchasing different companies operating in different sectors is known as diversification. ఇందాక అనుకున్నాం కదా నాన్న, ఒకే చోట పెట్టకుండా 1 lakh అని విడివిడిగా తీసుకుంటూ వచ్చాం. డిఫరెంట్ సెక్టార్, డిఫరెంట్ కంపెనీస్ ఈజ్ నోన్ యాజ్ డైవర్సిఫికేషన్. Hedging. Whatever the activity or strategy that you are doing to reduce the losses is called as hedging. So there's something called badla, that is a carry forward of transaction without making payment, without taking the delivery, is called as badla. And for this, the intermediary will provide some charges, that is called as margin money and also called as badla charges. Commercial paper, it is an unsecured short-term promissory note issued in the denomination of 1 lakh rupees. So listed stocks means the company shares which are listed in the stock exchanges. Cooperative society, it was formed voluntarily by association of some persons with the legal formalities, everything got fulfilled. Multinational corporation, a corporation started in one country having branches, subsidiaries in more the countries, is known as multinational corporation. Proxy, it is a available option to a shareholder to allow other person than the shareholder to attend in the meetings. So it is a written authority given by a member of company to someone to attend the meeting. Infrastructure, having the facilities of buildings, roads, power, communication, banking, is known as infrastructure facilities. Logistics, making supply of one commodities from one place to the another places through the transportation services. Business facilitators, these are the individuals or institutions which help the business to reach the next level in its successful. Term insurance, this will cover certain time period. If you have any losses, then the insurance company will give you the compensation if that occurs within that time period. Whole life insurance, up to your death, whatever happens, it will be compensated by the insurance persons. Returns and risk, whatever you are invested, in opposite how much ever you are getting back, it is called as returns. Bottom line, in profit and loss account, what is the last line we will get? Net profit. That is what they want to concentrate. Bottom line, whatever the business might be, we will mainly concentrate on maximizing our bottom line. Triple bottom line means we will concentrate on profit, people and the planet where we are operating. Sustainable development, what is the meaning of this? Sustainable development, that is a broader measure to discuss about each and every developmental activities within the organization and the country as well. Turnaround, so it is a strategy developed by any corporation to know what was happened in the past, why the changes were happened, where the changes were started. So it is a financial recovery of a company performing poorly for an extended time period. Consolidation, combining two or more entities with a new and net assets, is known as consolidation. Corporate governance, how the company is conducting its overseeing the affairs in ethical manner, how the board of directors is appointed, how the independent audit was done with the accounts of the company, how we are reporting the performance of everything, is done by the corporate governance. Vision, where you want to be reached, what is your main objective, the roadmap of company's future. Mission, how you can reach there by analyzing where we are, what we are doing, is called as the mission statement. Liberalization, so we have seen this, reducing the restrictions. Privatization, selling our state government ownership to the private people through many ways like divestment, disinvestment, delegation, deregulation and all those things. Joint sector, owning a corporation jointly by the government as well as the private sector. Disinvestment, we have seen this, right? Selling a portion of our ownership to the others, not the responsibility. Globalization. Environment, it is all the external to the firm. Devaluation, reducing the value of currency. Appreciation is nothing but a increase in the value of a asset. Devaluation means reducing the currency in relation to the other countries. Pestle, you know about the pestle analysis and all. So this you can go for the normal things, Nana. I'll stop here. So all chapters were covered entirely with all the points also, Nana. So maximum 98% was covered as per my things and all. So you can go through with everything, Nana. And if you have any doubts, you can contact us through the social media networks and all. And study well, do well in all in examinations, prepare well, take good diet and good amount of food, nana, have a proper sleep, prepare for the examinations very well. Okay, na? Again we will meet in the CA Inter only. No more in CA Foundation classes. We'll note a point about this, okay? Children, bye, nana, take care. All the best.